He says he borrowed the White Me desktop only for convenience because Divine Dragon can already run Android apps anyway. Then he repeats the startup test on Zhang Qinglan's phone, and this time the device reaches the desktop in just 5 seconds. He swipes across the new phone screen and shows that even here the system idles at 500 megabytes with 7.5 gigabytes still free. To prove app support is real, Li Qingqian turns to He Hongyan and asks whether the Divine Dragon App Store already contains the common software people need. He Hongyan confirms that he already moved Baidu App Assistant's software catalog into the Divine Dragon Store, and suddenly his old assignment from Li Qingqian makes sense. As he speaks, He Hongyan realizes that if this system spreads, the Divine Dragon App Store could become a gateway worth a fortune. Back on the phone, Li Qingqian installs the same apps again and shows that everyday software opens cleanly and fast on Zhang Qinglan's high-end hardware too. Then he runs the benchmark on Zhang Qinglan's Find X3 Pro, and the entire room locks onto the screen again. When the score explodes to 3.1 million, Zhang Qinglan's own flagship phone proves the claim better than any argument could. Li Qingqian follows up by minimizing every app, showing only 900 megabytes in use, and bluntly says 8 gigabytes of memory is almost wasted on this system. After he closes everything, the memory drops right back to 500 megabytes again, sealing the system's claim that long use will not drag it down. This time the experts do not hold back at all, and the conference room erupts into loud applause for the fully verified demonstration. One after another, the experts openly back the project and say Divine Dragon mobile system deserves the strongest national support possible. For the manufacturers, the live install on Zhang Qinglan's own phone destroys the easiest excuse. This performance leap is real. A heavy thought settles over them all at once. If this system spreads, the mobile phone industry is heading for a full upheaval. But one last question still matters to them more than pride. Is Divine Dragon built on a truly domestic core, or is it only an adapted Android system in disguise? Because if Li Qingqian truly built an independent domestic core, then the manufacturers have nothing left to do but lower their heads, admit defeat, and apologize. Li Qingqian keeps control of the room and says Zhang Qinglan still has another doubt to settle. He lays out Zhang Qinglan's accusation plainly. Maybe Divine Dragon is just Android with its installation limits cracked and a fake new name pasted on top. Then Li Qingqian twists the knife, mocking the brands that only wrap Android in a flashy skin and call it innovation. The experts laugh, He Hongyan chuckles, and the manufacturers have to sit there pretending they were not just publicly called out. With the cameras on him, Zhang Qinglan forces a calm face, but inside he is already sweating from the embarrassment. Li Qingqian says the concern is fair, then pulls up the latest Android package and the Divine Dragon package he just installed for a direct unpacked comparison. The first hard numbers land immediately. Android expands to 8.3 gigabytes, while Divine Dragon only takes 3.6 gigabytes. To finish the proof quickly, Li Qingqian asks academician Lin Chu to let him borrow the institute's supercomputer for a full directory comparison. Lin Chu agrees at once and has an assistant help connect Li Qingqian's computer, showing the review is now fully backing the test. Li Qingqian thanks them and starts typing on the command line so fast his fingers almost blur across the keyboard. A moment later, the supercomputer throws the comparison onto the big screen for everyone to see. The file count crushes the fake Android theory too. Android has 135,874 files, while Divine Dragon has only 68,752. Only 558 files matched by both name and size, and that tiny overlap comes from compatibility libraries for running Android apps. Then the final figure appears like a verdict. Overall system similarity is only 0.5%. That data leaves no room to wriggle out. Divine Dragon is not Android with a skin, but a genuinely new mobile operating system. Zhang Qinglan is stunned because his whole industry logic said nobody sane would spend the money to build a new phone system from scratch. One manufacturer can only stare in disbelief that a 17-year-old really built a brand new mobile OS. Lei Che is just as shaken, his voice nearly trembling at the thought of Li Qingqian doing this alone at 17. Another big tech executive goes cold, suddenly regretting the public attacks he made against Li Qingqian days ago. Tencent's new CEO instantly sees the political danger too, because once Li Qingqian becomes the face of a domestic OS, Tencent will be remembered as the company that targeted him. He immediately starts planning a repair strategy, knowing Tencent now needs Li Qingqian to help calm public anger before the backlash gets worse. But Lin Chu notices one even bigger clue in the comparison table. There is no Linux kernel file anywhere in the matching documents. That missing file hits him hard, because every Linux-based system should expose that core somewhere, including Android. For Lin Chu, the stakes turn national in an instant, since a truly independent domestic operating system would break a decades-long dependence on foreign cores. Trying not to get ahead of himself, he asks Li Qingqian why the comparison contains no Linux kernel file at all. The whole hall follows his question and stares back at the file list, suddenly realizing the same missing piece. Most of them still cannot imagine a real self-built core, so their first instinct is that Li Qingqian must have faked something. Li Qingqian answers in a clear, steady voice. Divine Dragon is not based on Linux at all, because its core is his own Divine Dragon core. That one sentence blows the room open, because now the claim is no longer a new phone system but a completely domestic operating system from the core up. The experts are openly exhilarated, because after years of waiting for the next generation to maybe solve this, they are seeing the breakthrough happen in front of them. To them, the crucial point is not just performance but that Li Qingqian has pushed the country from 0 to 1. Zhang Qinglan can barely process it, because now Li Qingqian looks less like a rival and more like something monstrous. Another manufacturer admits the same thing from the business side. Li Qingqian alone feels stronger than all their factories put together. Phone industry executives now praise Li Qingqian without reservation, because national interest has overtaken their old commercial hostility. At that moment, the major phone manufacturers all reach the same conclusion: opposing Li Qingqian is pointless, so the smart move is to cooperate and pull him onto their side. Lin Chu presses one step further and asks whether the Divine Dragon Core is only for phones or something much bigger. Li Qingqian answers that it is a general-purpose microkernel, suitable for phones, watches, computers, servers, and even space station control. Gao Xiang immediately backs him up, revealing that the Advanced Simulated Space Station Operating System version 2.0 was also developed by Li Qingqian. That extra proof wipes away Lin Chu's last hesitation and leaves him visibly thrilled. Then Lin Chu takes charge of the meeting and declares the review target will be changed from the Divine Dragon Optimization app to the Divine Dragon mobile phone system itself. He follows it with an even bigger decision. He wants the system folded into the National Foundational Software Improvement Project with top-tier Level 1 support. The room inhales sharply because everyone knows Level 1 support means direct state backing on a level money alone cannot buy. Those benefits are enormous, from years of national procurement and television exposure to tax breaks, interest-free loans, cheap land, and fast-tracked approvals. One by one, all 9 experts voice their approval, turning Lin Chu's proposal into a unanimous decision. Lin Chu makes it official. Divine Dragon mobile phone system is accepted into the national project with Level 1 support. He immediately ends the meeting too, because the institute now wants a deeper round of technical testing instead of a ceremonial dinner. As the room breaks up, a square-faced executive with graying temples walks straight to Li Qingqian and introduces himself with warm politeness. They exchange contact details, and the visiting executive quickly shows he is already thinking about putting Divine Dragon on his company's low-end phones. Then the visiting executive asks the question every manufacturer now cares about most: what will the Divine Dragon mobile phone system cost at launch? Around them, the other phone bosses quietly prick up their ears, because once this system enters the market, nobody can afford to be the one who failed to buy in. At the launch event, Li Qingqian tells President Zhou that Divine Dragon mobile phone system is still just a framework, and he has no plan to license it out yet. The ban on Divine Dragon optimization had already pushed Li Qingqian into all-night work, so his only focus now is finishing the operating system core as fast as possible. Even so, he has already made one hard decision. If he wants the system to survive, he has to build the first phones himself. He knows the first wave of reviews will decide the system's future, and he does not trust outside manufacturers not to sabotage the phones and blame the OS. Zhou Xiaoyun can hear the polite rejection in Li Qingqian's answer and leaves with obvious regret. The other manufacturers are frustrated too, because they can already see how a cheap phone with this system could crush premium models at home and overseas. Still, they also feel a little relieved, because if nobody gets licensed, at least none of their rivals gets ahead first. Around the room, many people suddenly realize Li Qingqian is trying to copy Apple's path by controlling both the system and the phone. Qian Yongming is not impressed, because he knows making a real phone takes design, hardware integration, and supply chains that software alone cannot solve. Then Wang Renfei from Huawei steps in, openly praising Li Qingqian for building a homegrown system from scratch and admitting even he feels outclassed. Li Qingqian answers him coolly, because he has not forgotten that Huawei also helped shut down the optimization app. Wang Renfei gets straight to the point and asks if Li Qingqian really plans to make his own phone and install the new system himself. Li Qingqian does not dodge it this time and simply says yes. Wang Renfei immediately argues that building phones is unnecessary if the system performs as advertised. He offers 100 yuan per phone and paints a staggering picture of billions in yearly licensing fees if Chinese brands all switch over. He keeps pushing the win-win logic, saying manufacturers would gain market share abroad and Li Qingqian would get rich far faster than by making phones himself. But Li Qingqian's face does not move at all, and Wang Renfei realizes the giant numbers are not reaching him. Li Qingqian thanks Wang Renfei, rejects the offer again, and says he will definitely make his own phones and face these manufacturers in the market soon. For Li Qingqian, this is no longer about money, because with the game system behind him, he already believes cash is the easiest problem to solve. What he does remember clearly is how these same manufacturers tried to strangle the optimization app, right down to system-level blocks and so-called security patches. He is not a forgiving person, so in his mind the timing is simple. They can dream about licensing now, and wait until they are truly beaten first. Qian Yongming still tries to soften him, saying there is no need to be so ruthless and insisting the fee can always be negotiated. Behind the polite words, the manufacturers are already calculating bigger profits, because old inventory would suddenly look premium if his system were installed. They even have conditions in mind. keep the system away from individual users and force Li Qingqian to stop developing the optimization app altogether. Li Qingqian cuts the whole thing off again, saying he is not selling the system for now. When academician Lin Chu calls for him, Li Qingqian picks up his laptop and test phones and walks over, leaving the frustrated executives behind. Lin Chu asks him one last time if he is really serious about making his own phone. Li Qingqian answers without hesitation that he must personally control the first batch. He explains that if the first phones are poorly reviewed, the entire push to spread Divine Dragon mobile phone system could stall before it even starts. Lin Chu says he understands Li Qingqian's anger at the manufacturers, but still warns him that making a phone is much harder than he thinks. He still believes licensing the system would be the fastest way to spread a domestic replacement for Android. Li Qingqian does not want to argue anymore, so he simply turns the conversation back to the performance test. Soon after, national television blasts the news across its platforms. Divine Dragon mobile phone system has been officially verified by the Academy of Sciences. The announcement says the system is fully self-developed, uses a microkernel design, runs 4 times faster than Android, and makes Divine Dragon Nation the world's second country able to build an operating system. That official confirmation detonates online, and the first wave of reaction swings from suspicion to genuine national pride. Then someone spots something even bigger on Divine Dragon Software's website. The mobile phone system itself can already be downloaded. That sends a flood of users to the site, all trying to grab the system and test it for themselves. One of them is phone reviewer Yan Xianjue, who rushes over from Weibo and downloads the package immediately for a review. But when he opens it, an announcement blocks him. This test version is only for users who already had Divine Dragon optimization installed or had paid for it before. He complains that Li Qingqian is using the OS launch to squeeze more money out of people, but he is still ready to pay just to test it. Then he discovers the top-up option is gone completely, and his irritation flips into confusion. He even starts doubting the company, wondering how a team that cannot maintain a website could have built a real domestic OS. To confirm it, he calls Divine Dragon Software's customer service and reports the missing payment page like a bug. The customer service agent calmly tells him it is not a bug at all. The company deliberately shut down new top-ups for the optimization app. That leaves him stunned, because without the old app access, he cannot qualify to review the new system at all. Before ending the call, the agent bluntly tells him to watch the online mall instead, because Xingshi first-generation phones with the system pre-installed will be sold there. Yan Xianjue hates the cold service attitude, and is about to call back in anger when a new message hits his phone. The message tells him Zhang Taizhu is already live streaming the Divine Dragon mobile phone system, and the stream has exploded past 2 million viewers. Over in Zhang Taizhu's live stream, he shows viewers a fresh update notification for Divine Dragon mobile phone system version 0.1 on his old phone. His chat instantly erupts with envy and frustration from people who cannot download it, or even top up anymore. Zhang Taizhu explains the rule plainly. If the optimization app was still on your phone, you got the update just like he did. That only makes the audience more furious, especially the people who deleted the app after being scared by the industry crackdown, and can never reinstall it now. Some viewers even start offering thousands to buy any phone that still has Divine Dragon optimization installed. To stop the stream from turning into a trading floor, Zhang Taizhu pushes ahead and starts the installation instead. As the system comes online, viewers begin seeing one black tech feature after another, from app freezing and memory cleanup to pre-start tricks and smarter battery control. The result is absurdly clear on his 4-year-old entry-level phone, which now runs with flagship-level smoothness and no lag. Even heavy mobile games stay smooth, and the battery life stretches to roughly 2 full days on a single charge. Zhang Taizhu is stunned himself, admitting the old optimization app now feels like just a warm-up compared with the full operating system. The live stream chat flips from curiosity to full-blown hype, with viewers praising Li Qingqian, celebrating domestic tech, and cursing the manufacturers who blocked the app. The tipping also goes wild, and Zhang Taizhu sees the stream crush his old records with 5 million viewers and more than 500,000 yuan in rewards. Looking at those numbers, he feels lucky all over again that he never deleted the optimization app and got to become the first public proof of the new system. Then he shares one more bombshell. Divine Dragon Software is preparing its own phones, so anyone planning to upgrade should wait. He says flat out that he trusts the quality of Divine Dragon's future phone, and the chat immediately starts rallying around boycotting the other brands and waiting for Li Qingqian's device instead. Overseas at Google's phone lab, engineer Mike runs a full professional test on a phone loaded with the Divine Dragon mobile system while top executives wait through video conference. When the results finish, Mike looks stunned and bluntly tells the meeting they are in serious trouble. He reveals the first shock. Divine Dragon's performance is 4.4 times Android and even double Apple's. The next blow is battery life, with Mike reporting power management so strong the phone can run 3 days on one charge. Mike adds that the system stays absurdly smooth, manages memory like a dream, and can restore the phone to its fresh activation state with one tap. He then admits he tried to pull the system apart, only to find Li Qingqian had locked the phone's storage behind encryption even tougher than AES-256. With the evidence laid out, Mike warns that if this system enters the market cheaply at scale, it can tear huge chunks out of Android and Apple. The executives do not argue with the danger for long, and the video meeting quickly hardens into a joint counterattack. First, they agree to blacklist the Divine Dragon mobile system itself. Then they escalate by warning phone makers worldwide that anyone who buys from Divine Dragon will be blacklisted too. They go one step further and pressure every partner not to provide Divine Dragon with hardware components at all. Behind the formal decisions, all three giants quietly share the same real goal: get Li Qingqian's source code by any means and strip it for themselves. Back at Divine Dragon Software, Li Qingqian looks up from his computer and asks He Hongyan how the phone manufacturing preparations are going. He Hongyan says the factories are ready to assemble phones, but the raw materials are the real disaster. He explains that the moment suppliers hear the buyer is Divine Dragon Software, they refuse to sell. The blacklist is already real: no Snapdragon processors, no Samsung memory or screens, and no Sony camera lenses. He Hongyan adds another ugly twist: Google has warned every phone manufacturer that using the Divine Dragon system means losing Android support too. That means even licensing the system out is basically blocked, because no manufacturer wants to risk being strangled like Huawei was. Pressed into a corner, He Hongyan says the only workable route left is to let users download and install the system themselves. But even that path is risky, because phone makers can blame every hardware problem on Divine Dragon and bad actors can use junk devices to smear it. After laying out the dead ends, He Hongyan finally advises Li Qingqian to pause promotion for now and endure until the country can help. Li Qingqian knows the boycott was always possible, but the speed and force of it still make the industry's grip painfully clear. Then he steadies himself and tells He Hongyan they are not finished yet, because there is still one road open: domestic components. Li Qingqian starts naming alternatives on the spot, ordering contacts with domestic chip, memory, storage, and screen suppliers. He Hongyan hesitates, because he had imagined a true top-tier flagship, and domestic parts will drag the hardware down hard. Li Qingqian admits it is not the dream setup, but says they no longer have the luxury to wait for perfect hardware. He lays out the logic clearly: even with weaker domestic parts, the Divine Dragon system can still lift the phone up to flagship level. Li Qingqian even sees an upside in the setback, because lower-cost domestic parts could let them sell near flagship experience at entry-level prices. That finally settles it, and He Hongyan accepts the plan and leaves to start contacting the domestic suppliers at once. Almost immediately after He Hongyan leaves, Li Qingqian gets an unexpected visit from Wang Renfei of Huawei and Zhou Xiaoyun from a state telecom manufacturer. Wang Renfei speaks first and surprises Li Qingqian by opening with a direct apology for Huawei's earlier takedown and ban of Divine Dragon optimization. Li Qingqian does not answer the apology, so Wang Renfei straightens up and moves to the real reason he came: cooperation. Because Huawei has already survived sanctions itself, Wang Renfei brings something far more useful than words: a rebuilt domestic supplier chain. Li Qingqian immediately understands how valuable the list is, because it saves him from painfully screening hundreds of suppliers from scratch. He accepts the help but still asks the hard question straight out: why is Wang Renfei helping him at all? Wang Renfei answers with blunt conviction that they are on the same side, both trying to break the old rules and strengthen their country's voice. That finally melts Li Qingqian's resentment, and when Wang Renfei prepares to leave, Li Qingqian stops him and invites a real conversation later. With Wang Renfei now welcomed back to his seat, Li Qingqian turns to Zhou Xiaoyun and asks what he came for. Zhou Xiaoyun says he is here to ask Li Qingqian for help, but the request sounds more like a major opening than a burden. He explains that his company plans to produce 60 million phones this year, and higher authorities now require every one of them to use a domestic operating system. He makes the pressure personal too, saying he has already sworn to complete the mission and will be removed on the spot if he fails. Then Zhou Xiaoyun says the key line out loud: in the whole country, Li Qingqian is the only one who can provide that domestic system. To remove any doubt, Zhou Xiaoyun tells Li Qingqian to name his terms, because any problem that can be solved will be solved for him. Zhou Xiaoyun's support instantly lightened Li Qingqian's mood, and for the first time in this crisis, he felt like someone powerful was firmly backing him. That support pushed Li Qingqian toward a new conclusion: instead of forcing his way into phone manufacturing, he could let trusted state-backed partners carry the hardware side. He quickly weighed the reality. After being blacklisted, he could not even buy the best components, so any phone he made himself would start at a disadvantage. He also trusted that a state-owned manufacturer would follow national policy and would not recklessly damage the Divine Dragon system's reputation. And since the country was clearly helping him, Li Qingqian felt that licensing the system was the cleanest way to return that support. Wang Renfei pressed the point harder, telling him that many people could manufacture phones, but almost nobody in the world could build a brand new operating system. He broadened the argument into something grimmer: the country's weak foundation in operating systems, databases, EDA tools, and industrial software was exactly why it kept getting choked at the neck. Wang Renfei spelled out the gap in brutal terms: from domestic lithography machines stuck at older nodes to foreign giants controlling the advanced tools and chip factories everyone depended on. His conclusion was blunt: if Li Qingqian buried his rare talent in making phones, that would be a waste the country could not afford. After listening in silence, Li Qingqian finally gave his answer and agreed to authorize both companies to use the Divine Dragon system. Zhou Xiaoyun tested the waters with a price of 200 yuan per phone, but Li Qingqian surprised both men by cutting his ideal fee all the way down to 100. Both executives accepted immediately, which told Li Qingqian he had landed on a price they considered more than fair. But Li Qingqian did not hand over the system loosely, because the first condition was absolute control of the source code and every future version update. His second condition locked down software distribution too. Every installation had to go through the single built-in App Store gateway he controlled. And his third condition was practical rather than hostile. If they wanted the system to run properly, they had to provide complete hardware specs and drivers. Zhou Xiaoyun accepted everything at once and even offered to pay the usage fee for 60 million phones up front. With the big decision settled, the three of them sat down to hammer out the rest of the collaboration details. Before leaving, Wang Renfei warned that the sanctions could still escalate, because first-rate chip suppliers were already being pressured and second-rate ones might be next. He went even further, saying those people could block software chip designers too, and that even domestic manufacturers might be forced to bow their heads. His last warning turned personal, telling Li Qingqian that people chasing profit had no bottom line and that he should hire guards for his own safety. After the two men left, Li Qingqian stood alone and realized the real choke point was not the phones at all, but the photolithography machines behind every advanced chip. He understood that if he never solved that bottleneck, he would always be at someone else's mercy no matter how strong his software became. So Li Qingqian quietly summoned the master of all professions interface again, returning to a tool he had not checked in a long time. The panel reminded him how absurdly stacked he already was, with max student, farmer, and worker professions and software engineer newly unlocked at level 1. His attention settled on the worker skills, because those were the ones that might let him hit back in the real industrial war now closing around him. Expedited processing meant that if he understood a machine's principles and had raw materials, he could rapidly manufacture non-software products by brute skill and strength. Measurement accuracy was even more ridiculous, giving him nanometer-level sensitivity through nothing but his hands and eyes. And manufacturing principles was the real bombshell, because it could analyze any machine, reveal the missing knowledge he still lacked, and let him grasp its design at terrifying speed. Staring at those skills, Li Qingqian reached a wild but very serious conclusion. Given enough time, he could build a photolithography machine himself. He broke the problem down immediately into the three hardest targets: the camera, the light source, and the console. If he could get a sample machine, manufacturing principles would let him strip it down conceptually and copy the core components with expedited processing. And even without a sample, he believed his precision had become so absurd that he could study the parts by hand and work backward from measurement alone. After confirming the partnerships, Li Qingqian moved fast and reoptimized the Divine Dragon system specifically for the two companies' hardware. He also hardened the system again, adding stronger anti-hacking defenses and a hardware coding layer that tied the software tightly to the devices it was meant for. By the time he was done, the Divine Dragon system's defenses had become so strong that stealing the source code was effectively impossible with current technology. The first model ready to benefit was the National Telecommunications Manufacturing Company's Long Yao Generation 3, a cheap domestic entry-level phone built for massive production. Under Android it was nothing special, scoring only 150,000 and struggling with heavier games like a normal low-end device. But once Li Qingqian's improved Divine Dragon system went on, the same phone exploded to 720,000 points and suddenly ran major games smoothly even at high settings. That leap turned an ordinary budget handset into something performing at flagship level, with smoother use and stronger battery life than people would expect from its class. After discussing it with Li Qingqian, Zhou Xiaoyun confidently raised the Long Yao Generation 3's price from 799 yuan to 999. Huawei's model was the opposite kind of beast, a high-end new phone called Breakthrough Generation 1 built from the best domestic parts they could still assemble. Even before optimization, that flagship already scored 760,000 under Android, roughly matching the upgraded Long Yao budget phone. Then Li Qingqian tuned Divine Dragon specifically for it, and the result was absurd. The Breakthrough Generation 1 hit 3.6 million points. That number left the current best Apple and Android phones far behind, putting Huawei's new model years ahead of what the market could catch up to. In plain terms, the Breakthrough Generation 1 became an untouchable monster of a phone. Around the same time, Li Qingqian returned to Divine Dragon software in Tianyi City and found the online atmosphere far noisier than usual. When he opened Weibo, the front page was packed with launch conference hype from Haim, Oppo, and Vivo, all bragging about powerful hardware and polished new features. The trending list made the contrast even sharper, because those launch events dominated the top spots while Divine Dragon only appeared as a blacklist story. He opened the articles and found the same tone everywhere: sneering takes about the blacklist, claims that his self-made phone plan had collapsed, and warnings that the 100 yuan system fee made Divine Dragon impossible to popularize. But Li Qingqian did not take the bait, and instead of getting angry, he simply closed Weibo and moved on. Next he opened the Divine Dragon software official site, and there the mood was completely different. The message board had already filled with 500,000 comments from users waiting for phones with the Divine Dragon system. Many users said their current phones were already lagging badly, but they were willing to keep waiting just for a chance to buy his system. Others were even more direct, saying they would buy the phone just to support domestic technology even if the device turned out expensive or rough around the edges. The strongest comments turned the whole thing into a patriotic push, with people openly saying they would buy simply to help break the foreign chokehold. By the end of the scroll, the message was unmistakable. While the outside world mocked him, a huge crowd was still waiting for Li Qingqian to release a truly domestic phone and was ready to back him the moment it appeared. Li Qingqian scrolls through page after page of netizens cheering him on, swearing they will buy any Divine Dragon phone just to back him against the foreign giants. But the more support he reads, the more wronged and frustrated he feels, because making a phone should have been straightforward before the blacklist cut off his supplies. He thinks through the blocked production chain and realizes the real choke point is still the lithography machine, because once that is solved, chips and the rest of the supply problem can finally be broken open. He bitterly remembers that even after asking academician Lin Chu, he still learned there is not a single high-end lithography machine in the country for him to analyze with manufacturing principle. So Li Qingqian forces himself to look ahead and decides the lithography problem will have to wait until university, when new profession knowledge in the system might let him buy the needed manufacturing technology. Since Divine Dragon cannot launch its own phone yet, he pivots and decides to let the Huawei and National Telecommunications phones carrying the Divine Dragon system fill that gap for now. He officially lists Huawei's Breakthrough Generation 1 and the Long Yao Generation 3 in Divine Dragon Software's online mall. The moment the listing goes live, netizens flood and confused that Divine Dragon's own phone is missing and disappointed that the self-made plan really did collapse under sanctions. Then the mood flips when buyers notice the Long Yao Generation 3 costs only 999 yuan while claiming an absurd 760,000 point benchmark score. People who saw the earlier review video start defending the numbers immediately, saying even an old low-end phone became shockingly powerful once it ran the Divine Dragon system. Buyers grumble at the two-phone purchase limit, but that only makes the rush more intense as people start planning extra accounts and placing orders anyway. The Huawei Breakthrough Generation 1 looks outrageously expensive at 8,999 yuan, right up until buyers see the Divine Dragon system is pushing it to a jaw-dropping 3.6 million points. That ridiculous performance turns disbelief into instant buying, and the store gets slammed by a wave of people desperate to grab either phone. A few minutes later, the latecomers hit the checkout page and only see one brutal message: sold out. The first batch vanishes in less than 10 minutes. All 1 million Long Yao phones and 200,000 Huawei phones gone before many supporters can even place an order. Shutout buyers immediately turn their frustration into pressure, calling Divine Dragon, National Telecommunications, and Huawei and demanding a new batch as soon as possible. At National Telecommunications headquarters in Dragon City, Zhou Xiaoyun is still handling routine work and calmly checks whether Xiaoli has already transferred the 100 million yuan software fee to Divine Dragon. When Li Qingqian calls, Zhou Xiaoyun assumes it is just about the payment arriving and answers in a relaxed, cheerful mood. Instead, Li Qingqian bluntly tells Zhou Xiaoyun that the 1 million Long Yao phones are already sold out, urges him to speed up production and shipping, and warns that quality control matters more than any sales spike. Zhou Xiaoyun is left stunned by the claim that 1 million phones sold out, and before he can stop him, Li Qingqian has already hung up to call Wang Renfei next. That shock becomes real when the marketing chief bursts into Zhou Xiaoyun's office grinning and reports that the full million Long Yao phones really did sell out within 10 minutes. As the marketing chief excitedly talks about sales possibly crossing 100 million, or even 200 million units, Zhou Xiaoyun instantly sees how huge this could be for both the company and his own career. He moves at once, ordering Xiaoli to summon production for an emergency meeting and pushing the factory toward full-capacity 3-shift manufacturing with a 20 million unit target for the month. When Wang Renfei gets Li Qingqian's call, he is surprised by the speed but not truly shocked, because he has seen this kind of patriotic buying frenzy before when Huawei was sanctioned. He thinks back on how sanctions once pushed ordinary people to buy out Huawei products simply to support a national company refusing to bow to foreign pressure. In his eyes, Divine Dragon has now become the same kind of symbol, a domestic breakthrough people refuse to watch get strangled by foreign companies. So Li Qingqian asks the question everyone is now demanding an answer to: how many more Huawei phones can actually be made, and when can the next batch go on sale? Wang Renfei can only answer with a bitter truth: Huawei barely has materials left, enough for just 100,000 more Breakthrough Generation 1 phones. To stretch that last supply and preserve Huawei's branding, he says they can only release 10,000 phones a month for the next 10 months. Then he says the part that lands hardest: if the chip problem still is not solved by then, Huawei phones may simply disappear. The reason is not hidden either. Foreign pressure is trying to force Huawei to abandon chip design and Harmony OS, sell them off, and crawl back to Qualcomm chips and Android instead. Wang Renfei refuses to bend, but his words leave Li Qingqian frowning again, because this curse always leads back to the same dead end: chips. And once again Li Qingqian traces the chip crisis back to its true root: realizing that a domestic advanced lithography machine would break open both Huawei's trap and Divine Dragon's stalled phone plans at once. By the end of the call, his resolve hardens into one clear goal. No matter how difficult it is, he has to solve the lithography machine problem. Back at Divine Dragon Software, Li Qingqian heads into the private studio he built on the floor above the company just for his next piece of black tech. Zhao Na greets him by the workbench and softly reports that all the materials and custom tools he ordered before leaving for Dragon City are finally ready. Li Qingqian is pleased with the setup, but Zhao Na seizes the chance to bring up something more practical and asks again for a raise. She knows the company just took in 100 million yuan, so earning only a few thousand a month as an executive suddenly feels impossible to swallow. Instead of answering directly, Li Qingqian grins and reminds Zhao Na about the bet she made when the Divine Dragon optimization app was chasing 10 million installs in 3 days. The moment she catches his expression, Zhao Na goes red, drops the topic on the spot, and flees the room like a startled rabbit. Left alone, Li Qingqian laughs it off and quietly decides she will get both a raise and a big year-end bonus once the company settles. He sits down at the workbench with real excitement, because today he plans to build the first verification machine for a brainwave receiver. For him, this device is not just a gadget. It is the key to escaping the brutal side effects that mental coding put on his body while he built the Divine Dragon operating system core. Once he sorts the parts, Li Qingqian activates focus and rational thinking, and his whole expression turns cold and mechanical. Worker skills kick in next, giving him master-level tool control and absurdly precise measurement sense down to nanometer-scale mistakes. He goes all in on assembly, fixing sensors, wiring, and electronic modules into a silver helmet that is packed with 128 internal electrodes. He also builds a separate signal processing box loaded with amplification, filtering, control, and conversion circuits, then links it all back to the helmet by cable. 3 hours later, Li Qingqian finishes the first-generation brainwave receiver and finally has the hardware in front of him. A quick test proves the hardware works, but only in the most basic way. Once he wears the helmet, the computer receives a flood of raw 0 and 1 data with no meaning at all. That makes the next hurdle obvious. The real battle is software that can translate those signals into words, images, and usable input. He breaks down why brainwave coding defeats normal researchers. The human brain spits out overlapping thoughts, flashes of images, and random impulses all at once, so supercomputers still barely decode anything useful. But Li Qingqian has one huge advantage. Under focus and rational thinking, his brain runs almost like a machine, with no distracting noise getting in the way. So he starts training the system manually, thinking of one clear symbol at a time and matching each brainwave pattern to a specific character. He races through numbers and symbols first, then English letters, turning raw brain signals into a growing codebook at insane speed. Then he spends 5 straight hours encoding 6,500 common Chinese characters and punctuation until the text input base is finally broad enough to matter. After that, he writes filters to throw out stray thoughts and random mental flashes, locking the system into a practical text-only mode. He knows the trade-off right away. This version can only handle words, not images or video, but for now that is enough. To prove it, he opens a blank document and starts brainwave typing directly into it. Lines of code pour onto the screen on their own, and after 1 minute he measures a terrifying 3,087 characters of input speed. That result stuns even him, because once text can move at the speed of thought, ordinary typing limits are basically dead. He even judges this brainwave coding as more outrageous than the operating system itself, a true black technology decades ahead of what the world should be able to build. Still, one wrong character bothers him, so instead of celebrating he goes straight back into calibration. The second test comes back cleaner and faster, hitting 3,259 characters in a minute with no errors at all. Now satisfied, Li Qingqian confirms the brainwave receiver is basically complete, and only needs continued fine-tuning in real use. That immediately opens 2 delayed projects for him, the computer version of the Divine Dragon system, and a dedicated programming environment built around it. His reasoning is cold and strategic. A desktop system can break the boycott against him, and a custom software ecosystem can stop foreign giants from choking Divine Dragon through Android dependence. He also makes a firm security decision. Brainwave coding will never support Windows, Linux, or Mac. It will belong only to the computer version of the Divine Dragon system. His launch plan forms just as clearly: finish the desktop system first, perfect the brainwave coding through use, and release both together in one major event. Only when he checks the time does he realize he has worked straight through the day and missed the phone launch events he meant to watch. So he checks the trending topics instead, and the numbers are brutal. Divine Dragon phones sold out in 10 minutes while Haim and Oppo launches collapsed. Another headline makes the larger shift clear too. National Telecommunications Manufacturing has already grabbed 50 million offline orders in a single day. Li Qingqian opens a viral tech article next, and its side-by-side comparison argues that Haim and Oppo simply lost fair and square. The article's conclusion is simple. Longyao Generation 3 crushes the low-end value fight, while Huawei's breakthrough Generation 1 dominates the high-end. The deadliest point is not even hardware. The blogger says the real fatal flaw is that those phones do not have the Divine Dragon system. The comment section is even harsher, mocking Haim's flashy buzzwords as primitive tricks next to Divine Dragon's real performance gains. Users are also passing around screenshots of launch day humiliation, especially Lei Che freezing when he sees how low the sales count really is. Another viral image shows Qian Yongning walking off in a daze, turning the failed launch into public entertainment. By the time he closes the page, Li Qingqian is already thinking ahead. He still will not step in yet, because the manufacturers have not reached true desperation. He wants them to exhaust every move first, because only then can he force a full consolidation of the domestic phone industry under his terms. With that market question shelved for later, his attention snaps back to the lab and to the most personal test of all, whether the receiver truly cancels mental coding's side effects. To prepare, he swallows 10 medicinal wolfberries and settles into the chair with the helmet on, this time keeping his hands off the keyboard entirely. Then he activates focus, rational thinking, and mental coding together, bracing for the old pain that used to hit the moment the skill started. But the pain never comes. Instead of twitching and going numb, Li Qingqian feels a clean, smooth data channel open between his brain and the computer. The system confirms it too. The experimental brainwave receiver removes the side effects and stretches mental coding from 5 minutes to 20. He does not waste the opening. Right away he clones the Divine Dragon System source code into a new project named Divine Dragon System Computer Edition. Using brainwave coding and mental coding together, he tears into the rebuild and writes roughly 3,000 new lines in a single minute. Because the original system already uses a microkernel design, the desktop port mostly means rewriting a smaller set of core code, drivers, and the unified desktop layer. By the end of the 20-minute window, he has already finished the core reconstruction and poured out 60,000 lines of code. When the skill ends, the old backlash still does not hit. He feels only tired, and that alone tells him the biggest restriction on his growth is finally gone. The breakthrough hits him hard enough that he jumps up in excitement, already aiming straight at the companies that kept trying to restrict him. Now that side effects are no longer chaining him down, he opens his personal interface and immediately decides to spend experience on mental coding. He upgrades mental coding in quick succession until it reaches expert level, burning through huge chunks of experience in exchange for a much stronger tool. At expert, the skill finally expands beyond words, giving him the ability to input images, audio, and video directly from thought. The duration jumps to 2 hours too, and with the brainwave receiver's enhancement that means an effective 8-hour work session, enough for serious non-stop development. He wanted to push it all the way to master, but even his experience pool is not deep enough for that yet. Even so, this is more than enough to keep moving, so he grabs another handful of wolfberries and dives right back into work on the computer edition. His target is blunt now. Since Windows joined the companies trying to box him in, he plans to answer with a Divine Dragon computer system built to drive Windows out of Divine Dragon Nation first. And once that foothold is secure, he intends to push the same system outward step by step until it takes market share across the world. What gives him that confidence is the receiver itself, because brainwave input could make software teams using Divine Dragon hundreds of times faster than anyone stuck on ordinary systems. Early the next morning, Li Qingqian returned to Peach Blossom Mountain with a huge suitcase and headed straight into the dense forest alone. He had burned through all his wolfberries the night before, so he came back to the mountain looking for a stronger way to refill stamina. Just analyzing something as complex as a phone processor could cost hundreds of thousands of stamina points, so ordinary wolfberries were nowhere near enough anymore. Remembering how the game worked, he gambled that the ginseng he planted a month ago had grown into something far more valuable. When the old trail had nearly vanished under spring growth, Li Qingqian relaxed instead of panicking, because it meant no one else had come this way. He finally reached the hidden plots and froze at the sight of dense ginseng leaves covering all 4 reclaimed squares of black soil. He harvested one plot first, and the packed ginseng vanished in a flash, leaving 3 piles of rewards on the ground. The first pile turned out to be 30-year ginseng, and each tiny root restored 1,000 stamina points, making Li Qingqian instantly light up. That one result also proved the game's farming rules still worked in real life, which made the hidden mountain plot even more important than before. The second pile was even better, blood red vitality ginseng that restored 10,000 stamina points per piece. Then he saw the last reward, high-quality ginseng seeds that grew twice as fast and had a much higher chance to mutate. With those seeds, Li Qingqian could already picture a future supply of stronger and stronger ginseng feeding his manufacturing plans. Since Peach Blossom Mountain was open to the public, he stopped taking risks and harvested the other 3 plots immediately. By the time he finished, he had hauled in hundreds of 30-year roots, dozens of vitality ginseng, and a mountain of high-quality seeds. He packed the rare harvest into the suitcase, then planted and harvested wolfberries so he could leave with fresh stamina supplies too. This time he left the land completely bare, cutting off the mountain site for good before anyone could trace the abnormal crops back to him. Back at Divine Dragon Software, Zhao now watched in bafflement as Li Qingqian hauled a suitcase and 2 huge bags of wolfberries upstairs to his private studio. Watching him chew wolfberries every day, Zhao Na started wondering if something was wrong with Li Qingqian's body or habits. When she remembered overhearing him excitedly say let's go all out the night before, Zhao not only got more embarrassed and more confused. Meanwhile, Li Qingqian shut himself in the studio, grabbed another handful of wolfberries, and switched straight into work mode. He activated focus, rational thinking, and mental coding, then buried himself in building a brainwave receiver demo before tomorrow's meeting. He planned to use the brainwave input effect to impress He Hongyan, Zhou Xiaoyun, and Wang Renfei when they arrived in person. By 10 the next morning, he had finished all 5 handmade brainwave receivers and connected them to computers running the Divine Dragon computer system. At the same moment, the Divine Dragon system computer version finally hit 100% completion and reached B- grade. The completion reward dropped 2 million experience points into his pool, marking his first B software and likely a world first at that level. More importantly, the finished system ran fast and smooth, and he had already built the compiler and virtual machines needed to convert outside software into Divine Dragon programs. Before he could celebrate, Zhao Na knocked and told him that He Hongyan, Zhou Xiaoyun, and Wang Renfei were already waiting downstairs in the meeting room. Li Qingqian asked for a moment, checked all 5 machines one by one, and only went down after confirming the demo was flawless. Down in the meeting room, the greetings ended quickly and Zhou Xiaoyun opened with very good news about Long Yao Generation 3 sales. He proudly reported that monthly production had reached 15 million phones, yet demand was still far higher than supply. A huge order of 100 million units had already landed, and online orders alone had broken 10 million, leaving Zhou Xiaoyun almost glowing with pride. For the first time in his career, even higher-ups who used to avoid him were calling personally just to beg for Long Yao quotas. He added that foreign companies also wanted the phone because its domestic hardware and Divine Dragon system were finally being seen as advanced rather than backward. After the good news, Zhou Xiaoyun turned serious and laid out the first hard problem. Chip, memory, and storage supply still capped production at 15 million phones a month. His second problem was political as much as commercial. Long Yao's low price was crushing rival domestic brands, so he asked whether they should raise it. Then he reached the real bombshell. Android was preparing an SDK update that would make new Android apps reject the Divine Dragon system entirely. Li Qingqian stayed calm, wrote every issue into his notebook, and moved on to hear the others before answering. When Li Qingqian asked for Wang Renfei's side, Wang bluntly said Huawei's core problem was still the same as ever, not enough chips. Even so, Wang Renfei urged Li Qingqian to treat the software ecosystem attack as the top priority, because it threatened everything else. He Hongyan confirmed the timeline was brutally short. Android's updated SDK would go live in just 5 days. Once that happened, every newly made or updated Android app would automatically carry a network verification lock that Divine Dragon could not bypass. The only temporary relief was that old apps would still run, but everybody in the room knew that was not a system anyone could survive on for long. He Hongyan spelled it out plainly. Android had chosen Divine Dragon's weakest point and was trying to strangle its software ecosystem before it could mature. Even with all eyes on him, Li Qingqian looked completely unshaken. He answered the supply question first and admitted he could not solve the chip shortage yet. On pricing though, Li Qingqian drew a hard line. Domestic prices would not rise unless raw material costs went up. He argued that cheap, high-volume Long Yao phones would feed domestic suppliers with orders and profit, strengthening the whole local hardware chain. He also pointed out that rival domestic brands relied on imported core parts, so their success did far less to build the country's own industry. For exports, however, Li Qingqian was much less generous and told Zhou Xiaoyun to triple the selling price and the system authorization fee. Then Li Qingqian finally turned to the most dangerous issue and told them not to worry about the software ecosystem. Seeing they still looked unconvinced, he decided words were not enough and invited them upstairs to see something good for themselves. Li Qingqian leads the group upstairs into his private studio, where 5 strange helmet-like devices are waiting beside the computers. He Hongyan stares at the device and bluntly asks what a brainwave receiver has to do with their software crisis. Li Qingqian puts one on and says the answer is mental inputting, but that only makes the others look even more confused. He Hongyan says he knows the tech is real, but the public versions are flashy toys with terrible accuracy, not something that can change software development. Li Qingqian just smiles and says his brainwave receiver is different, then opens a blank document and tells them to watch. In only a few breaths, the questions they raised earlier appear on screen as clean, complete text without Li Qingqian touching the keyboard. The room goes dead quiet as everyone stares, and Zhao Na is the first to realize this could crush a whole day of office work into a single hour. Li Qingqian pulls up the stats window, and the numbers make the shock worse. 20 seconds, about 1,000 characters, and input speed far beyond human limits. Before they can recover, Li Qingqian opens a second file and starts showing the part that really matters to them: code. Lines of code pour onto the screen at absurd speed, and in 1 minute Li Qingqian finishes a simple calculator program with pure mental input. He runs the calculator on the spot, and it works, turning the shocking coding speed into proof that the receiver can handle real development work. The next stats panel lands even harder, because 1 minute of mental coding has already matched what top programmers usually need a full day to finish. Now the 4 guests stop seeing a gadget and start seeing a weapon, because this kind of input speed could push productivity dozens of times higher across the whole internet industry. Seeing their faces, Li Qingqian casually offers the obvious next step and asks if they want to try it themselves. They put the receivers on immediately, and under Li Qingqian's guidance their own thoughts start turning into words on screen with almost no learning curve. Wang Renfei blurts out his numbers in disbelief after mentally typing more than 2,000 characters in 1 minute without a single mistake. Zhao Na is just as shaken when 5 minutes of mental input finishes a 5,000-word report that would normally cost her an entire day. Zhou Xiaoyun comes away looking like he just touched science fiction, because he never expected this kind of device to exist in Li Qingqian's hands already. He Hongyan tests the one thing he cares about most, writing code instead of plain text, and the result hits him even harder. He checks the finished code line by line, finds no errors at all, and even the debug run succeeds on the spot. That is the moment He Hongyan finally says it out loud. This invention could change the entire internet industry. Once the awe settles into greed, He Hongyan asks the question everyone is thinking and wants: the price of the brainwave receiver right now. Wang Renfei and Zhou Xiaoyun stand up at the same time, making it obvious they want in two before Li Qingqian can even answer. Li Qingqian keeps control of the room by steering them away from the sale and first asking what they really think of mental inputting itself. The answers come fast and unanimous. Wang Renfei calls it a world-changing innovation, Zhou Xiaoyun calls it black technology, and Zhao Na can barely hide her excitement. Even after praising it, He Hongyan circles right back to the real issue and presses Li Qingqian again to say whether he will sell it. Li Qingqian finally explains the catch. The receiver only works together with the computer version of the Divine Dragon system, so selling the helmet alone would be useless. That answer visibly deflates the room, until Li Qingqian adds that he will talk price after he finishes introducing the full computer system. The second their hopes revive, all three men start reserving units on the spot, afraid someone else will grab the advantage first. With their attention finally where he wanted it, Li Qingqian begins introducing the computer version of the Divine Dragon system itself. He explains that the computer system uses a microkernel design inherited from the phone system, so adapting it for PCs is straightforward and performance should beat Windows by a wide margin. He adds that even old machines can run it smoothly, and that the system supports x86, ARM, and even the domestic Dragon Core framework. Then he reveals the first half of the ecosystem answer. The computer system can directly work with Android and Linux software. He Hongyan immediately pushes back, warning that leaning on Android again could expose them to the same kind of trap that just hit the mobile system. Li Qingqian tells him not to worry, because he already built the real answer behind the compatibility layer, the Divine Dragon compiler. He says one command can convert source code from Windows, Apple, Linux, and even Android into native Divine Dragon software, leaving the whole room staring at him in disbelief again. Because the claim is so outrageous, it would sound fake from anyone else, but after the brainwave receiver demo none of them can dismiss Li Qingqian anymore. Li Qingqian drives the point home. The software ecosystem crisis they kept worrying about was never really a crisis for him in the first place. He explains that compiled Android source code will not just run on Divine Dragon, it will run as native software with performance more than 50% better than ordinary Android compatibility. Then he goes even further and says this compiler is only a temporary step, because he plans to build dedicated smart development tools for the Divine Dragon system next. With the brainwave receiver and mental input added to those tools, he says developers will be able to produce native applications at terrifying speed. The others look at him like he is a monster, because his temporary fix already sounds more outrageous than anyone else's final solution. Li Qingqian immediately turns the invention into strategy by telling He Hongyan to unleash news of the Divine Dragon compiler the moment Android updates its SDK and tries to squeeze them again. He says he does not just want to survive Android's move, he wants to slap Android in the face and prove Divine Dragon is the stronger technology. Then Li Qingqian lays out his most aggressive line of all. Whether Android likes it or not, he will use Android's own app ecosystem to build Divine Dragon's ecosystem anyway. He openly calls himself a bandit, daring Android to stop him if it can, and the sheer boldness leaves the whole room stirred. His declaration lands because everyone in that room knows how long foreign tech giants have acted like the real bandits, squeezing domestic companies through hardware and platform control. By the end of the meeting, everyone can feel that Li Qingqian has taken another hard step toward controlling the domestic mobile phone industry by laying the software foundation first. Back in the meeting room, Li Qingqian finally names the launch price. One full brainwave receiver set will cost just 100,000 yuan, including the computer, the Divine Dragon system, and the receiver itself. The room goes still for a beat, because everyone expected a million yuan luxury device, and Li Qingqian just undercut that by a full order of magnitude. Then the shock turns into a scramble as the industry bosses start fighting over the 5 available units, and even try to lock in future orders on the spot. Even Zhao Na is stunned, because these powerful executives are acting like they are afraid the future will sell out before they can touch it. Li Qingqian raises his voice, cuts through the noise, and tells them each company will take one setback for testing instead of grabbing everything at once. He immediately pivots to the real fight and confirms with He Hongyan that Android plans to push its hostile SDK update on the morning of April 13th. With that timing confirmed, Li Qingqian announces that Divine Dragon Software will answer Android head-on with its own online press conference that same day. He sets the launch lineup clearly: the Brainwave Receiver, the computer version of the Divine Dragon system, and the Divine Dragon compiler will all debut at that event. Li Qingqian asks He Hongyan to handle publicity and livestream coordination, making it clear that Divine Dragon will pay for the full media push. His second request is even more urgent. The phone factory plans are on hold, and He Hongyan needs to redirect production to make at least 10,000 brainwave receivers in the 7 days left before launch. He Hongyan agrees at once, because Li Qingqian is not planning a hollow slideshow launch. He wants real products ready to demonstrate and sell. Next, Li Qingqian turns to Zhou Xiaoyun and asks for 1 million Long Yao Generation 3 phones to be sold during the press conference. He also asks Zhou Xiaoyun to send engineers from the National Telecommunications Manufacturing Company to help demonstrate the brainwave receiver live. Zhou Xiaoyun accepts without hesitation, because this launch matters just as much to his company as it does to Divine Dragon Software. Li Qingqian then asks Wang Renfei to prepare 100,000 Breakthrough Generation 1 phones for the launch, knowing Huawei is already tight on chip inventory. Wang Renfei goes further than requested and offers 200,000 units instead, backing Li Qingqian even at a real cost to Huawei's remaining stock. Li Qingqian returns the favor immediately and invites Huawei into the computer side business by asking for 10,000 computers preloaded with the Divine Dragon system to bundle with the receivers. That offer lights Wang Renfei right up, and he promises to get the computer preparation done. Before wrapping up, Li Qingqian orders everyone to keep the Divine Dragon compiler secret and let all public attention stay fixed on the brainwave receiver. He even jokes that Android worked so hard on this SDK attack that Divine Dragon should at least let them feel happy for a little while before the real blow lands. The room fully relaxes as the executives imagine Android, Windows, and Apple exploding when the compiler lets Divine Dragon inherit their entire software ecosystem. For Wang Renfei especially, the idea feels vindicating after all the pressure his company has endured from foreign tech restrictions. But his mood sharpens again when he warns Li Qingqian that once the foreign giants realize what he built, they may come after him by any means, including his personal safety. Li Qingqian answers with calm confidence, and says he knows exactly what he is doing. He starts leading everyone downstairs to go through the launch details, determined to leave no room for mistakes at the press conference. Then Li Qingqian notices nobody is actually following him, because the others have already rushed back to the table with the brainwave receivers. The executives are still too excited to trust promises alone, and each of them wants to personally secure a machine before talking about anything else. Li Qingqian can only laugh and order Zhao Na to find people to pack the machines and send them straight to each executive's car before they leave. Wang Renfei still isn't satisfied and specifically tells Zhao Na to supervise the packing carefully so nobody damages the devices. Only after giving repeated instructions do the executives reluctantly head downstairs, still looking back at the machines like they hate leaving them behind. A few days later, right before the launch, Li Qingqian sits in the renovated studio wearing a brainwave helmet and finishes typing the last character of a new program. A translucent system prompt appears in front of him and confirms that the mind control driver program has reached 100% completion at C- grade. The system also rewards him with a huge burst of experience, confirming this is another major step in his growth. This finished driver is the missing link for the brainwave receiver, because it lets the user operate a computer directly with thought at speed and precision far beyond a mouse and keyboard. Realizing the breakthrough, Li Qingqian stands up from the workstation and heads downstairs to rejoin the launch preparations. Zhao Na is already waiting outside his office, and she immediately starts briefing him on the online storm that has been building since April 6th. She explains that Android has been pushing continuous SDK updates, while internet influencers and verified accounts flood the web with attacks on the Divine Dragon system. The criticism is loud, but Zhao Na adds that most ordinary netizens still support Divine Dragon and even official media is speaking up on their side. Then Zhao Na hands over Android's latest notice, and it is so vicious that it reads more like a public curse than an official update. Li Qingqian barely reads the first part before sneering that Android is already scared, because only a threatened giant starts shouting like this. Zhao Na quietly agrees, because by now she knows any tech company Li Qingqian targets has good reason to panic. She continues the report and says the translated Android rant has spread everywhere, with verified accounts and Android phone brands reposting it until it reached the trending list. She warns that some Divine Dragon users are getting nervous now and have started asking the company directly whether the system is about to lose all software support. Instead of arguing online, Li Qingqian opens Weibo and posts a short teaser on both accounts. See you at the 2:30 press conference, and everything will be to your satisfaction. Zhao Na immediately follows with better news. Thanks to the launch campaign, the company's press conference is already a top trending topic. The rest of the top rankings are theirs too, with the brainwave receiver, Long Yao Generation 3 sales, Breakthrough Generation 1 sales, and the Divine Dragon computer system all surging together. She reports that major online platforms have already connected to the live stream and are giving the event prime placement inside their apps. Then she confirms the supply chain is ready too, starting with the 1 million Long Yao Generation 3 phones that have already been allocated for the launch. Baidu has also finished quality control on the brainwave receiver, so Divine Dragon is cleared to sell 10,000 units at the event. Huawei's side is ready as well, with 10,000 Divine Dragon computers prepared and 100,000 breakthrough phones lined up for sale. She adds that the demonstration sets for the 3 partner companies are also finished, which means every major piece of the launch is finally in place. By the time Zhao Na finishes, her face is flushed with excitement, because she truly believes this press conference is about to shock the entire world. At the same time in Haim's CEO office, Lei Che interrupts a senior management meeting just to stare at Li Qingqian's new post and wonder what he is planning. Lei Che tries to imagine a counterplay, but he still cannot believe anyone can survive after Android's reinforced SDK cuts off app compatibility. The same cold judgment spreads to rival phone makers, and in one such office Qian Yongming decides Li Qingqian is just a cornered man refusing to admit defeat. One more watcher is even nastier. Wu Shudian, the local Google representative behind the Sweetness Overseas account, reads the post and mocks Li Qingqian as a joke. Wu Shudian immediately forwards the live stream link and his own taunting report back to headquarters, calling the upcoming event Divine Dragon Software's death throes. He even dismisses the brainwave receiver as fake propaganda, convinced that a country he looks down on could never produce technology this advanced. At exactly 2 in the afternoon, Divine Dragon Software's launch livestream goes live, and the audience floods in so fast it already feels like a major event. The hype around the brainwave receiver and phones running the Divine Dragon system pulls in even more people, and by 2:30 the stream has hit a staggering 50 million viewers. The crowd is not just fans either, because executives from Android, overseas operating system companies, and phone brands like Haim and Oppo have quietly joined to watch Li Qingqian fail. They believe Android's new SDK update has already cut off Divine Dragon's app ecosystem, so they are waiting for the pressure to finally crush Li Qingqian. At the same time, researchers and tech companies drawn by the brainwave receiver tune in too, turning the launch into a showdown the whole industry is watching. When the conference officially starts at 2:30, the camera opens on Divine Dragon Software's renovated upstairs studio, now dressed up like a clean sci-fi stage. Li Qingqian opens calmly with Divine Dragon Software's slogan and a promise that today's launch will reveal 4 products. He immediately names the first release, the Divine Dragon Compiler. Instead of jumping into features, Li Qingqian directly calls out the online attacks and says Android tried to kill Divine Dragon by striking at its weakest point, the app ecosystem. He lays out the damage plainly. Hostile verified accounts mocked Divine Dragon, and even the national telecommunications manufacturing company was hit by refund panic from worried buyers. Then he flips the mood and says those people will be disappointed, because every outside attack has only pushed the Divine Dragon system to become stronger. Li Qingqian finally explains the compiler's purpose. It exists to solve Divine Dragon's ecosystem problem once and for all. His answer is almost absurdly simple. With a single command, the compiler can turn apps from other systems into native Divine Dragon apps and even boost their performance by more than 50%. To prove it on the spot, he opens Baidu's app source code, launches the Divine Dragon compiler, and prepares a live conversion in front of everyone. He types the tiny command ls, and a brand new installation file appears almost immediately, making the whole process look ridiculously easy. Li Qingqian installs the converted app onto his phone right there at the launch, and it runs smoothly without any visible problems. The live stream audience erupts, because Android's fresh blockade suddenly looks useless and Divine Dragon's supporters feel like Li Qingqian has pulled them back from the edge. For ordinary users, the message is simple. After getting used to a smooth system that does not lag or drain battery, they do not want to go back to Android. But the people who really understand the danger go pale, and Lei Che and Qian Yongming instantly realize the compiler has just shattered their plan to profit from Divine Dragon's ecosystem crisis. They had counted on Android's SDK update to wreck Divine Dragon's sales and push buyers back toward their own phones, but now that hope is gone in one stroke. With better performance, software access, price, and even the emotional pull of being a domestic system, Divine Dragon now looks like the obvious choice against their Android phones. On the other side of the world, Google's new CEO Pai Che watches the demo with a smug glass of red wine in hand, until the conversion result makes him shoot to his feet in shock. He even spills wine all over his pants and ignores it completely, because the move he designed to kill Divine Dragon now looks like a bad joke. Android executive Vass reacts just as hard, staring at the screen and blurting out that this level of technology should be impossible from the East. Then Vass grabs at a lifeline and argues that the whole demonstration might be fake, because no one on screen seemed to be controlling a mouse or keyboard. The more Vass talks, the more convinced he becomes that Li Qingqian is just playing a pre-recorded fake video to fool them. That excuse briefly eases the room, and even the Apple and Windows representatives on the video call relax a little at the possibility that the launch is just a bluff. Then Li Qingqian calmly raises the stakes again by announcing that the compiler can convert Apple apps too. He performs the same kind of one-click conversion live again, making the Apple app transformation look just as simple and just as real. That second demo sends viewers into another wave of excitement, because Divine Dragon suddenly looks like a system that can absorb the best software from both major rivals. Fans start saying the old weakness is gone now, and that Divine Dragon's app ecosystem may soon outgrow both Android and Apple. For phone brands like AIM, the situation turns even uglier, because the Android update they were counting on has produced the exact opposite result. They can only keep insisting to themselves that this is a fake PowerPoint launch, because if the compiler is real, their last bit of hope disappears. Apple CEO Cook starts cool and confident, but the moment he sees an Apple app converted into a Divine Dragon app, his face darkens and he rises in anger on the video call. Cook explodes, calling Li Qingqian a bandit and a thief because Apple's exclusive software is one of the reasons customers pay for Apple phones in the first place. He knows that if those Apple-only apps become available on the Divine Dragon system, the appeal of expensive Apple phones will drop hard. Pai Che, secretly enjoying Cook's pain, tries to calm him by insisting again on the same excuse that the Divine Dragon compiler must be fake. Cook does not care whether it is fake or not, because as far as he is concerned, Li Qingqian has already crossed a line and Apple will not let him off. Then Windows CEO Seisha cuts in on the video call with a pointed question. If the Divine Dragon compiler is actually real, what exactly are Cook and Pai Che going to do? Seisha's question lands because he already knows how deadly this kind of tool would be, after watching Windows' own mobile system fail years ago when it could not build a software ecosystem. As Li Qingqian's announcement lands, Seisha catches the one thing he wanted to see most. Cook and Pai Che are genuinely scared of the Divine Dragon compiler. When Seisha starts talking, Cook and Pai Che snap at him together and tell him to shut up, already rattled by what Li Qingqian has unleashed. Then Li Qingqian calmly drops worse news on the live stream. The Divine Dragon compiler is already on the official website, and anyone can download it for free. For ordinary viewers that sounds generous, but for the phone giants it means the threat is no longer theoretical anymore. At home, Lei Che slumps into a sofa, because Li Qingqian would never release it publicly unless the compiler really worked. Still clinging to procedure, Lei Che orders Xiaoli to download the Divine Dragon compiler and test it immediately. The result comes back fast and brutal. Xiaoli compiles Hame's desktop software successfully, and it runs smoothly on a phone through debugging. That one test breaks Lei Che on the spot, and he can only curse Li Qingqian as a monster. His panic turns into regret, because he knows this disaster traces back to the day he blocked Divine Dragon optimization from Hame phones and stores. Over at Oppo and Vivo, Qian Yongming and Shenwan sent order tests of the Divine Dragon compiler, both hoping it will fail and both getting the same bad answer. When the test proves the compiler is real, Qian Yongming goes pale, because his company's huge unsold phone inventory is about to turn into a loss. Abroad, Cook and Pai Che also verify the compiler for themselves, and the test wipes out any last hope that Li Qingqian was bluffing. Cook explodes first, raging that Li Qingqian is stealing Apple's position in broad daylight and threatening the status of the iPhone. What stings even more is that the threat came from a company in the East, in a place Cook never believed could build technology like this. Cook's anger hardens into a threat, and he vows that Li Qingqian will pay for this. Pai Che looks even worse, because he sees the bigger danger. The Divine Dragon system plus this compiler could gut Android itself. In Pai Che's eyes, the market logic is brutal. If a cheap Divine Dragon phone runs better than a pricier Android model and already has app support, buyers will stop choosing Android. That fear turns personal when he remembers Android brings in more than half of Google's profits, and losing it could get him torn apart by shareholders. He immediately shifts from panic to containment, and decides the Divine Dragon system must never be allowed to spread beyond Divine Dragon country. Then Pai Che reaches a darker conclusion. If Li Qingqian is the source of the threat, killing him would solve the problem. Back on stage, Li Qingqian keeps his tone steady and repeats Divine Dragon Software's slogan, use technology to raise efficiency and innovation to benefit the world. He frames the Divine Dragon compiler as a tool that cuts app migration from months to minutes and saves developers from endless duplicate work. He pushes the point further by saying the compiler helps everyone else make money and gives users better software faster, even if it feels like poison to Apple and Android. After wrapping up the first product, Li Qingqian moves straight to the next reveal, the computer version of the Divine Dragon system. The new presentation opens with a wall of advanced features, making it clear that the computer system inherits the same high-end technology as the mobile version. Li Qingqian starts by reminding the audience that the country never truly controlled its own phone or computer operating systems, because Windows has dominated for years. To answer people who think a domestic system is unnecessary, he fires off a crude but memorable joke comparing it to asking why you need your own child when someone else already has one. He quickly drops the humor and turns grave, warning that foreign cutoffs in software or hardware could cripple the country's entire computer infrastructure. He drives the danger home by saying a single hostile line of code could wreck communications, freeze weapons, and leave the country defenseless in a real war. That warning hits the live stream hard, and patriotic support floods in alongside one stubborn reality check. People want domestic systems, but they still need usable software for work. Some viewers spell it out even more plainly. They are willing to switch, but only if critical tools like CAD actually run on the new platform. Li Qingqian answers that concern head-on by saying the computer version was rebuilt from the mobile system with a microkernel and reaches roughly twice Windows performance. He keeps stacking promises, saying the system also beats Linux in stability and security, with no lag and no blue screen style crashes forcing reboots. Then he gets to the point everyone cares about most and pauses before talking about software ecology. First, he says Divine Dragon computers can run Divine Dragon mobile apps natively, making phone software feel at home on the desktop. Second, he says the same compiler can also convert Windows, Apple, and Linux software and games into native Divine Dragon computer programs with one line of code. To prove it, Li Qingqian demonstrates common desktop software and even a popular 10-cent game running after conversion. The live stream erupts again, and this time even the new operating system gets overshadowed by how absurdly powerful the Divine Dragon compiler looks. For developers, the appeal is obvious. A new platform now means new profit without months of extra porting work. Overseas, the pressure finally pulls Windows into the same crisis room, where Seisha joins Cook and Pai Che in an emergency video conference. Seisha is furious because the phone side never touched Windows directly, but a computer system plus software conversion is a direct raid on his core business. He curses Li Qingqian as a robber, because Windows spent decades building a software ecosystem that Divine Dragon now seems ready to seize overnight. In Seisha's mind, Windows rules because it has everything from tiny utility apps to heavy industrial software, and no other platform ever came close. He also knows Windows trained the whole world through ease of use and tolerated piracy on personal computers to lock users in and make enterprises pay later. Now he sees that 40 years of Windows exclusivity could vanish in a blink, and the thought makes him openly call Divine Dragon a rogue company. Cook piles on next, cursing that Li Qingqian is now coming after Apple's computer software too, not just its phones. Pai Che tries to calm Seisha by arguing that people in Divine Dragon country are already used to free Windows, so the new system still won't be easy to spread. That reassurance steadies Seisha a little, and he grabs onto the belief that Windows still rules the world and cannot be displaced so easily. From there, Pai Che proposes a joint response. The three of them should ask the Western Empire to put Divine Dragon software on the sanctions list. All three agree at once, because they still trust Western control of key software to choke Li Qingqian's system before it can become truly usable for work and production. At the live stream launch, Li Qingqian opens by showing the Divine Dragon system handling office work, games, chat, streaming, and web browsing without a hitch. The audience quickly realizes the system already looks mature, and its desktop feels familiar enough that Windows users would not need to relearn everything. Viewers get even more excited when they notice the demo machine is low-end, yet the system still runs games with shockingly strong performance. As confidence rises, the live stream chat narrows to one practical question. Everyone wants to know what the Divine Dragon system will cost. Li Qingqian answers cleanly. For individual users, the Divine Dragon system is temporarily free. He makes that choice deliberately, knowing a paid launch would scare off users and hand critics an easy way to call him greedy. He also reveals the real business model. Software will go through the App Store for revenue sharing, while companies and government departments will still pay for the system. That free announcement lands hard, and the live stream mood flips into excited approval and impatience to try it immediately. Li Qingqian keeps the momentum going by showing an installer built for ordinary users, with basically one thing to do: click install. He adds one more reassurance. The installation will automatically move the user's existing personal files into the new system. The on-screen walkthrough is so simple that viewers start saying even complete beginners could handle the switch themselves. As the installer demo ends, many people stop watching passively and start downloading the system right away. Far overseas, Windows CEO Seisha watches the same launch with a darkening face and decides to test the Divine Dragon installer himself. When he opens the installer and sees it is almost absurdly simple, Seisha grows even more uneasy. The installation races forward, and soon his screen reboots into a dramatic Divine Dragon system startup screen with a huge dragon emblem. Once the desktop appears, Seisha instantly spits out the same accusation he fears most. To him, it looks like shameless Windows plagiarism. Then he notices the network is already configured and immediately suspects the installer of stealing user information during migration. But when he opens the migrated files folder, he finds all of the old personal files neatly preserved, which makes the installer look even more dangerous from a competitive standpoint. He keeps testing the bundled software one by one, and every result is bad news for Windows because the system runs smoothly across office work, games, video, and browsing. By the time he finishes, Seisha has stopped mocking it and started treating the Divine Dragon system as Windows' biggest threat yet. He lists the problem clearly in his own head. The system is good, beautiful, free, easy to migrate to, and already rich enough in applications. That leads him to a blunt conclusion. Windows may truly lose the personal computer market in the Divine Dragon country. Even so, he refuses to panic over the consumer side because Windows was not making real money there under its own soft free strategy anyway. He decides the real battlefield is still the enterprise market, where industrial software keeps companies tied to Windows. In his view, sanctions and unsupported industrial software are enough to wall Divine Dragon software out of both enterprise contracts and overseas expansion, which should choke its growth for now. Back at the launch, Li Qingqian shifts to what he calls the real star of the event, brainwave coding technology. He makes the stakes clear right away. Without brainwave coding, Divine Dragon's system is just another usable operating system, but this feature makes it impossible to replace. When Li Qingqian says people will be able to operate a computer and enter thoughts directly with brainwaves, the live stream fills with disbelief almost instantly. Instead of arguing with the doubts, he immediately unveils the fourth product too, a brainwave receiver helmet meant to capture human thoughts. He explains that the receiver and the system's built-in brainwave coding work together, turning the sci-fi pitch into a live testable setup. Then he puts the helmet on his own head, making it obvious he intends to prove everything on the spot. A document opens on the desktop, and Li Qingqian starts his first live demonstration with brainwave Chinese input. Without touching a keyboard, lines of Chinese text begin pouring into the document just from his thoughts. When the statistics panel appears, Li Qingqian calmly announces the result: 3,657 characters in 1 minute with 0 errors. The reaction is chaos, because to many viewers this looks less like a product launch and more like impossible future tech. Skeptics hit back just as hard, insisting the demonstration must be pre-recorded because current brainwave technology should not be anywhere near this level. Li Qingqian does not argue much. He just points to the practical result that brainwave input is about 100 times faster than typing and stays accurate as long as the mind stays focused. Then he raises the stakes again by saying he will use brainwaves to write code live, not just plain text. He keeps the target simple and concrete, saying he will build a basic chat program with add friend and messaging functions. Code immediately starts appearing at absurd speed, turning the demonstration from surprising into downright intimidating for anyone in software. Just 2 minutes later, the chat software is finished, and Li Qingqian calmly reports the numbers: 14,244 characters and 284 lines of code. He pushes it one step further by debugging on the spot and announcing that the code passes without a single bug. That is the moment many viewers from internet companies and programming jobs stop treating it like a stunt and start seeing it as a terrifying productivity weapon. Programmers imagine finishing work in a fraction of the time, office workers dream about escaping overtime, and creators see a tool that could change their entire pace of output. Some viewers even jump to a national scale, arguing that if the product is real, this kind of tool could let the domestic software industry leap ahead for years. But the backlash never disappears, because just as many people keep insisting no private company could possibly build technology this far ahead of the times. By the end of the excerpt, the brainwave receiver has split the entire live stream in two. One side sees a revolution, and the other sees an obvious fraud because it looks too advanced to believe. During the overseas video call, Cook and Seisha go completely silent when Li Qingqian starts a live brainwave input demo. As the demo continues, the whole room realizes this is not a gimmick but mature brainwave analysis running in real time on a normal computer. When Li Qingqian uses brainwave input to finish a block of code at absurd speed, Cook and the others finally lose their composure. They instantly grasp the threat. If brainwave input really multiplies software work by 100, Divine Dragon's system just became far more dangerous than any rival platform. Cook, now openly shaken, admits he thought brainwave technology was still 50 years away from real commercialization. Seisha turns grim and says the West has to get this technology, or it will lose its grip on the software industry. In Seisha's eyes, this is no longer about one domestic market slipping away but about Divine Dragon country catching up to the West in software within a year. He warns that if they fail to seize brainwave analysis, Divine Dragon country could overtake the West in software technology in just 2 years. Seisha immediately proposes harsh options: sanctions, poaching Li Qingqian with money and residency, espionage, bribing employees, and even trading DUV machine access for the tech. Pai Che cuts in to cool everyone down and reminds them they still need to verify whether Li Qingqian's brainwave technology is genuine. He even floats a softer possibility. If this is just a show to attract investment, he would be interested in funding Divine Dragon software himself. Back at the press conference, Li Qingqian ignores the noisy livestream doubts and calmly explains what brainwave coding means for software development. He says speed is competitiveness, and a 100-fold jump in input efficiency could let one person build software that used to need a whole team. Then he moves to the next proof and announces he will show how brainwaves can directly control a computer. To make the test impossible to dismiss, Li Qingqian announces a live League of Legends match against Team EDG. He reveals the lineup with a straight face. Li Qingqian and 4 veteran executives will form an elderly's team to challenge the world champion squad. The live stream explodes with jokes about senior executives gaming, average ages over 50, and a 17-year-old somehow being on the elderly's team. Both sides enter the live stream smiling, and Team EDG looks especially relaxed because nobody believes the executives can really beat them. Miko cheerfully tells the audience Team EDG will play seriously, because Divine Dragon Software promised a 1 million yuan reward if they win. The audience still expects a stomp and keeps arguing that no amount of fancy tech can replace hand speed, practice, and game sense. Li Qingqian makes the rules crystal clear. His elderly's team will use brainwave receivers, and Team EDG will stick to mouse and keyboard. With the teams locked in, the match officially begins. 10 minutes later, the joke is over, and Miko types a stunned surrender message on screen. Team EDG has been crushed so badly that Miko alone died 11 times, and his whole side was wiped a staggering 43 times in 10 minutes. At first, Miko had only worried about not embarrassing the executives, but once the game started, he realized Li Qingqian was playing like a monster. Li Qingqian lands every last hit with machine precision and starves Miko of experience until he rockets ahead to level 5. After that, every time Miko meets Li Qingqian, he dies, and every attempt to gang up on him ends in another wipe. Even on the other lanes, the older executive team keeps overwhelming EDG, proving this is not a fluke from one player. Watching live, the audience can see why. With the brainwave receiver, Li Qingqian explains the match while his thoughts turn into actions with zero delay and zero misclicks. The comments swing from mockery to awe as viewers realize this kind of direct thought control beats raw hand speed entirely. After text input, coding, and now gaming, the public finally stops doubting that Li Qingqian's brainwave technology is real. Because major companies and a champion esports team took part live, the demonstration feels impossible to fake, and national pride surges through the stream. Once the match ends, Miko immediately asks the question everyone is waiting on: can he buy 10 sets of the brainwave receiver? His blunt request pulls the whole audience into silence, because now every viewer and every software company wants the same answer. Li Qingqian formally introduces the brainwave receiver as the fourth product and reminds everyone it only works together with the brainwave analysis technology. Then he lays down the hard rule: Divine Dragon software will only sell the receiver, Enterprise Divine Dragon system, and brainwave analysis technology as one bundle. He adds another lock on top of that: the whole setup only supports Divine Dragon system, so the hardware is useless on other operating systems. And to keep control of the technology, he announces the bundle is geo-locked and will stop working outside Divine Dragon country. Only after all the restrictions are clear does Li Qingqian name the price. One full set costs 100,000 yuan. He says sales open on the official website in 3 minutes, with only 10,000 sets in the first batch. He also opens sales for Long Yao Generation 3 and Breakthrough Generation 1 phones, turning the press conference into a coordinated product push. Before closing, Li Qingqian repeats the company's philosophy: use technology to boost efficiency and benefit the world. He quickly sums up the lineup again, from the Divine Dragon compiler to the free domestic operating system, while live user numbers keep climbing behind him. Then he points further ahead and says brainwave coding is still incomplete, because his next goal is direct audio, image, and even video input from the mind. He paints the bigger dream clearly: one day thoughts could turn straight into films, wallpapers, and music. With that final vision, Li Qingqian ends the press conference, and the live stream cuts to black. Even after the stream ends, viewers keep calling Divine Dragon software the greatest company in the world and Li Qingqian a scientist who could change an era. Others jump straight from awe to greed, joking about brainwave movies and racing off to buy receivers and phones before stock vanishes. The moment buyers flood the official site, the pre-order page shows terrifying numbers already lined up for all 3 products. What really stuns people is the brainwave bundle, because a 100,000 yuan product still pulls in 1.57 million reservations almost instantly. Then the final shock lands as the brainwave set reservation count surges again and breaks 2 million. In a tense video conference in the Western Empire, Cook, Pai Che, and Seisha finally accept that Divine Dragon's brainwave input and brainwave computer control are real. The 3 men immediately agree on one goal: get a brainwave receiver, crack it open, and take the whole brainwave technology for themselves. Confident in their supercomputers and cyber skills, they try to register on Divine Dragon Software's official site using stolen citizen data from Divine Dragon country. The site slams the door in their faces with the same blunt message: services are only provided to citizens of Divine Dragon country. Still unwilling to lose, they route their traffic through domestic network addresses and try again, only to hit the exact same wall. Seisha even drags in cybersecurity experts, but every workaround is detected, and none of them can create an account at all. For men used to getting special treatment everywhere, being locked out this completely feels like a humiliating reversal. Then their mood hardens again, because if the website is blocked, they can still buy through employees or business partners inside Divine Dragon country. They end the call convinced that money will solve the problem, and once they get the hardware, the brainwave secrets will be theirs. Back on Divine Dragon Software's side, reservations for brainwave receivers explode past 5 million before the sale even settles down. The first batch of 10,000 sets disappears in just 3 seconds, and the public is stunned by how fast 100,000 yuan devices vanished. Online comments instantly turn into a resale war, with buyers begging for units and companies offering huge premiums to grab any set they can. The frenzy spills into phones too, as Long Yao Generation 3 and Huawei Breakthrough Generation 1 devices sell out almost immediately. Divine Dragon Software's phone lines are flooded by one desperate question from every direction: when can people buy the next batch of brainwave receivers? Even with the chaos, the company stays strangely smooth because its own staff are already working through brainwave receivers. At Hain Corporation, Lei Che sits through the press conference fallout with a stone face and starts hearing bad news from every department. Secretary Xiaoli reports the first blow. Even after Lei Che ordered the whole company to join the buying rush, they still failed to get a single brainwave receiver. Lei Che turns to the sales department for answers, and the mood in the room only gets heavier. The sales report shows Haim 14 is collapsing, with only 70,000 units sold in half a month. The next slide is even uglier. Haim stocked 5 million White Me 80 phones and sold only 40,000. And it is not just phones, because Haim's computers, televisions, and smart appliances have all collapsed to less than 1/10 of last year's sales too. The warning turns brutal. If this collapse lasts a year, Haim could go bankrupt. The investigation points to one core cause: customers want the Divine Dragon system, and Haim is bleeding without it. That conclusion hits Haim's real nerve, because the company lives off the ad-heavy Haim system more than the hardware itself. The software side pushes back hard, warning that switching systems would wipe out Haim's built-in ad income. The sales side fires back that ad money can wait, because refusing Divine Dragon system may kill Haim right now. Leiche cuts them off, rubbing his brow as he admits the company is trapped between going bankrupt now or going bankrupt later. Then Leiche states the real problem. It no longer matters whether Haim wants the Divine Dragon system, only whether Li Qingqian will allow it. Back at Divine Dragon Software after the live stream, Li Qingqian hears the first results as the new CEO reports the fallout. The new CEO is clearly a trusted heavyweight, and his first report already sounds like a victory lap. He says the live stream pulled in 86 million viewers, and the company instantly dominated the national online conversation. Brainwave coding becomes the hottest topic in the country, with national media pushing it even higher. The sales figures are even more brutal: 1 billion yuan from the online sellout, another 3.6 billion expected from direct orders, and much larger deals already lining up. When the report reaches 260,000 potential corporate orders, even the room's professional calm starts to crack. In less than an hour, the Brainwave receiver has already pulled in almost 30 billion yuan in orders, with profits so absurd they feel historic. The new CEO is visibly won over, while Li Qingqian sits there like this level of success was expected. Then Huang Ting brings up the next temptation. Foreign buyers are flooding in too, asking for 500,000 Brainwave receivers at the same premium price. He is so excited by the demand that he says they could probably raise the price tenfold and still sell out overseas. Li Qingqian asks one quiet question first: which companies are trying to buy? When Huang Ting starts listing giants like Google and Qualcomm, Li Qingqian immediately understands exactly who is calling now. His answer is immediate and cold: Divine Dragon Software will not export Brainwave receivers to Western companies for now. Li Qingqian reminds him that those same Western firms once jointly banned Divine Dragon Software, so now he is returning the favor. He goes even further and says that if exports ever happen later, the West will only get older Brainwave receivers after Divine Dragon has moved on to better ones. The decision may cost tens of billions, but for once the supply cutoff is happening in the other direction, and the room can feel that satisfaction. Li Qingqian moves on and asks about the two other tasks he handed over earlier. Huang Ting says the government has agreed to give Divine Dragon Software a small desert north of Tianyi City for free, as long as the company stops the desertification within 3 years. The government has also given them factory and office land, and planning work is already starting. But the schedule is painfully slow, with planning taking a year and construction taking 3 more, which Li Qingqian clearly does not like. Li Qingqian tells him to arrange a meeting with the architects, because that pace is too slow for what he wants next. His thoughts are already elsewhere too, because managing that desert would also let him seriously start using the farmer profession he has been holding back. That profession is powerful enough to produce optimized crops, medicine, and stranger resources, so Li Qingqian has always wanted the right setup before touching it in public. With Brainwave technology now giving him real leverage, he finally feels ready to move that plan forward. Li Qingqian moves to the medical data project next, because the same Brainwave receiver could also become a brain disease diagnostic tool. Li Qingqian already knows the hardware is strong enough to outperform expensive imported EEG machines once it has a proper disease database behind it. But Huang Ting reports a hard stop. Hospitals and medical institutions all refuse to share patient data without approval from above. Li Qingqian can only set that business aside for now and think of another way to break the data bottleneck. Before the report ends, Li Qingqian hears one more update. Lei Che from Haim has already called to request a meeting. Li Qingqian smiles, because Lei Che asking to come over means Haim has truly been pushed to the edge. In Li Qingqian's mind, taking down Haim would give him control over most of Divine Dragon Country's phone manufacturing base, and that makes this meeting far more than a courtesy call. Back in his chair, Li Qingqian replays his long talk with designer Xie Jie and zeroes in on the real bottleneck behind the company building project. In that discussion, Xie Jie had explained that drawing the facade and floor plans was manageable, but the design still bogged down in repetitive work. The hard part was structural calculation, because a 51-floor, 180-meter tower needed precise load analysis for every level before anyone could decide what materials it should use. Current construction CAD tools could draw the plans, but they still left designers to manually figure out steel bars, pillar counts, bearing limits, and whether the project stayed safe without becoming too expensive. After 2 hours of discussion, Li Qingqian makes a clean decision. He will build a new intelligent construction CAD program himself. In his mind, the software grows into something far beyond drafting, a system that could take land data and building requirements, then automatically output structural design, material choices, and even cost estimates. He knows the coding itself is within reach, but the real wall is knowledge, because construction software like this demands mechanics, material science, and architectural standards he does not yet have. Xie recommended reading lands in front of him as a mountain of more than 50 thick technical books, and Li Qingqian dryly concludes that he needs to study hard. He could probably brute force the reading in a week, but before opening the books, Li Qingqian remembers he can upgrade mental coding instead. He recalls that master-level mental coding can encode his thoughts and memories into a real AI program, so he decides to spend the experience and upgrade it now. 800,000 experience points vanish, and mental coding reaches master level with a huge payoff. It can create a self-learning B+ AI program that stays absolutely under Li Qingqian's control. The moment he reads that description, Li Qingqian lights up, because this is exactly the shortcut he wanted. He immediately puts on the brainwave receiver and stacks his skills together, activating focus, rational thinking, and mental coding at the same time. For 3 straight hours, his thoughts and memories stream into the computer as coded data until the transfer fills not just his machine, but all the company's remaining server space. When the transfer ends, the new AI starts running and appears on the desktop as a tiny stone-faced Li Qingqian speaking in his exact voice. The perfect imitation is creepy enough to make him shudder, so he quickly has the AI switch to a cartoon avatar and change its voice away from his own. With the awkward part fixed, Li Qingqian gives the AI a proper name, Baizhe. He hands Baizhe its first mission, developing the intelligent construction CAD software, and asks what support it needs from him. Baizhe answers with a hard limit first. The company's hardware only lets it use 1% of its computing power, so even this AI still needs 24 hours to finish the job. The AI's next request is simple and dangerous at the same time. It needs internet access so it can gather building codes, mechanics data, and material parameters on its own. Li Qingqian agrees at once, but he warns Baizhe to stay hidden, because an AI this powerful cannot afford to be discovered. Now that Baizhe can shoulder brutal programming work for him, Li Qingqian's attention jumps ahead to the real fix for the bottleneck: stronger hardware. He decides that when he goes to Dragon City for the Junior Informatics Programming Finals in a few days, he will also ask the Academy of Sciences Computer Institute about buying a supercomputer. Early the next morning, the story shifts from AI experiments to business pressure as Huang Ting and Zhao Na bring a delegation from Haim into Li Qingqian's studio. The meeting is set in the new 100-square-meter conference room beside Li Qingqian's studio, a polished space built for exactly this kind of high-stakes negotiation. As soon as introductions end, Lei Che drops the formalities and admits he came to ask Li Qingqian for help. When Li Qingqian gives him nothing back but a quiet look, Lei Che stands up and starts with the one thing he cannot avoid: an apology. He openly admits that Haim pulled down the Divine Dragon optimization app without discussion, branded it a security risk, and even pushed updates to block users from installing it. Li Qingqian sits through the apology without the slightest visible satisfaction, which makes it clear that Lei Che is not dealing from a position of equality anymore. Beside him, Zhao Na feels a flash of vindication, because she still remembers how arrogantly Haim once tried to pressure Divine Dragon into selling the app before banning it for real. Li Qingqian finally speaks, saying he understands Haim's ban as a commercial decision and has no interest in wasting time on fake ceremony. He tells Lei Che to skip the circling and state the real purpose of the visit directly. Lei Che finally says it plainly: Haim wants authorization to use the Divine Dragon phone system, and they are willing to pay even more than Huawei or the national manufacturer. He stares at Li Qingqian like a man waiting for judgment, but Li Qingqian's face stays unreadable and gives him no clue at all. Then Li Qingqian finally opens the door a crack, saying authorization is possible, but only if Haim accepts his conditions. The first condition hits immediately: Li Qingqian wants WPS. The second condition is even sharper, because he also wants the Haim advertising platform, one of the company's biggest profit engines. The third condition is a brutal licensing fee, 100 yuan per phone under 1,000, and 10% of retail price for anything above that. And the fourth condition seals the hierarchy: Haim must align with Divine Dragon Software's strategies and cooperate on its terms. By the time all four conditions are on the table, Lei Che's face has turned black, because every new demand cuts deeper than the last. Lei Che pushes back at once, saying WPS does not even belong to Haim, and the advertising platform is a core asset they cannot possibly sell. After a brief calculation, he can only concede 1 point for now, agreeing on the licensing fee while clearly unable to swallow the rest. Li Qingqian answers without blinking: he does not value WPS for its software at all, because with his technology and the brainwave receiver, Divine Dragon could rebuild that product in 2 months. What he wants is the WPS brand, and he backs that up with numbers, pointing out Silver Mountain's annual profit and how little of it actually comes from WPS itself. He even puts out a concrete offer of 250 million yuan to buy WPS, showing that his so-called condition is already more like a command with a price attached. Then Li Qingqian cuts off any attempt to haggle, telling Lei Che to either accept the direction of the deal or stop wasting both sides' time. That is when Lei Che truly understands the situation and sinks back into his chair, because this was never a normal business negotiation in the first place. With the Divine Dragon system in his hands and Haim staring at bankruptcy without it, Li Qingqian has stripped them of the right to bargain at all. In his studio, Li Qingqian hears Bai Zhe announce that the intelligent CD software is finally finished. A pair of system notices confirms the program hit 100% completion, reached C grade, and paid Li Qingqian a huge experience reward. He opens the new software, but the first prompt immediately asks for the land's topographic map, which he does not have on hand. Right then, Secretary Qingqian knocks and says designer Xie Jie has arrived, giving Li Qingqian exactly the help he needs. Li Qingqian lets Xie Jie in because he wants a real designer to judge whether the software's building plan is actually usable. Zhao Na also reports that Lei Che wants to discuss the ad platform, and Li Qingqian decides to bring Lei Che, Huang Ting, and Zhao Na upstairs too. When Xie Jie enters and spots the unfamiliar CD program on the big screen, he privately assumes it looks too simple to be anything impressive. Lei Che, Huang Ting, and Zhao Na arrive and take their seats in front of the big screen, expecting a business talk instead of a live tech demo. Before Lei Che can start on advertising, Li Qingqian cuts in and reveals the real reason he called them all here. He wants them to beta test his newly built intelligent CAD. When Li Qingqian asks for the topographic map, Xie Jie immediately sends it over from his computer. Even as he helps, Xie Jie still cannot believe a company could build real CAD software this fast, because that kind of industrial software is notoriously hard to develop. Li Qingqian imports the map, and the software starts simulating the terrain along with earthquake, rainfall, wind, and lightning data. That list of environmental factors finally earns Xie Jie's respect, because those are exactly the constraints that matter in real building design. Then the screen turns the land into a floating 3D terrain model, and the effect is so striking that everyone pays attention. Xie Jie admits the 3D model looks good, but he still suspects it might be flashy presentation without practical value. Lei Che and the other executive are startled for a different reason, briefly wondering if Li Qingqian is about to move into game development. The next prompt asks for geological survey data, the underground information that any real construction plan absolutely depends on. This time Xie Jie jumps in on his own and sends the survey file immediately. Once the underground data is loaded, the model expands downward to reveal soil, rock, rivers, and karst cavities in layered 3D detail. Li Qingqian enjoys the Godview feeling, and Xie Jie's old contempt starts to disappear as he compares this to ordinary CAD tools. The software asks what kind of project this is, and Li Qingqian selects an office building. When the program asks for scale details, Xie Jie supplies the real plan: 90,000 square meters, 2 buildings, 19 floors and 131 floors. For the next half hour, Li Qingqian and Xie Jie keep feeding the system detailed requirements until the design brief is mostly complete. As soon as Li Qingqian confirms intelligent generation, the empty site blossoms into roads, plazas, greenery, and 2 futuristic office towers. Lei Che blurts out praise for the rendering quality, because even to him this looks elite by game industry standards. But Xie Jie sees the bigger miracle: the spacing, roads, fire lanes, stairs, windows, lighting, and ventilation are already optimized and legally compliant. The shock hits him hard when he realizes this model alone could save his team 3 full months of floor plan work. Excited now, Xie Jie asks Li Qingqian to send him the 3D model and immediately wants to know whether this software will be sold. Li Qingqian cuts off that assumption and reminds him this is not just a modeling tool, because 3D generation is only the first step. He explains that after small manual adjustments, the software will run structural calculations on its own and generate the full construction blueprints automatically. Li Qingqian goes even further and says designers should stop wasting time drawing repetitive plans by hand and focus on reviewing the machine's output instead. That claim leaves Xie Jie staring in disbelief, because this sounds less like computer-aided design and more like automatic design itself. Lei Che is shaken too, because from his 3D and game background he knows no normal modeling software can produce results at this speed. Half an hour later, Xie Jie leaves Divine Dragon software in a daze after seeing the full demonstration push far beyond normal architectural work. What broke him was the rest of the demo. The software not only rendered buildings, it also calculated structure, generated complete plans, listed materials, and built execution schedules. It even handled furniture and appliance layouts, turning a project that normally needed 10 people and a year into something designed in under an hour. Holding the finished construction drawings in hand, Xie Jie can only think of one terrifying conclusion: if this tool spreads, civil engineers may lose their jobs. Back in the workspace, Lei Che sincerely tells Li Qingqian he is incredible. Lei Che says intelligent CD is not merely design software at all, but a giant project platform covering design, modeling, materials, furniture, and execution. He pushes the idea further and compares it to an operating system for the construction industry, powerful enough to control the sector's future if expanded properly. Li Qingqian praises Lei Che's vision, clearly impressed that he instantly saw the software's long-term platform potential. Li Qingqian also makes clear this construction demo is only one branch of a much bigger intelligent CAD family he plans to build. He lists future versions for machinery, military projects, aerospace work, and factory automation, showing just how far his plan reaches. Lei Che can only admit defeat, because someone this young should have become arrogant by now, yet Li Qingqian is still aiming higher. Li Qingqian immediately pulls the conversation back to business and says the ad platform can keep Lei Che's existing structure for now, but he will introduce a stricter performance system. That answer changes Lei Che's view again, because he realizes Li Qingqian is not only a technical genius but also solid at company management. Then Lei Che raises the next real crisis. Because Haim is now tied to Divine Dragon software, overseas suppliers have effectively cut them off from key phone hardware. Lei Che says their remaining stock can support only 30 million more phones, and after that Haim will hit the same chip wall that crippled Huawei. His fallback plan is to switch to domestic Unisoc chips, even though that would put Haim into direct conflict with the national telecommunications manufacturing company's existing position. After a brief pause, Li Qingqian approves the Unisoc option but tells Lei Che not to rush, because he believes the chip problem will be solved soon. In the studio, Li Qingqian firmly tells Lei Che that Divine Dragon Country's chip problem can be solved within half a year. In his mind, Li Qingqian breaks the problem down clearly. Domestic chip design is strong enough, but without advanced lithography machines, nobody can actually manufacture the top chips. He already has a two-step plan. Later the university student profession can buy the missing technology, and the worker profession's manufacturing principal can copy a real machine if he gets access to one. Lei Che agrees out loud, but his worried eyes show he does not think a software genius can solve a chip crisis that easily. After Lei Che leaves, Li Qingqian stays behind alone and happily admits that Baizei's software ability is even better than he expected. He decides Baizei can handle most future development, starting with the Divine Dragon compiler and dedicated programming software. Then he piles on more work, operating systems for devices like TVs and watches, plus stronger versions of intelligent CAD. What he wants most is the factory automation version, because he is already thinking ahead to software-controlled factories that can run almost by themselves. Baizei accepts everything at once and coldly estimates the full workload will still take 365 days unless Li Qingqian buys better hardware. Li Qingqian ignores the hardware suggestion, ends the conversation, and heads straight for the small desert with a much bigger goal in mind. On the way, he reviews the setup he has already finished in the small desert. The land is prepared and the automated farm equipment is in place. That means every requirement is finally met, and today he can advance from farmer to farm owner. He sees this profession as more than farming, because raising his physical stats is the only way to freely use manufacturing principle later on lithography machines. He confirms the upgrade, spends the experience, and officially becomes a level 0 farm owner. Without hesitating, he upgrades again to farm owner level 1 and unlocks a new skill called cultivation. The simple description is enough to thrill him, because targeted cultivation means he can breed special crops that the world did not have before. That instantly changes how he sees the desert, because now he believes even this harsh patch of land can be managed with the right engineered plants. He keeps going and pushes farm owner up to level 3, where he unlocks the automatic farm skill. When he reads what automatic farm can do, he is stunned by how dangerous that kind of AI-driven farming power would look in the real world. He quickly reins himself in and decides that unless he wants trouble, he can only use the normal mode and keep the truly abnormal part hidden. He upgrades again to farm owner level 5 and unlocks rare treasure, the skill he actually needs most right now. He immediately recalls why rare treasure matters so much. Even the lowest grade treasures can raise attributes, while stronger ones can restore enormous stamina or produce near-miracle healing. For him, the core issue is simple. Manufacturing principle is useless without massive stamina, and rare treasure is his best path to breaking that limit. So he spends even more experience to upgrade rare treasure itself, pushing the odds from tiny to merely difficult. Before trying it for real, he checks the area carefully, because the last place he used his power is already buried under yellow sand and he cannot risk being seen. Once he is sure no one is around, he activates his farming skill and reclaims 100 units of land in a flash. He plants medicinal wolfberries with the skill, and tender green shoots burst up from the earth almost immediately. After watering, the crop races all the way to maturity right in front of him. He harvests at once, and the green field collapses into a neat pile of ripe medicinal wolfberries and a mass of seeds. The harvest gives him another 20,000 experience, but instead of relaxing, he stares past the reward with his mind still fixed on forcing out a rare treasure. Standing alone on the riverbank, Li Qingqian immediately decides to keep planting until a rare treasure appears. In the empty little desert, Li Qingqian pushes his farming skills non-stop, making green medicinal wolfberries sprout and vanish into harvests over and over again. By late afternoon he has piled the wolfberries into a small hill, but the rare treasure still refuses to appear, leaving him frustrated enough to chew ordinary berries and keep going. Right as he starts another round of planting and harvesting, a system notice finally flashes up with the result he has been waiting for. The harvest finally produces 10 level 1 rare treasures called fire wolfberries, and Li Qingqian lights up with pure excitement after grinding here since noon for this first drop. On the sand in front of him, the fire wolfberries look nothing like normal fruit at all, just 10 thumb-sized red treasures burning like tiny flames. When he sees each one can permanently add 1,000 stamina, Li Li Qingqian immediately calculates that this brings him much closer to analyzing a mobile phone CPU. He does not hesitate for even a second and starts eating the fire wolf berries one by one after brushing the desert sand off them. The strange fruit melts in his mouth like jelly, and a surge of raw power spreads through his body so fast that he feels like he could drop a cow with one punch. The system confirms the first boost, then his strengthening effect amplifies it again, stacking the gain beyond the base bonus. After all 10 rare fruits are gone, Li Qingqian's stamina shoots all the way up to 16,030, and the result leaves him exhilarated and full of energy. With night closing in, he turns to the mountain of ordinary wolfberries and cleans up the evidence by using harvest to convert the excess into fertilizer. He knows this cleanup matters because without harvest, a sudden hill of wolfberries sitting in the desert would be far too dangerous to explain if anyone found it. Instead of heading back, Li Qingqian pulls out the buckthorn seeds he prepared earlier and decides to start another cultivation experiment right there in the dark. One cast later, a buckthorn tree bursts out of the sand, racing from seedling to full height and already covered in flowers and tiny green fruit. The tree immediately shows a dehydration warning, but Li Qingqian ignores it for the moment because he wants to shape the crop first. He uses targeted cultivation for rapid growth first, trying to push the buckthorn into a more useful production crop. Then he adjusts the tree's taste, because buckthorn is nutritious but naturally too sour to become a good local specialty. He follows that by cultivating larger fruit size, aiming to turn this desert planting into something with real economic value. The system says the cultivation will take an hour, and the dehydration warning pops up again, forcing the practical problem back to the front. So Li Qingqian grabs a bucket and walks to the river for water, already thinking that this manual labor is too crude and an irrigation system has to come next. Elsewhere at Lianzhou Fushikang, Director Wu reads the new sanctions notice and sees that Divine Dragon software has been officially cut off from production support. The order goes even further, warning that companies like Huawei, Haim, and others can also be blocked if they keep working with Divine Dragon software. Director Wu immediately asks his assistant how many brainwave receivers have already been made, checking the damage before deciding his next move. When he hears only 20,000 of the 200,000 brainwave receivers are finished, he barely cares, because the remaining loss is tiny by Fushikang's standards. But when he checks Haim's contract, the mood changes fast, because cutting that cooperation would cost billions instead of millions. Faced with that huge risk, Director Wu decides to call Lei Che himself and pressure Haim to break away from Divine Dragon software immediately. In his eyes, Divine Dragon software is already finished, just an ant standing in front of Western power and about to be crushed. Back on the company side, Huang Ting calls Li Qingqian with a blunt warning that the situation has become extremely dangerous. She explains that every OEM factory has refused to make their brainwave receivers, even though 180,000 units still have to be delivered very soon. The threat is brutal because if the company misses delivery, the contract demands triple compensation, enough to blow a hole through Divine Dragon Software's finances. Li Qingqian tells her to contact Baidu and Haim first and ask the National Telecommunications Manufacturing Company to help find a new factory. Huang Ting has to tell him that she already tried, but no factory will touch their order now, not even for double the money. She adds that the blockade is wider than just Divine Dragon Software, because even Haim's phone production has been frozen unless it cuts ties with them. Even after hearing all of that, Li Qingqian stays calm and only says he understands and will find a way. After hanging up, he opens Weibo and sees Divine Dragon Software sitting at the top of the trending list, with the whole internet now watching the company stumble under sanctions. He reads a popular analysis spelling out the real reason for the attack. Divine Dragon touched both the overseas operating system market and the future of software through brainwave coding. The same article says there are only two safe exits left, accept overseas capital or sell the company to the country. Scrolling further, he sees angry and worried public comments piling up, with people cursing the suppression and urging Divine Dragon Software to seek state protection before it is crushed. But after reading the mood online, Li Qingqian closes the page without wavering and refuses to accept that his path has been sealed. Instead, he makes a hard decision. If no factory will produce his brainwave receivers, then he will produce them himself. He knows there is an emergency shortcut through manufacturing principle and expedited processing, enough to copy the brainwave receiver in a pinch. But he immediately rejects that as a real long-term answer, because emergency skill copying cannot become the foundation of the company. So he settles on the real answer. Divine Dragon Software needs its own factory, and its own fully automated production line. That choice matters to him because once the project is built, outside factories will never be able to hold Divine Dragon Software hostage like this again. With the plan fixed, he orders Bai Zhe to drop everything else and put the automated factory version of Intelligence CAD at the very top of the task list. Bai Zhe immediately recalculates and reports that finishing the automated factory design software will still take 36 hours. Even that speed feels too slow to Li Qingqian, because software design is only the first step and the factory itself will still need time to buy, build, install, and bring online. To boost Bai Zhe fast enough for the crisis, Li Qingqian realizes the only short-term answer is a supercomputer. He immediately calls academician Lin Chu and explains that he needs massive computing power to keep Divine Dragon's response moving. Lin Chu does not hesitate at all and tells Li Qingqian the Institute's supercomputer is his to use. Lin Chu goes even further, saying he has already allocated half the machine's power and will pause other projects if Li Qingqian needs more. Then Lin Chu bluntly says the Western attack is meant to crush Divine Dragon's innovation, but the country will back Li Qingqian and he should not fear a paper tiger. After the call, Li Qingqian quickly links Bai Zhe to the Academy of Sciences supercomputer. The new connection pushes Bai Zhe's hardware release to 36%, and the automated factory intelligence CAD can now be finished in just 1 hour. That result finally lets Li Qingqian breathe, because the emergency response might still make it in time. He orders Bai Zhe to develop the automated factory CAD at full speed and then continue the rest of the planned tasks. In Li Qingqian's mind, the stakes are clear. Once the automated factory starts running, it can break part of the Western blockade on Divine Dragon. He also braces for the worst case, knowing he can use expedited processing to make receivers fast, but only if he keeps that method absolutely secret. For now, he treats that skill as the final emergency option and refuses to use it while any other hope remains. At Haim headquarters, Administrative Director Lina arrives with a stack of terrible overnight updates and a very grim face. She starts with the factory crisis. Haim's OEM partner is demanding an immediate break with Divine Dragon and has already halted phone production. Then the supplier pressure hits harder, as foreign giants warn they will cut off phone components if Haim keeps working with Li Qingqian. Lina adds that Haim's Western, Incan, and European assets have been frozen, with local governments using security reviews to shut down normal business. Worst of all, Divine Dragon software itself has landed on a sanctions list imposed by Western countries, not just Western companies. After tracing the news from multiple channels, Lina concludes the entire Western bloc has united to crush Divine Dragon completely, even if Haim gets dragged down with it. So she recommends cutting ties now, arguing that the deal is only a memorandum and Haim does not need to be buried alongside Divine Dragon. Lei Che ignores the breakup argument for the moment and asks one thing first: has she found any factory that can still produce for them immediately? Lina says there is almost no good news, except Bayati's factory might work later after domestic PLC modifications, but that will still take 3 months. Lei Che immediately rejects that timeline, because Haim might wait 3 months, but Divine Dragon clearly cannot. He orders Lina to keep searching for any OEM factory that can start at once and to ask Oppo and Vivo if they will sell spare materials. Lina tries one more time to remind him that the real issue is still whether Haim should stay tied to Divine Dragon at all. This time Lei Che answers directly: until Divine Dragon truly collapses, Haim will not end the cooperation. He even warns Lina never to suggest termination in front of Li Qingqian, because he knows exactly how ruthless Li Qingqian can be when crossed. Then Lei Che explains why he is holding the line. Brainwave coding is the kind of disruptive technology that can redefine computers like Windows once did. He says that if Divine Dragon survives this crisis, it can become the next Windows, or something even stronger. So instead of being a fair-weather partner, Lei Che decides to bet on standing with Li Qingqian when things look worst. He finishes with a blunt declaration that hits Lina hard. He loves money, but he loves his country more, and he wants Haim to help Divine Dragon survive. Moved by that side of him, Lina quietly accepts the order and goes to act on it. Huawei's Wang Renfei reaches the same conclusion on his side and decides to support Divine Dragon as long as it is still standing. He Hongyan and the state-owned National Telecommunications Manufacturing Company are on Li Qingqian's side too, adding one more solid layer of support. But Oppo and Vivo react very differently, openly enjoying the chaos now that Divine Dragon phones are being choked off the market. Since their own sales were crushed by phones running the Divine Dragon system, they can already see emergency demand swinging back to them. Overseas at Windows headquarters, 2 brainwave receivers arrive by air overnight, and Seisha treats them like a chance to secure another 100 years of dominance. With earlier tests from Divine Dragon country already calling the device revolutionary, the whole team eagerly moves the receivers into their top hardware lab. They hook the first machine to a forest of cables and instruments, planning to pull out the secrets of brainwave coding directly from the hardware. The moment they power it on, the Divine Dragon logo flashes across the screen and everyone leans in. Instead of a breakthrough, a warning appears saying the system must connect to the network, or it will self-destruct on the next boot. The screen goes black before they can learn anything useful, and the data they captured turns out to be worthless garbage code. Seisha refuses to stop there and agrees to the next plan: connect the system properly, use the receiver for real input, and record every signal change during operation. After they connect to the internet and reboot, the warning is gone, which makes the team think they have finally found a way in. They wire the receiver into even more equipment, and prepare to capture live data as an unnamed scientist puts it on and starts the real input test. Then a huge red warning appears. The device has detected it left Divine Dragon country without authorization, and the self-destruct sequence has already begun. Sparks explode from the receiver, and the unnamed scientist wearing it is jolted backward as the lab fills with the stink of burnt electronics. The destructive current chains through the connected equipment and ruins the entire expensive lab in seconds. Seisha turns ash gray with rage and swears that Divine Dragon software and Li Qingqian will pay for this. When his people ask what to do next, Seisha pivots immediately to a colder plan instead of giving up. He orders them to salvage intact parts, buy identical hardware based on the receiver's device model, and build their own version for experiments. He also has them remove the Divine Dragon system hard drive for copying and analysis, ready to attack the data directly if the hardware path fails. And if that data is encrypted, Seisha wants a supercomputer thrown at it, fully convinced Windows can eventually crack brainwave coding by force. Google and Apple receive their own brainwave receivers at nearly the same time, but their separate tests end in the same ugly self-destruct failure. Like Windows, they end up falling back to the hard disk itself, hoping the stored system data can reveal the brainwave technology. Back on Li Qingqian's side, Bai Zhe finishes the automated factory version of Intelligent CAD after getting the Academy's supercomputer boost. This new factory CAD works like the construction version, but now the first thing it needs is the product blueprint and production parameters instead of land maps. Li Qingqian starts feeding in the brainwave receiver's dimensions, the purchased small parts, and the required production processes. He sets the target output to 100,000 receivers a day, demands fully domestic equipment, and pushes for the fastest possible factory build. As soon as he confirms the setup, the software begins connecting databases, calling design modules, and launching a full simulation of the brainwave receiver factory. Even with the borrowed supercomputer, the full design still needs 2 hours, which makes Li Qingqian appreciate how badly he needed Lin Chu's help. While the supercomputer works, Li Qingqian refuses to sit still and picks up one finished brainwave receiver for a deeper test. He activates manufacturing principle on the receiver to see what knowledge is really needed to make it from scratch. The result is brutal. Full manufacturing would require multiple advanced disciplines he has not mastered and an absurd cost of 910,000 stamina. Li Qingqian is not shocked for long and immediately changes the analysis mode to focus only on parsing the assembly technology. That narrower route costs just 9,000 stamina, and the analysis succeeds at once. A complete assembly plan floods into Li Qingqian's mind, giving him a practical way to create the receiver without mastering every underlying science first. The system confirms the payoff. Once he supplies the raw materials, expedited processing can use this assembly model to build brainwave receivers directly. That is exactly the shortcut Li Qingqian was hoping for, because it saves an enormous amount of stamina while preserving a way to manufacture fast. He turns at once toward the shelves, remembering that Zhao Na had already stocked plenty of receiver materials earlier. Eager to test it, Li Qingqian walks to the shelf and checks the remaining stock for a live trial. He activates expedited processing, and the translucent brainwave receiver model appears in front of him like a ready-made assembly template. The final prompt gives him a clear number at last. Each receiver costs 10 stamina, and the materials on hand are enough to make 90 sets. Li Qingqian activates expedited processing without hesitation, and the system immediately warns him that the skill will lock his body in place for 90 minutes while it makes 90 brainwave receivers. The numbers leave him unimpressed, because 1 receiver per minute is amazing by Handcraft standards but still hopelessly slow against the company's crisis-level order of 180,000 units. He quickly decides this skill is only an emergency stopgap for product output, and that its real value is in making manufacturing equipment and other core components at impossible speed. Since he cannot move once the skill starts, Li Qingqian resets the whole setup so he can work comfortably for the full duration. He puts a brainwave receiver on his head, leans back in his chair, turns on the computer, and swallows ginseng to refill his stamina before trying again. This time he reactivates the skill with a new idea in mind. Even if his body is frozen, his brain might still be free to work. Using the brainwave receiver, he starts controlling the computer by thought alone, and lines of code begin streaming across the screen without interrupting the manufacturing skill. The experiment works, and Li Qingqian finally relaxes because he can manufacture hardware and write software at the same time. 1 minute later, some of the raw materials on his table vanish into thin air, and 10 brand new brainwave receivers appear neatly in the space he set aside for them. With production confirmed, he turns his full attention to the Divine Dragon chat software, deciding to use this lockdown time to upgrade the weak system app users have been criticizing. He starts redesigning the app to look more modern and polished instead of the bare-bones version he rushed out earlier. Then he expands the plan, linking phone and computer data so one account can move files, messages, and personal information across both devices. He also adds social features like hashtags and a moment-style feed, pushing the software closer to a full communications ecosystem instead of a simple messenger. His final twist is to turn the personal computer into a private server, letting users back up their phones remotely and even control computer files from the phone with the same login. Because expedited processing blocks his other mental boosts, his coding speed drops badly, so he only finishes the core framework himself. After the manufacturing run ends, he decides Bai Zhe can finish the remaining chat software code while he reviews the results and handles the bigger decisions. He grabs one of the newly made brainwave receivers and tests it on the spot, and the device works perfectly. At that moment, Bai Zhe's cold voice cuts in from the computer and announces that the intelligent factory design for brainwave receiver production is complete. The design is enormous: a full equipment list, a 3.2 billion yuan machinery budget, 3 days for arrival, 3 more for installation, and 1 extra day for the automated control program. Bai Zhe even recommends buying an already built factory nearby for another billion, because starting from empty land would waste precious time they do not have. Li Qingqian studies the blueprint carefully, and realizes the automated design is so complete that there is nothing meaningful to fix. He immediately orders Bai Zhe to start moving in his name and hands the factory acquisition to Huang Ting, demanding a completed negotiation within 1 day. His urgency is brutal and simple. If Divine Dragon misses the 180,000 unit delivery, the triple compensation disaster could bankrupt the company and strip away everything he built. So he pushes harder, ordering He Hongyan to buy the production equipment at any price as long as it all reaches Tianyi City within 3 days. He also tells Bai Zhe to reach out through any possible channel to heavyweight industry figures like President Wang, President Lei, and President Zhou, because this crisis is now too big to handle quietly. Since every hour matters, he even authorizes Bai Zhe to scour the internet for matching equipment suppliers, with one strict warning: no one can discover that Bai Zhe is an AI. Then he turns to the raw materials, ordering Zhao Na to secure enough components for 200,000 brainwave receivers and get them to Tianyi City within 5 days. He knows this narrow window will not stay open for long, and once the delivery crisis is over, he fully intends to strike back at the people pushing his company toward ruin. Elsewhere, the pressure on Li Qingqian becomes clearer when Windows chief scientist Xe reports to Seisha that even a supercomputer could not break the Divine Dragon system's hard drive encryption. The scientist adds that the hacking route is dead too, because their experts found nothing useful even after attacking Divine Dragon Software's servers. After hearing that unconventional theft has failed, Seisha's mood darkens and he moves straight to a higher-level emergency call. On the 3-way video call, Seisha immediately realizes Cook and Pai Che have failed too, and that small bit of shared misery actually steadies him. Cook reveals that Apple's top lab was wrecked by a sudden electric surge from the brainwave receiver, costing them 50 million. Pai Che follows with the same bad news from Google, saying their own lab was burned down too and they lost another 30 million. Since they cannot steal the technology directly, Cook lays out a colder plan: lock Divine Dragon software into its delivery deadline and let compensation claims crush it. They calculate that a failed delivery would trigger 54 billion yuan in triple compensation, enough to drive Divine Dragon straight into bankruptcy. Pai Che says that once the company collapses, they can swoop in and buy Divine Dragon software and all of its world-changing technology at the lowest possible price. And if Divine Dragon country blocks that takeover, they are ready with an uglier backup plan: seize Li Qingqian himself and force him to recreate the brainwave coding technology abroad. Even so, they are not giving up on infiltration, and Pai Che smugly bets that a 17-year-old boy will not resist the beauty and training of their planted spy, Zhang Tianling. Seisha agrees, then adds that Wu Shidian has already organized more than 5,000 ordering companies to sue the moment Divine Dragon misses the deadline. Back inside Divine Dragon software, the spy is already in place. Zhang Tianling works quietly in the administrative department, while the boys around her keep sneaking glances. She looks like a fresh graduate at first glance, but her beauty and strange, effortless charm leave the whole office unsettled and fascinated. After only 3 days at the company, Li Na arrives with a message that immediately changes the room. The boss wants to see Zhang Tianling personally. Li Na hides it, but she is openly jealous, because Li Qingqian remembered this new girl's name almost immediately while she herself took years to earn a place near him. The moment they are gone, the administrative department erupts into defeated gossip, with everyone assuming the young billionaire boss has noticed Zhang Tianling for the same reason they did. While walking behind Li Na, Zhang Tianling asks why Li Qingqian called for her, and Li Na can only say the boss gave no explanation. But inside, Zhang Tianling is thrilled, because she believes her deliberate appearance in front of him worked exactly as planned and that this mission will be easier than expected. She has already learned that the real treasure of Divine Dragon software is locked inside Li Qingqian's studio, where the source code, brainwave coding technology, and other advanced projects are kept. And now she is convinced that getting close to Li Qingqian will soon give her the access she needs to steal technology worth 100 million yuan. In his studio, Li Qingqian stops coding with a brainwave receiver still on his head when Li Na brings Zhang Tianling in. He sharply sends Li Na back to work and keeps Zhang Tianling behind alone, making Li Na's suspicion flare into jealous certainty. Once Li Na leaves, Zhang Tianling puts on the image of a frightened little rabbit, but Li Qingqian only watches her with cold, unreadable eyes. When Zhang Tianling nervously asks why she was called in, Li Qingqian plays the part of a curious boss who just wanted to meet the company's beautiful new PhD hire. He dismisses her just as casually and tells her to work hard, but the coldness in his gaze never changes. Behind that act, Li Qingqian already knows from Bai Zhe's tracking that Zhang Tianling is a spy who came for brainwave coding and the Divine Dragon system. Instead of exposing her, he decides to bait her, letting her feel in control while keeping the automated factory hidden from almost everyone in the company. As Zhang Tianling backs out in a flustered act, she suddenly slips, falls, and really twists her ankle. Li Qingqian immediately rushes over, exactly as she expected, giving her the opening a trained female spy would want. Still keeping up her persona, Zhang Tianling apologizes and lifts her dress enough to show her swollen ankle and bare calf. Li Qingqian sees straight through the move and realizes she was willing to hurt herself just to earn his trust, so he keeps acting worried. When he asks if she can still walk, Zhang Tianling stubbornly insists she can, trying to look brave through the pain. She takes one step, cries out, and collapses right into Li Qingqian's arms, handing both of them the intimacy they wanted to fake. Li Qingqian says she is too badly hurt to walk and supports her downstairs, while she leans into him like a shy woman getting close to a target. By the time they reach the administrative department, their smooth back and forth already looks like old friends who trust each other. Li Qingqian hands Zhang Tianling over to Li Na and orders Li Na to take her to the hospital because the ankle looks serious. He adds that he cannot go himself but she can call him anytime if she needs anything, and that loaded line makes Li Na's alarm bells ring even louder. Zhang Tianling politely refuses the fuss, but Li Qingqian insists the company is responsible for an employee injured at work. As he lingers and parts from her like a reluctant new lover, Li Na is stunned by how fast Zhang Tianling seems to have charmed the boss. The second Li Qingqian walks out, the smile disappears from his face and he heads straight for the factory by the small desert instead of returning to the studio. 5 days after buying the factory, all the equipment is finally in place, and Li Qingqian is going to set the parameters and launch trial production for brainwave receivers. At the hospital, Zhang Tianling secretly reports that she has already made contact and expects to win Li Qingqian's trust within 3 days. Her handler praises the progress, and Zhang Tianling proudly tells them to prepare the remaining 50 million yuan. Convinced a 17-year-old boy cannot resist love, she smugly believes Li Qingqian is already halfway under her control. She even plans to sneak back into the studio that night, because during her fake panic she had already memorized the room layout. What mattered most to her was a server label for brainwave coding technology, which she marked as the exact target she needed to steal. Overseas, Seisha reads her message with a smile and sees the operation finally moving in the right direction. He proposes pausing Wu Shudian's legal attack so Zhang Tianling can steal Divine Dragon software first and make the later compensation claim easier. Cook rejects that idea immediately and insists Wu Shudian must keep pushing, because they want Li Qingqian destroyed without giving him any chance to recover. Pai Che agrees, saying the theft and the claim support each other, so both tracks should run together until Divine Dragon software is finished. At the dusty factory by the small desert, company staff and several equipment company representatives are already waiting at the gate for Li Qingqian. Li Qingqian arrives by car and opens the trunk to reveal pre-adjusted PLC controllers, the automated production control system, and a stack of blueprints for the factory setup. He orders the waiting staff to replace every PLC module with the ones he brought, then heads toward the factory control room. Walking through the abandoned-looking grounds, Li Qingqian asks where Zhou Xiaoyun is and learns he is already waiting in the command center. On the way inside, an equipment company representative brings up the rumor that Li Qingqian designed the whole production line with software in just 1 day. Li Qingqian explains that Divine Dragon software built automated factory CAD, which can design a production line automatically once the factory drawings are entered. He adds that the software can also generate the equipment list, installation map, PLC programs, and even the production mainframe, leaving the listener stunned by how advanced it is. The representative immediately asks to buy a copy of the software, already seeing how much it could change the equipment business. Li Qingqian refuses to sell the software itself and instead says Divine Dragon will only sell design services, charging around 1% of the total project cost. That answer only makes the representative more interested, and he pushes to discuss a deal in depth as they keep walking toward the command center. After a brief greeting with Zhou Xiaoyun in the command center, Li Qingqian gets straight to work while the others gather to watch. The giant screen shows both the real workshop and a virtual production line model, with every machine glowing green to confirm normal status. Reports come in one after another that the PLCs are replaced, the mainframe is installed, the warehouses are connected, and all equipment is powered up safely. Then the automated system runs a full self-check and announces that production can begin. The people in the room are stunned by how advanced it is, realizing this could become the country's first truly fully automated factory. For Divine Dragon software, the stakes are bigger too. If this works, the brainwave receiver shortage eases and the Western blockade starts to crack. With the whole room watching, Li Qingqian finally clicks the button for experimental production. The factory answers with a low mechanical roar as every machine starts moving and parts race down the conveyors. Just 1 minute later, the first brainwave receiver rolls off the line. After that, a new unit comes out every second, and even the impressed onlookers can only point out that quality inspection is the last step not fully automated. The software design line is really working, and Zhou Xiaoyun immediately sees it as the answer to his Long Yao Generation 3 phone orders too. When quality control reports that all 100 trial units passed, the room finally breaks into full smiles. With the trial proved successful, Li Qingqian immediately orders the factory to begin normal production of brainwave receivers. Wu Shudian quietly opens a 500-person WeChat group and pulls in staff from Windows, Apple, and Google for one job: hit Divine Dragon software together. He tells the group headquarters has given the order, and the 3 companies will start coordinated action today. The plan is precise. 300 of their brainwave receiver orders expire today, so everyone should demand compensation at once. Because the contract promises triple compensation, Those 300 orders alone can force Divine Dragon to pay 90 million yuan. Wu Shudian pushes the next step hard, telling everyone to file claims immediately and turn this into a public movement. He explains the real trap. Once people see others getting easy money, late customers will rush in for compensation too. Under his direction, the whole group moves at once, and Divine Dragon's store back-end is flooded within minutes. The mall manager at Divine Dragon sees 300 compensation requests for 90 million yuan and breaks into a cold sweat. When he opens the claims, every application cites the contract cleanly and leaves Divine Dragon little room to argue. Realizing refusal could trigger lawsuits and wreck the company's reputation, the mall manager panics and calls Huang Ting at once. At the same time, Wu Shudian drives the story onto Weibo with a hot topic telling users to claim their money and defend their rights. The trending posts lay out the contract clause, show refund screenshots, and answer every practical question people might hesitate over. Lawyers and commenters fan the flames, telling users the process is easy, legal, and worth a huge payout. Rumors get even uglier, claiming Divine Dragon has no factories left and Li Qingqian is hand-making the devices himself because the company is nearly dead. Then one screenshot showing a successful 300,000 yuan transfer lights the crowd on fire, because now the compensation feels real. Divine Dragon responds with an official notice saying foreign suppression crippled production, but the company is still fighting to deliver. The notice adds that Li Qingqian has been working more than 12 hours a day hand-making receivers, and it begs users for patience instead of compensation. That statement becomes another battleground online, with some people urging patience and others warning it looks exactly like a company buying time before collapse. Even support for the company takes a risky turn when users start asking whether they should donate money to keep Divine Dragon alive. Wu Shudian reads the notice, laughs it off, and decides the company really has been pushed to the edge. Convinced this is a dying company's last excuse, he orders the group to keep the compensation topic in Weibo's top trends. He sweetens the attack by telling everyone the overseas boss will treat any extra compensation money as their bonus. The silent group erupts with cheers for the boss and for Windows, Apple, and Google as the organized pressure campaign rolls on. Elsewhere, Huang Ting finally asks the obvious question: if Divine Dragon already has production running, why did Li Qingqian release that desperate notice at all? Li Qingqian gives only a short answer. The notice was meant to reassure certain people. He immediately orders Huang Ting to keep the small desert factory completely secret from everyone else. With the brainwave receiver line secure in secret, Li Qingqian shifts focus and tells Huang Ting to watch the phone production lines being installed. Those lines matter because major partners are waiting on mass phone production, and the full setup is planned to reach 500,000 units a day. For Li Qingqian, it is also a clean business win, because Divine Dragon provided the design and key systems at huge profit with almost no real manufacturing risk. Back at Divine Dragon's office, the mood is completely different, with staff hurrying around under a heavy, strained silence. The pressure is worst in sales and finance, because Huang Ting has ordered every valid claim to be paid immediately at triple compensation. After the first payout goes through, the claims keep coming, and before one day is over the company has already bled out 120 million yuan. In administration, Li Na sorts the reports and realizes the real danger is arriving fast. Tomorrow brings more overdue orders, and the day after that brings a flood. Her calculation is brutal. If today's claim rate holds, Divine Dragon's money will only last until the day after tomorrow. Li Na sees the bigger picture too. Foreign pressure cut off production first, and now the compensation wave is meant to crush Divine Dragon under debt. Using the brainwave receiver, she inputs and organizes the crisis report far faster than she ever could before. That only sharpens her conclusion. The brainwave receiver is so disruptive that the Sunset Empire is determined to hit Divine Dragon hard enough to erase it. Then Zhang Tianling arrives at the administrative department on crutches, wearing pain on her face but choosing this moment to come back. Li Na immediately questions why Zhang Tianling is here instead of in the hospital. Zhang Tianling answers smoothly that she is part of the company now and wants to stand with Divine Dragon in its hardest moment. But behind that loyal act, Zhang Tianling is thinking like a spy and sees a perfect chance to get close to a vulnerable Li Qingqian. Li Na does not believe her for a second, but she still keeps her suspicion under control. Zhang Tianling presses further and says plainly that President Li needs her company right now, which forces Li Na to swallow her reply. Before Li Na can answer, a heavy smell of alcohol reaches the office from outside. Li Qingqian stumbles in red-faced and bleary-eyed, looking drunk as he grabs the doorframe and asks Li Na for the day's report. When he notices Zhang Tianling is back, his gaze turns openly heated, and she instantly recognizes the kind of hungry look men give when desire is leading them. More pleased with herself than ever, Zhang Tianling watches as Li Qingqian orders Li Na to bring her to the studio before giving him the company update. Li Na tries to stop this and urges Li Qingqian to rest first, because in this state he is clearly unfit to handle work. Li Qingqian snaps back coldly that Divine Dragon has not gone bankrupt yet, and as long as he is still in charge, they will do exactly as he says. Li Na's report barely lasts 10 minutes before Li Qingqian cuts her off in a bad mood and sends her out. As she leaves, Li Na notices the excitement on Zhang Tianling's face and becomes even more certain that this woman is targeting the boss. Li Na closes the door behind her, leaving Li Qingqian and Zhang Tianling alone in the studio. With just the two of them in one room, the air turns awkward fast, and even Zhang Tianling starts blushing. Zhang Tianling keeps her voice soft and reassuring, praising Li Qingqian as a genius who can save the company from its crisis. She looks at him with open admiration, and Li Qingqian answers by standing up and pulling her into a grateful hug. Li Qingqian thanks her for trusting him and promises he will get Divine Dragon software through this mess. Then the act turns rougher, and Li Qingqian starts touching her under cover of being drunk. Zhang Tianling hides her disgust and tells herself this only proves Li Qingqian is just another man she can use. She smugly thinks that once she steals the brainwave coding technology, his plans to recover will be finished. When his hands push lower, Zhang Tianling finally stops enduring it and tries to slip out of his hold. The escape techniques that always worked for her fail completely, because Li Qingqian's grip feels like iron. For the first time in one of these missions, Zhang Tianling realizes she is physically overpowered and starts to panic. Seeing his harsh stare and smelling the alcohol on him, she switches to a pitiful plea and begs him to let her go. Li Qingqian gives her no pity at all and bluntly says he likes her and wants her. Desperate to get help, Zhang Tianling raises her voice on purpose, hoping someone outside will hear the struggle. But the studio is soundproof, so her cries go nowhere, and she is stuck dealing with him alone. Still pretending to be reckless and drunk, Li Qingqian boasts that only he knows the brainwave coding source code and says this crisis cannot really destroy him. He keeps selling the act, promising her an easy life if she stays with him, like an emotional young man trying to prove himself. That finally makes Zhang Tianling snap, and she threatens to call the police if he keeps going. Li Qingqian loosens up just enough, and Zhang Tianling quickly breaks free and catches her breath. To keep the mission alive, she softens again and tells him she will not agree while he is drunk. Then she dangles a promise on purpose, saying that after they know each other better and confirm a relationship, she would give him everything. She even hints that she has never been with anyone before, using the trick she knows men find hardest to resist. Li Qingqian stays cold inside, but on the surface he acts embarrassed, apologizes, and plays along perfectly. After some casual talk, Li Qingqian leans back on the sofa and appears to pass out drunk. Once she confirms he is asleep, Zhang Tianling drops the sweet act and heads straight for the computer in the corner. She remembers his earlier glance and correctly judges that the brainwave coding technology should be on this machine. The desktop is absurdly simple, with a single folder named Mental Coding Technology sitting in plain sight. Inside, she finds 4 technical files and becomes convinced she has located the real brainwave coding documents. Thrilled that the mission is finally in reach, Zhang Tianling plugs in her special memory stick and starts copying the entire folder. The files are huge, so the copy drags on for an hour and only makes her more certain this is the real prize. To avoid suspicion while the data copies, she goes back to the sofa and sits beside the supposedly unconscious Li Qingqian. Even asleep, Li Qingqian suddenly grabs her again, making her yelp as his hands start wandering once more. Because the copy is still running, Zhang Tianling swallows the humiliation and endures it rather than risk blowing the theft. She curses him in her heart, and tells herself stealing the brainwave coding technology is fair compensation. At last the copy finishes, and Zhang Tianling quietly pulls out the memory stick and heads for the door. Walking out with the stolen files, she feels smug imagining Li Qingqian's rage when foreign rivals unveiled the same technology. The instant she is gone, Li Qingqian sits up on the sofa with a cold smile, revealing that the whole scene was his trap. His drunkenness, the rough acting, and even that carefully timed glance at the computer were all staged to win Zhang Tianling's trust. He wants Windows, Apple, and Google to study the stolen code, because the moment they do, he can trace the real addresses behind the theft. And once he finds them, Li Qingqian plans to dig into their software source code instead and turn their own weaknesses against them. Early the next morning, Huang Ting came to Li Qingqian's studio still stuck on one thing. The company had just paid 120 million yuan in compensation and effectively thrown away 80 million. Li Qingqian stayed relaxed and simply told him to sit, keeping the real reason to himself instead of exposing the trap he was laying. When Li Qingqian asked about production, Huang Ting reported that the desert factory had already made 80,000 brainwave receivers yesterday and expected another 80,000 today. Huang Ting could not hide his amazement either, because the automated control program was running the smart factory with almost no faults, and even warning them when raw materials ran low. After hearing that, Li Qingqian set the next move. The company still had 180,000 orders to clear, so deliveries would resume from today but only at the normal due schedule. He stressed one key point: nothing would be shipped early, because if supply suddenly bounced back too fast after Zhang Tianling stole the fake data, the whole act would fall apart. Huang Ting still did not fully understand, but he accepted the order without hesitation because he had already been told to trust Li Qingqian's decisions. Li Qingqian followed up on the payout itself, and Huang Ting confirmed that every bit of the 120 million yuan compensation had already been returned to the claimants. Instead of regretting the loss, Li Qingqian decided to turn it into an advertisement for trust and ordered the company to publicly post the compensation records. His logic was simple and expensive. If 120 million could plant the idea that Divine Dragon software always keeps its word, then the money was worth spending. Then his tone turned cold, because he also ordered a permanent blacklist for every company or individual who had joined the compensation claim. Li Qingqian made the punishment absolute. Those people would never touch the Divine Dragon system, the mobile OS, the brainwave receiver, or brainwave coding technology again. Huang Ting agreed again, and this time he could feel that Li Qingqian had no intention of letting people take his money and still enjoy his technology. Huang Ting had one more report, and this one was unexpectedly warm. Over the past few days, the company had received about 3 million yuan in donations from ordinary supporters. Most of the messages were simple encouragements from regular people, and hearing that left both men visibly moved. Li Qingqian immediately told finance to record every donor carefully, because he had already decided those sincere supporters would be repaid properly when the time was right. After settling the company matters, Li Qingqian warned Huang Ting that he would soon leave for Dragon City for the junior informatics programming competition and needed him to keep watch in his absence. Huang Ting could not help joking that with Li Qingqian's level, entering a junior contest was basically bullying children. Li Qingqian only shook his head and said he had to go, because this competition was not about showing off at all. The reason was personal and clear in his heart. Li Qingqian wanted to win the finals so he could help Ding Ling reach Divine Dragon University, the school she dreamed of. Huang Ting laughed that this might become the most depressing junior competition ever, since first place was obviously already taken. He even joked that Li Qingqian's teammates were absurdly lucky, because being on his team was practically a guaranteed walk into Divine Dragon University. Li Qingqian actually agreed with the joke and answered in the same relaxed mood that anyone who teamed up with him really was lucky. Elsewhere, Zhang Tianling had already fled overnight, spending heavily to catch the next flight back to the Sunset Empire with the stolen materials in hand. Even after landing, she did not contact her employers right away and chose sleep first, recovering from the exhausting mission before anything else. When she finally woke up refreshed, her first reaction was irritation that she had even dreamed about Li Qingqian again. She grimly decided she would need a proper trip after this mission just to wash off the disgust and stress it had left on her. Then she opened Divine Dragon Software's homepage and immediately saw 3 public notices: full compensation paid, service cut off for claimants, and deliveries returning to normal. Because she believed the company had no inventory left, Zhang Tianling instantly dismissed the delivery notice as a bluff and concluded Li Qingqian was just buying time. That false confidence made her almost cheerful, and she smugly decided Li Qingqian was probably doomed to bankruptcy now. A small trace of guilt surfaced when she imagined meeting him after his fall, but she crushed it down and coldly told herself she might toss him a few hundred yuan for food. With that settled, she closed the company page and opened the secure disappearing message platform she used for black market mission exchanges. She sent a photo of the folder contents and told the buyer she had the diagrams they wanted most, presenting them as the core brainwave coding technology. The response came back instantly from Seisha, excited and impatient, demanding the full information right away. Instead of sending anything, Zhang Tianling took her time, sipped her coffee, and raised the price on the spot from 100 million to 200 million. She dressed it up as sacrifice and value, claiming this exclusive technology was worth at least 1 trillion and that she had paid a heavy personal price to steal it. Seisha exploded at the last-minute extortion and accused her of breaking the original deal. Zhang Tianling immediately pushed back harder, warning that if they would not pay, companies like IBM or Oracle might be happy to buy the same secrets instead. That got the buyer's attention fast, and the angry threats softened into tense bargaining because they could not afford to let the technology slip to a competitor. In the end, Seisha gave in and agreed to the 200 million price, because they were too desperate to get their hands on Divine Dragon's coding method. Knowing not to push her luck too far, Zhang Tianling demanded the transfer to her anonymous account first and promised to upload the files only after the money arrived. The funds hit her account soon after, and smiling to herself, she uploaded the fake technical information from memory to the agreed location. On the other side, Seisha, Pai Che, and Cook gathered in another video conference the moment the upload was secured. Seisha was still furious over the extortion and openly cursed Zhang Tianling for raising the price at the very last second. Pai Che picked up on Zhang Tianling's claim that she had sacrificed a lot and immediately steered the conversation into a crude guess about what she might have traded to get the files. Cook followed with the same ugly line of thought, lamenting that a beautiful woman like Zhang Tianling might have already been taken by Li Qingqian. After that brief bout of gossip, the 3 executives finally turned their attention back where it really mattered: the brainwave coding technology they thought they had just bought. In a private celebration, the 3 foreign giants already treat brainwave coding as their next shared gold mine. They agree on the plan outright, crack the technology, build a new alliance company, set the standards themselves, and erase Divine Dragon software from the industry. But before they can divide the future market, they know 2 hurdles come first: analyze the stolen tech and beat Divine Dragon for real. Then the message they were waiting for arrives, and the room goes quiet at once. The brainwave coding files have been uploaded. Their standby scientists immediately begin digging through the data, because even inside this alliance, whoever understands it best will take the biggest share. At the same time in his studio, Li Qingqian watches Baize come alive on the big screen. The system confirms the real online locations of Windows, Apple, and Google, and Li Qingqian switches their visible machines into fake virtual computers. That trick gives him the perfect cover, because once the virtual system is in place, the other side can keep working on pure fake data without noticing they are already under control. Baize starts scanning the target network, but the first estimate is absurdly slow, stretching out to 436 days. Then Baize finds a supercomputer inside the network, seizes it, and the timeline crashes from 436 days down to just 2. Li Qingqian finally feels the hunt turn his way, pleased that the people targeting him have just led him straight to their nest. He even credits Zhang Tianling for helping him, because her actions let Baize piggyback into the 3 companies' public systems. He knows those public servers are only the outer shell, but once the full breach is discovered, Zhang Tianling will be the one those companies tear apart first. For now, he decides to wait 2 more days, because that will be the real harvest point for Divine Dragon's counterattack. To keep the trap intact, he orders absolute silence, no factory reveal, no news about brainwave receiver supply, and no public word that Long Yao Generation 3 phone production is restarting. Privately, he knows the worst operational crisis is already over, with both company capacity and phone manufacturing finally back under control. The one thing still annoying him is the online rumor storm claiming he is about to go bankrupt, with verified accounts pushing users to demand compensation. He singles out the loudest agitator, the account called Sweetness Overseas, and decides that if he cannot strike everyone yet, he can at least collect interest from this one dog first. Li Qingqian has already traced that account to its real owner, Wu Shudian. Elsewhere, Wu Shudian is still smug, grinning over his bank balance and thanking Windows for letting him profit from the compensation scheme. He is especially excited because one returned order already brought him 200,000 yuan, and he expects another payout as soon as today's second receiver order expires. Riding that momentum, he opens the work group and starts directing everyone to keep stirring up compensation claims online. He boasts that their campaign is working, promises big bonuses if Divine Dragon collapses, and tells the group to flood the internet with proof that people can grab 200,000 yuan legally. Then a group member named Old K cuts in with bad news. Divine Dragon's 120 million yuan compensation wave is already trending on its own. Old K adds that Divine Dragon has publicly restored brainwave receiver supply and says all due orders will still ship on time. Worse for the agitators, Old K says Divine Dragon has blacklisted everyone who claimed compensation, and their own Divine Dragon software is already dead on their devices. Even that does not shake him yet, and he eagerly twists the update into proof that Divine Dragon has exhausted every trick it has left. He insists the shipment notices must be fake status changes, and he starts imagining the kill shot if he can expose them as fraudulent deliveries. In his mind, a fake shipment scandal would mean even bigger compensation, total reputational collapse, and a final rush of users abandoning Divine Dragon. But just as he gets more excited, Old K drops a few reposted screenshots into the work group and says Wu Shudian is suddenly famous. Annoyed and expecting nonsense, Wu Shudian opens the images anyway and immediately goes cold. The screenshots are his own translated chat records, exposing how he praised the Sunset Empire, insulted Divine Dragon Country, and even fabricated slander against senior officials. He cannot understand how a message he thought only one person had ever seen is now all over the internet. Panicking, he deletes Old K's post from the work group and asks with trembling hands where the image came from. Old K answers with open mockery that the screenshots are already the top topic on Weibo, and at least 100 million people know Wu Shudian's name now. Then the group starts shedding people one after another, and each exit notification makes the collapse feel more real. Desperate for confirmation, Wu Shudian opens Weibo and sees the #1 trending tag calling him a national thief. The comment flood is merciless, branding him a traitor who sold out his own country and demanding that the police and state security arrest him. Once the posts tie him directly to the campaign against Divine Dragon software, Wu Shudian finally understands he is in real danger. He decides he has to run immediately, convinced that once public anger fully lands on him, he may never get out of the country. As he flees, he calls Seisha and pleads for help getting out of Divine Dragon Country before he is arrested. Seisha does not even pretend to help, coldly telling him he is just a dog and that someone who betrays his own country deserves no trust. That answer shatters him, because the master he wanted to serve never saw him as anything but disposable. He breaks down completely, worrying that Seisha lied to him and crying like a man abandoned by the side he worshipped. Before he can run any farther, police officers rush in and cut him off with a blunt command: Wu Shudian, you are under arrest. Back at Tianyi High, Li Qingqian starts by thanking Principal Wang and teacher Wang Jianjia for approving his leave request. The teachers are completely on his side, because with Li Qingqian's results and status, staying in class no longer matters much. Principal Wang still adds one condition with a grin: Li Qingqian must come back for the college entrance exam and help lift the school's ranking. Then the principal excitedly thanks him again for donating 100 brainwave receivers and matching computers, a huge gift the school can proudly show off. Seeing such a major donation, the principal tries to turn it into a school-wide ceremony and even hopes Li Qingqian will give a speech. Li Qingqian refuses just as fast, says he still has to pack, and slips out before they can keep persuading him. After he leaves, the two educators can only admire how rare he is, successful far beyond his age yet still grounded enough to ask for leave instead of quitting school outright. Outside the office, Ding Ling has been waiting for him, and the two head toward class 12 to 5 together with an easy, happy rhythm. Ding Ling chatters nonstop like a little spark, but one worry finally slips out. She asks if Divine Dragon software is really safe now after all the online rumors. She even tells him to forget the junior informatics programming competition if the company is in trouble, because his real business matters more than proving himself. Li Qingqian reassures her that the crisis is already under control. Then he explains why he still cares about the competition. He does not need it for himself, but Ding Ling needs those results to reach Divine Dragon University. He says it plainly now that he plans to help fulfill her dream of getting directly admitted to Divine Dragon University. Ding Ling instantly understands that his trip to Dragon City is for her sake, and the way she looks at him turns openly tender. Overwhelmed, she asks the question sitting in her heart, why is he so good to her? Li Qingqian answers without dodging anything this time and tells her directly that she is the girl he likes. Ding Ling turns red all the way to her ears, but instead of running from the confession, she shyly admits that she has liked him for a long time too. The moment she says it, her courage gives out, and she bolts away in pure embarrassment. Still smiling at how cute her shy retreat was, Li Qingqian finally heads into grade 12 class 5. His sudden return shocks the class, and one student blurts out the news so loudly that everyone looks up at once. The room erupts into whispers about his money, his company, and whether someone like him would ever really come back to school to study. A few classmates even start regretting that they never built a connection with him earlier, now that he looks like the kind of person who could shape their future. Then the gossip cuts sharper as the class starts talking about Jian Qingli, the girl who once looked down on Li Qingqian and rejected his invitations to team up. They say she missed not just Li Qingqian himself, but also a direct path into Divine Dragon University through the competition he would have carried her through. Even with the voices lowered, Jian Qingli hears every word and sits there silently crying as the regret hits harder and harder. Li Qingqian walks through all that noise into the classroom, and now every classmate greets him with warmth and admiration. Once inside, Li Qingqian does not sit down to study at all and starts packing up his personal things to leave for good. Without saying a word, Jian Qingli stands up with swollen eyes and quietly helps him pack. When everything is packed, she asks the question she is dreading most, is he still coming back? Li Qingqian answers gently but clearly that he has taken a long leave and will only return for the college entrance exam. That answer drains the last bit of hope from her, but she still forces a bitter smile and asks to walk him out as his desk mate of 3 years. Li Qingqian agrees, and the two leave the classroom together for one last quiet walk. On the way out, Jian Qingli awkwardly tries to show she has changed, but Li Qingqian only answers her with cool, distant politeness. Feeling that wall between them, she finally asks if he still has not forgiven her and still hates her. Li Qingqian tells her honestly that he never blamed her and never hated her. That only pushes Jian Qingli to say the ugly part out loud herself. She knows she looked like a snob who ignored him before and tried to get close only after he became successful. Then she starts opening an even deeper wound and brings up her mother, whose constant comparisons and showing off always made their family feel strange to outsiders. When Li Qingqian asks why, Jian Qingli reveals the secret she has carried for years. Her mother was her father's mistress, and she was born out of wedlock. She explains that because she was born a girl instead of the son her father wanted, he never brought them into the family properly, leaving them with money but no real home. Her mother's inferiority turned into constant comparison, and all those harsh rules about choosing a capable man were really fear that Jian Qingli would repeat her life. Even so, Jian Qingli asks him to keep this humiliating secret, because she and her mother still survive on her father's support. Li Qingqian promises he will not tell anyone, and for the first time his tone toward her becomes noticeably gentler. Now understanding the family she came from, he tells her the truth without cruelty. Her experience is pitiful, but it does not have to decide her future. He urges her not to give up on herself, then says goodbye and turns to leave. Outside the gate, a car is already waiting, and Jian Qingli can only watch as Li Qingqian gets in and leaves her behind. As the car pulls away, Jian Qingli feels with painful clarity that they have already become people from two completely different worlds. After a long while she drifts back toward the classroom, still replaying how Li Qingqian promised Ding Ling direct admission through the competition and realizing that every word he once said was true. She finally mocks herself as the real clown, because the person she once thought was bragging was the only one who had actually done everything he said. But even after that crushing parting, Jian Qingli still refuses to let go and decides she will seize one last chance if fate gives it to her. Her resolve turns reckless and private by the end, as she blushes and decides she would rather gamble everything on Li Qingqian than settle for an ordinary future. In a hotel room in Dragon City, Li Qingqian lay on the bed while Baizhe quietly took over the TV and delivered a full raid report on the 3 foreign tech giants. Baizhe's first haul was the 3 companies' digital currency reserves, adding up to 54.7 billion yuan. The second haul hit even harder, because Bai Zhe had already reached 3,574 software projects, including the source code for Windows, Office, Apple systems, and Google's search algorithm. Bai Zhe also uncovered 134 anonymous bank accounts holding another 16.8 billion yuan in cash assets. Seeing that list, Li Qingqian finally smiled and decided it was time to return the favor after being pushed this far. He knew how close he had come to ruin, because without the master of all professions game, he would have been cornered into bankruptcy and stripped of everything. So he immediately ordered Bai Zhe to copy every source code file it could reach, even though he would have preferred to wipe the originals entirely. Even in revenge, Li Qingqian stayed careful and warned Bai Zhe not to leave any trace that might make the three companies suspicious. Bai Zhe started the transfer, but the estimated time came back at 36 hours, which was long enough to make Li Qingqian frown. To reduce the risk, he changed the plan on the spot and told Bai Zhe to grab the most important projects first and leave the less useful ones for later. He also prepared a brutal fallback, ordering Bai Zhe to transfer the company's crypto and hidden cash the moment anyone showed signs of detecting the intrusion. With more than 70 billion yuan hanging in the balance, Li Qingqian coldly decided that money would just be the interest on what they had tried to do to him. When he asked whether the three companies had noticed anything wrong, Bai Zhe answered with one dry word, no. Bai Zhe explained that the three companies were still celebrating because they thought they had stolen brainwave coding technology. The document Zhang Tianling had taken back was actually worthless on its own, but the enemy never realized they were only seeing what Bai Zhe wanted them to see through a virtual computer. That made Li Qingqian smile even wider, because their excitement would only make the crash hurt more when the lie finally broke. Overseas, scientists from the three companies kept working day and night, first hoping to crack the principles behind brainwave coding itself. But the theory made no sense to them, so management changed the goal and ordered them to stop chasing understanding for now and just build a product that worked. Once they switched focus, they discovered the fake method was absurdly easy to use, because feeding brainwaves into the document really did produce matching text output. The result worked across Windows, Apple, and Google systems, and every new successful test convinced them they were holding the future in their hands. Their version was clearly worse than Divine Dragon's, with only about 600 characters per minute and weaker accuracy, but it was still far ahead of ordinary keyboard input. What unsettled them was that none of the underlying data had any logic at all, so the technology looked fake even while it kept working right in front of them. In the end, they could only comfort themselves with the idea that the field was just too advanced for them and dive back into blind research. At the three companies' daily meeting, Seisha opened with open confidence and declared that they were clearly on the right path. Seisha admitted there was still a theory problem, but he treated it like a small delay that the technical power of all three companies could solve sooner or later. Pai Chei pushed the argument further and said understanding the principle could wait, because the product already worked well enough to sell first and improve later. He also mocked Divine Dragon Software for abandoning the overseas market, because that mistake would leave foreign buyers with no option except their imitation plan. Cook agreed at once and backed a healthy business model built on quick release, constant upgrades, and huge profit. Then Cook drove the plan into launch mode by proposing immediate mass production of a first-generation brainwave receiver. After checking costs, he argued they could build each unit for only 800 yuan and undercut Divine Dragon's 200,000 yuan price by selling theirs for 100,000. Back in the hotel, Li Qingqian watched the entire secret conference live on a screen because Bai Zhe had already penetrated all three companies' internal networks. Bai Zhe dryly pointed out how excited they were, and Li Qingqian told it to shut the video off because the higher they flew now, the harder they would fall later. He even said he wanted to personally see their faces when they learned everything was fake and they had been reduced to nothing. Later that night outside his room, Jianqingli stood trembling in the hallway and forced herself to make a life-changing choice. She told herself that if a woman had to rely on someone, it was far better to choose a genius like Li Qingqian than an ordinary man. Blushing hard, she finally lifted her hand and knocked on Li Qingqian's door. When Li Qingqian asked who was outside, Jianqingli answered in a trembling voice that she had something to tell him. Li Qingqian opened the door, and Jianqingli shyly asked to come inside because what she wanted to show him was private. As soon as she was inside and the door closed, Jianqingli threw her arms around him and confessed that she liked him. Li Qingqian tried to stop things there, and reminded her that he already had a girlfriend. But Jianqingli had already prepared her answer, saying she knew she was not worthy of him and was not asking for marriage or even the title of girlfriend. She promised she would not pester him or disrupt his life, because she only wanted to give her first time to the man she truly liked and leave herself no regrets. Then she made her meaning fully clear and told him she wanted to stay by his side even in secret, which finally broke through his restraint. Much later in the middle of the night, Jianqingli rested against Li Qingqian's chest with soft eyes and quietly said she should leave before anyone saw her coming out of his room. Li Qingqian stayed silent and did not ask her to remain, and Jianqingli instantly understood exactly where she stood with him. Even with that hurt sitting in her chest, she calmly promised that in public they would go back to acting like before and she would never expose their relationship. He only told her to rest well and wished her luck in tomorrow's Junior Informatics Programming Competition final, which made the moment feel even colder to her. Jianqingli left his room slowly, weighed down by the bitter realization that even giving him her most precious thing had not changed his heart. On the way back, she was hit by a deeper regret too, because Li Qingqian had once offered her a path to Divine Dragon University through his team, and she had turned it down. She returned to her own room exhausted but unable to sleep, because the empty bed felt far colder than the place she had just left. After Jianqingli left, Li Qingqian also lost all chance of sleep and got dressed before walking to the hotel's floor-to-ceiling window. Looking out over Dragon City's night skyline, he realized this encounter proved how completely he had changed the fate of his previous life. In the past, Jianqingli would not even have looked his way, because back then he had poor grades, no money, no power, and nothing that could impress her. Now everything was different, because Divine Dragon software was thriving, his technology was respected, and he no longer lacked money at all. But instead of getting smug, Li Qingqian immediately traced every one of those changes back to the same source, the master of all professions game. He understood exactly what Jianqingli had fallen for, and it was not some fantasy of love but the wealth and achievements the game had helped him build. That clarity only made him more serious, because the professions he held now were still just the game's most basic early-stage paths. So he warned himself not to relax yet, because real safety would only come after he developed a cosmic warship powerful enough to make final decisions by force. In his mind, that warship meant absolute protection on Earth, because anyone with hostile intentions could be erased in a single strike. Then his thoughts turned to the darker threat he had never fully put down, because the middle and late stages of the game had introduced powerful alien factions. Those aliens were not the kind that would treat humans kindly at all, and Li Qingqian knew Earthlings would look like insects to them. And when he finally let himself imagine those game aliens appearing in the real world, the thought crushed him with a fresh wave of pressure. That morning in the hotel restaurant, Tian Wenming gathered the team for breakfast and reminded them that the finals would follow the same pattern as before: theory in the morning, hands-on coding in the afternoon. When Tian Wenming turned to Li Qingqian, his stern face melted into a grin as he said that someone who could build an operating system should have no trouble taking the national championship if he just performed normally. His mood was obvious, because being Li Qingqian's instructor had already changed his career, bringing awards, a promotion, and even bigger opportunities for the teachers connected to him. Tian Wenming knew this competition barely mattered to Li Qingqian anymore, since the prize money was trivial to a company boss, and even direct admission meant little when elite universities were already inviting him. Then Tian Wenming forced his smile away, turned serious again, and told He Hongyun and the others not to panic and to fight for a top 50 result with steady performance. He Hongyun answered with unusually humble obedience, which only made Li Qingqian more aware of how completely his old arrogance had been beaten down. Bai Jiaoyang kept his head down in silence, and Jianqingli also avoided speaking, though her occasional glances at Li Qingqian carried a complicated feeling she could not hide. Once it was time, Tian Wenming led everyone out of the hotel and toward Divine Dragon University for the finals. On the way, Bai Jiaoyang noticed Jianqingli looked uncomfortable and asked if she was unwell, but she shut him out with a cold answer. Inside, Jianqingli was furious with Li Qingqian for being too rough the night before, and Li Qingqian instantly understood why she was walking like that. That guilty jolt made Li Qingqian admit to himself that what he did last night was inappropriate, even if the thrill had carried him away at the time. Still, Jianqingli's behavior today proved she was keeping her promise not to affect his life, cling to him, or cause trouble. At the same time at Divine Dragon University's entrance, Principal Wu and the organizing committee were already waiting with Ding Chen and He Hongyan, hoping to catch Li Qingqian before the exam. Ding Chen especially wanted this chance because rumors said Li Qingqian might choose the Academy of Sciences, and Divine Dragon University did not want to lose him without a fight. To make the approach smoother, Principal Wu had even brought along alumnus He Hongyan to help introduce them properly. As the minutes dragged on, Principal Wu checked the time in growing impatience and asked why Li Qingqian still had not arrived. Then He Hongyan spotted Li Qingqian's group coming around the corner, and the whole welcoming party snapped to attention. They quickly straightened their clothes and arranged themselves with polite smiles, making it obvious they were preparing for a very important arrival. The scene drew immediate attention from contestants and students nearby, who started whispering that only a true heavyweight could make Divine Dragon University's principal wait at the gate. Even Tian Wenming and the students walking in from the crowd were baffled, with everyone guessing some academic giant must be on the way. When Li Qingqian's group naturally started to detour past the welcoming line, He Hongyan had to call out loudly for President Li to come over. Tian Wenming stopped in confusion, and Ding Ling cautiously suggested they confirm it first before doing anything embarrassing. He Hongyan rushed over smiling and made it plain that the whole group had indeed been waiting there for Li Qingqian for half an hour. Li Qingqian blinked in surprise and quietly asked why so many people were waiting for him at all. That answer hit the whole team at once, and they finally understood that the person important enough to draw out Principal Wu was Li Qingqian himself. Tian Wenming was shaken enough to realize he had to rethink Li Qingqian's standing entirely, because this was not how a university treated an ordinary student. He Hongyun could only stare with envy and bitterness, because he knew he would never reach a height where a university principal came out to receive him personally. Zhao Peng, on the other hand, looked almost prouder than Li Qingqian, basking in the glory of following such an outrageous captain. Bai Jiaoyang finally let go of his rivalry for good, looking at Li Qingqian with pure admiration and the relieved acceptance of someone who knows he cannot compete. Ding Ling hid a proud smile behind her hat and mask, while Jian Qingli felt both proud of Li Qingqian and painfully aware of how much she regretted misjudging him before. Before anyone else could explain further, Principal Wu walked up in person, smiling warmly as he introduced himself to Li Qingqian. Li Qingqian answered with equal courtesy, and Principal Wu immediately said he would keep it brief because the theory exam was about to start. He first thanked Li Qingqian for coming to the finals at all, saying his presence alone had raised the competition's profile and could push it toward the top tier. Then Principal Wu publicly thanked Divine Dragon Software for donating 1,000 brainwave receivers, saying Li Qingqian had directly upgraded the competition into something more scientific and modern. The students around them were stunned, because that donation alone was worth a terrifying 100 million yuan. As the whispers spread, Li Qingqian was praised as a godlike software figure and the country's top programming genius, turning the university gate into a live scene of awe. And with everyone listening, Principal Wu moved to the real point and asked Li Qingqian directly what he thought of Divine Dragon University. Outside the competition venue, Principal Wu starts with a blunt truth: Divine Dragon University is the best in the country, but it still falls behind the world in information technology and several high-end fields. Then Principal Wu makes his point clear. After seeing Li Qingqian's operating system, compiler, and brainwave coding technology, he believes this one young man could drag the university's information science to a world-leading level. With everyone listening, Principal Wu formally invites Li Qingqian to join Divine Dragon University and guide its information school forward. The crowd instantly realizes this is not ordinary admission at all, but an offer so high-level it feels like inviting a high school student to run the information school. Teacher Tian Wenming and the others are shaken, because they expected a simple invitation to study here, not an offer built on Li Qingqian's status as a top information science genius. Jian Qingli watches with open pride, feeling even more certain that the man she chose has already reached a height ordinary people cannot touch. Most of the crowd assumes no one would reject a chance like this, so they wait for Li Qingqian to accept. Instead, Li Qingqian answers without hesitation that he appreciates the kindness, but he cannot join Divine Dragon University. The refusal lands like a blow, and Principal Wu can only admit with a regretful sigh that the people who warned him he would fail were right. Li Qingqian apologizes again, making it clear this is a firm decision, not a bargaining move. Around them, students stare as if he just threw away a dream future that most people could never reach even once. But Li Qingqian does not leave it at refusal. He calmly tells Principal Wu not to worry, because Divine Dragon University's information science will improve very quickly. He points to their own operating system, their own compiler, and their own brainwave coding technology as proof that the old dependence on foreign technology is already starting to break. Li Qingqian declares that once the free personal version of the Divine Dragon system spreads to the public, the direction will reverse and other countries will be the ones learning from them. Inside his own calculations, Li Qingqian is even more certain, because Bai Zhe has nearly copied the source code of the three hostile companies, and he plans to hit them with a fatal blow after the competition. In Li Qingqian's view, once those three companies are crippled, the Divine Dragon system can rise into the largest and safest operating system in the market. He goes on to say that the advanced brainwave receiver is another key advantage, because a 100-fold jump in information input speed will let domestic software technology surge ahead in a very short time. Principal Wu still does not fully agree, because in his eyes the world situation is far more complicated than Li Qingqian makes it sound. He keeps the harsher part to himself, thinking Li Qingqian is brilliant but too optimistic about sanctions, foreign resistance, and how hard it would be to replace the world's major systems. Even so, Principal Wu openly praises the brainwave coding technology, because he has already seen how terrifyingly efficient the receiver is in practice. He especially admires the way Li Qingqian handled the receiver's port restrictions, because that choice protected the domestic software industry instead of chasing easy overseas money. Li Qingqian answers with a small smile that foreign powers once refused to sell advanced technology to them, so now that they have one of their own, he has no reason to sell it back. Seeing that the competition is close, Principal Wu makes one last attempt and tells Li Qingqian not to reject him too completely, because Divine Dragon University will keep its doors open for him anytime. He even gives Li Qingqian his phone number and says that if any trouble comes up, he can call directly. With only about 20 minutes left before the event, Principal Wu finally ends the conversation so he will not delay Li Qingqian's competition. Principal Wu calls over an especially young professor and asks him to guide Li Qingqian through the campus to the competition hall. The young professor happily greets Li Qingqian and admits he has plenty of questions too, making it obvious even the faculty want a closer look at him. Li Qingqian thanks him, greets Principal Wu again, and leads Tian Wenming and the others into Divine Dragon University. As Li Qingqian disappears into the crowd, Principal Wu can only watch with regret and think how much the university could have gained if it had persuaded him to come. Among the bystanders, the envy only gets worse, because they just watched a high school student get personally recruited by the principal of the top university in the country. By the time the talk ends, many of the competitors have already given up on first place and decide that in this junior informatics programming competition, everyone else is only fighting for second. At 8 p.m., the competition results finally come out, and Li Qingqian's team takes the championship exactly as expected. Teacher Tian Wenming can't hide it anymore, and his usual stern face breaks into a broad, proud smile. Ding Ling gets so emotional that she ignores everyone's stares and rushes in to hug Li Qingqian in public. Zhao Peng beams beside them, just as thrilled as Ding Ling by the life-changing result. Tian Wenming congratulates Ding Ling and Zhao Peng on their direct admission to Divine Dragon University, and says teaming up with Li Qingqian was the luckiest thing that ever happened to them. Ding Ling lets go with a red face and sincerely thanks Li Qingqian for making her dream of studying at Divine Dragon University come true. Zhao Peng also thanks Li Qingqian from the bottom of his heart, knowing his own grades never could have gotten him into that university. He starts swearing he'll do anything for Li Qingqian in the future, but Li Qingqian laughs and cuts off the overdramatic speech before it gets worse. Li Qingqian knows Zhao Peng is clowning around, but the gratitude behind it is real, and that is enough for him. Not everyone is celebrating, because Bai Jiaoyang's team lands in 57th place and misses the top 50 cutoff for direct admission. He Hongyan lowers his head in bitter disappointment as reality crushes his belief that he was strong enough to reach Divine Dragon University on his own. Bai Jiaoyang envies Zhao Peng and Ding Ling and secretly regrets not joining Li Qingqian's team when he had the chance. Jian Qingli is hit even harder, because Li Qingqian asked her to join 3 times and she rejected him every single time. She painfully realizes that if she had said yes, Zhao Peng and Ding Ling would never have taken her place beside Li Qingqian. Then her thoughts swing again, and she clings to the idea that the champion is still the man she wanted, leaving her pride and regret tangled together. Once the excitement settles, Tian Wenming tells Li Qingqian to prepare for tomorrow's awards ceremony at the Great Hall of Divine Dragon University. He explains that the ceremony will be broadcast live on television, and as champions, Li Qingqian's team must give the acceptance speech. The honor is even bigger this year, because the entire information school will attend the ceremony to hear Li Qingqian speak. Tian Wenming openly envies the opportunity and urges Li Qingqian to treasure a chance to speak before the whole country. Li Qingqian nods, and in fact he already knows, because Principal Wu has already sent him a message. As he thinks ahead to tomorrow, Li Qingqian realizes the timing is perfect and that he still has a lot to prepare tonight. Bai Zhe will finish the data transfer overnight, so Li Qingqian finally decides to stop holding back. He plans to use the national spotlight to declare that Divine Dragon Country has found its footing in the software industry. He also intends to publicly unveil Divine Dragon Software, Intelligent CAD, and Automated Factory CAD in the same speech. And once he has the stage, he plans to expose the hidden problems with Windows, Apple, and Linux to the whole world. Tian Wenming clears the room and tells everyone not to disturb Li Qingqian, because tomorrow matters too much. Ding Ling leaves reluctantly, clearly wanting to stay by Li Qingqian's side a little longer. Jian Qingli also looks back with obvious longing, her feelings still stirred up despite all her regret. Once the others are gone, the television suddenly cuts to static, and the quiet room turns eerie in an instant. After a few seconds of crackling interference, Bai Zhe appears on the TV screen in front of Li Qingqian. Bai Zhe reports that all the source code from the 3 companies has been transferred successfully. Next comes the money. Bai Zhe says 54.7 billion worth of virtual currency has also been moved over. Bai Zhe adds that 16.8 billion yuan from the company's laundered anonymous accounts has been cleaned and transferred too. With everything secured, Bai Zhe asks one last question. Should the destruction plan for the 3 companies be activated now? Li Qingqian is thrilled, because in one stroke he has just taken control of 71.5 billion yuan from Apple, Windows, and Google. The scale of it hits hard, since that amount would put him among the world's richest people and near the top tier inside Divine Dragon Country too. He stays calm about the risk, because Bai Zhe moved the money through decentralized virtual currency and countless hidden financial channels that should leave no usable trail. Satisfied that no one can prove anything, Li Qingqian takes the money without guilt and moves straight to the next step. He tells Bai Zhe to brief him on Windows next, ready to push the attack further now that he has everything he wanted. The scene shifts overseas, where Windows has already produced a prototype brainwave receiver. Their early tests show the device works normally, and the stolen version even looks sleeker, lighter, and more futuristic than Divine Dragon Software's model. For such an important breakthrough, Pai Chei, Seisha, and Cook finally meet in person at the Windows lab after previously coordinating only by video. Seisha proudly explains that after dismantling several receivers, they confirmed the real hard part was never the hardware, but the brainwave coding file. According to Seisha, once they had that coding document, any company could easily build the receiver itself. He boasts that the receiver can practically be hand-assembled from matching parts, and only costs about 500 yuan to make. Seisha says Zhang Tianling's last-minute price hike was still worth it, because the coding documents she stole made this breakthrough possible. Cook agrees and says that without Zhang Tianling's stolen coding file, they would never have cracked brainwave coding technology. Then the mood turns uglier when Pai Chei complains that Zhang Tianling lost her chastity during the mission, as if he cares more about that than the crime itself. Seisha mocks him for whining over one woman and points out that a man with Pai Che's wealth can get countless others anyway. Cook, Pai Che, and Seisha arrive at the Windows lab in high spirits, ready to show off the new brainwave coding breakthrough. Inside the lab, 2 Windows scientists use replica brainwave receivers to write code straight into the computers. The monitor shows 600 characters per minute, and even though that is far below Divine Dragon's original 6,000, it is still fast enough to leave the room staring. When the scientists stop, Cook and Pai Che inspect the code themselves and find mistakes, but the accuracy is still a very usable 86%. Cook calls the result very good, because a few mistakes are easy to forgive when the work speed jumps this much. Seisha smugly explains that Windows already has a research team building autocorrection software, and he expects the accuracy to break 90% within a week. He pushes the boast further, saying that once more users feed data into their system, brainwave input should climb past 95% accuracy. Cook immediately starts thinking like a businessman and suggests releasing the correction software in stages so Windows can keep its lead and sell each upgrade separately. Seisha agrees without hesitation, happy to turn the technology into a long-term advantage. Pai Che goes even bigger and proposes a grand press conference, shamelessly acting like this stolen brainwave coding success belongs to them. The 3 men get more and more excited, already talking about how this press event will reassure their allies and prove Windows still leads the software world. Then the mood snaps when the computers suddenly light up on their own, and the 2 scientists realize they have lost control. Hearing the scientists panic, Seisha whips around and finally sees that every nearby screen has gone black with the same white message. The message is just a crude insult, but Seisha instantly understands the humiliation. Windows headquarters has been hacked right in front of Cook and Pai Che. Seisha explodes, ordering the virus handled at once and swearing death on whoever brought it into the company. Because the secure lab allows no phones inside, Seisha has to grab the landline to call Adana from network security. Before Seisha can regain control, the hacker updates the screens again and calmly announces that Windows server source code has already been taken. That threat makes Seisha bark a new order into the phone: cut the physical link between the internet and the internet right now. The hacker answers with another slap in the face, claiming the virtual currency stored on the intranet is gone too. Seisha roars that such a silent breach of the Windows intranet should be impossible, but his anger is already cracking into fear. On the phone, Adana reports that the internet has been cut, but they still cannot control the internet machines or confirm what data is safe. The hacker had already predicted that move, and the next message makes it clear the physical disconnect came too late to matter. Then the attacker adds one more disaster. The money in Windows anonymous accounts is gone too, and the message claims a total of 16.8 billion yuan. That figure feels wrong to Seisha for a split second, but the doubt is drowned out by panic as he rushes to verify the account with the bank. The bank coldly confirms the anonymous account balance is 0, and Seisha's face turns murderous when he realizes the money is truly gone. When he demands a transaction trail, the bank tells him those anonymous accounts keep no transfer records, leaving him with no way to trace the loss. He can only curse and hang up, knowing the money from those hidden accounts is gone for good. The next hacker message is worse than the theft, claiming all of Windows data has been completely deleted. And before Seisha can process that, the attacker twists the knife again by claiming the brainwave coding technology itself is fake. That reveal terrifies Seisha more than the stolen cash, because money can be earned back, but wiped servers and a fake flagship technology could cripple Windows itself. He tries to deny it out loud, calling it a prank, but his shaking voice gives away that he no longer believes his own words. Cook and Pai Che put on sympathetic faces, but inside they are thrilled to watch Windows stumble in front of them. Cook twists the knife, mocking Windows security and saying its virus-ridden reputation suddenly looks deserved. Then, just as abruptly as it began, the attack interface vanishes and the scientists announce that the computers have returned to normal. Seisha does not relax for a second and shouts for the server data to be checked immediately. He rushes to an intranet terminal himself, and the elaborate address and password sequence he must enter only makes the dread worse. When Seisha opens the folder for the company's virtual currency, it is completely empty. That blank screen drenches him in sweat, because now the hacker's impossible claims are turning into hard proof. Then Adana calls back with the final confirmation: the virtual currency is gone, and all server data, project files, and source code have disappeared too. Hearing that, Seisha nearly faints on the spot as the full scale of the disaster finally crushes him. Inside Windows, the crisis turns real as the missing intranet data includes Windows 12 and other projects that were already near release. On the brink of collapse, he grabs at one last hope: if the brainwave coding technology still works, maybe Windows is not finished yet. But the line on the screen saying the brainwave coding technology is fake keeps flashing through Seisha's mind, and his confidence starts to crack. The warning makes no sense, because earlier tests had looked real to everyone involved, including Cook and Pai Che. The mood turns grim, and an order is given to bring in a brand new offline computer and test the technology again on clean hardware. An unnamed scientist installs the files, puts on the brainwave receiver, and begins the same experiment in front of the watching executives. Nothing appears on the screen, and the test scientist blurts out in disbelief when the computer gives absolutely no response. He pushes harder, trying to force the input by thought alone, but the machine still sits there dead. Then Tara switches to the simplest test and tries to move the cursor like a mouse. But even that basic control fails. Refusing to accept the failure, the scientist says the receiver may be broken and starts swapping in different equipment for another full test. The second setup fails too, and the last hope in the room drains away in front of the watching executives. The sudden collapse makes no sense, because a technology that worked moments ago should not instantly become a complete fake. The room erupts in furious confusion, because the brainwave coding technology was supposed to be their last way out. Cook and Pai Che are just as shaken, because they had already built grand plans around turning this technology into a trillion-yuan market. They cling to one explanation: maybe the technology is fine, and the hacker only crippled it on Windows machines. That slim possibility sends them into motion, and they decide to leave at once to verify the situation back at their own companies. On the way out, Cook tries to steady Pai Che by saying that even after their own losses, Windows should still be the biggest loser here. Pai Che answers bitterly that they only lost the future, while Windows lost both the future and the present. At the lab entrance, a phone keeps ringing inside the safe, and the sound instantly tells Cook and Pai Che that something even worse may be happening. The wording of the hacker's message suddenly takes on a worse meaning. This may not be only a Windows disaster at all. Cook answers first, and his secretary is already sobbing as she tells him Apple has been hacked too. The report gets worse by the second. Apple's source code is gone, its virtual currency and anonymous funds are gone, and even the brainwave coding technology has stopped working there too. Cook still asks how his staff even knows about the hidden money and the failed brainwave project, because those losses should not have been obvious at first glance. The secretary says the hacker hijacked every company monitor and bragged in public about everything he had stolen. She even adds one absurd detail: the hacker claimed a larger amount than he really stole, as if he wanted to show off as much as damage the company. Cook finally understands that Apple has been gutted too, and the answer is written all over his face before he even says it. Almost at the same moment, Pai Che gets the same kind of call from Google and erupts in disbelief before smashing his phone to the ground. Pai Che immediately blames Zhang Tianling, convinced she carried Divine Dragon Software's virus into their internal network through the brainwave technology deal. That accusation suddenly connects the dots. The brainwave coding project was the one recent link shared by all three companies. In a flash, the panic turns into hatred, and the men fix all their blame on Zhang Tianling. Their fury widens fast, and they brand Divine Dragon Software a demonic trap while vowing to make Li Qingqian pay. Far away in the Sunset Empire, Zhang Tianling is doing the exact opposite of worrying, lying under the sun and enjoying the 200 million yuan she earned for the job. Her calm breaks when her phone rings, and she answers casually without any idea that her life is about to flip upside down. The message is short and chilling. Li Qingqian tells her to leave the Sunset Empire immediately, and hide if she wants to stay alive. That alone is enough to alarm her, because this is a new number she never shared with anyone. She still doubts Li Qingqian's motives, but her instincts win out, and she instantly smashes the phone and dives into hiding. A moment later, Li Qingqian reaches her other secret phone too, this time with a link and a strange line thanking her for the help. She opens the link and finds an expose laying out the full strike on Windows, Apple, and Google. Deleted source code, stolen money, and brainwave coding technology exposed as useless bait. The article makes the real horror plain to her. She was the one who personally delivered the virus into those three companies. Even if she knows the trap was not really her plan, she also knows exactly how companies like these work, and that certainty turns her fear into panic. She curses Li Qingqian in her head as a monster who used her, made her spread the virus, and turned her into the perfect scapegoat. Then the threat becomes physical when a group of burly men arrives on the beach and heads straight for the spot where she was lying moments ago. The searchers pick up the phone she threw away and openly say all three companies are paying to hunt her down before anyone else can claim her. When they add that Seisha, Cook, and Pai Che want her to die horribly, every last bit of her false hope vanishes. Now fully trapped, Zhang Tianling realizes she cannot escape the Sunset Empire alone while three giants are hunting her. With nowhere else to turn, she sends Li Qingqian a pleading message asking him to save her and get her out. But no reply comes back, and that silence only makes her panic worse. At the end, Zhang Tianling can only send one more desperate plea for help while the hunt closes in around her. In his Dragon City hotel room, Li Qingqian watches the frozen TV image of the three foreign executives raging after the hack and just sneers at how badly they took the hit. He tells Baizhe this is only a little payback, because the three companies tried to crush Divine Dragon Software far more viciously first. Then Li Qingqian decides to twist the knife and orders Baizhe to release the article he just wrote about the three companies being hacked and losing all their source code. He knows the companies want the disaster buried, so exposing it fast will turn their technical failure into a public credibility collapse. Li Qingqian makes one rule clear: the post goes out anonymously, because everyone can suspect him all they want as long as nobody can prove it. Confident that Baizhe already moved money around without leaving a trace, he trusts this leak will be just as impossible to pin on him. He goes even further and tells Baizhe to make sure the whole world knows by morning, because he wants Windows, Apple, and Google dragged through the mud overnight. To Li Qingqian, This has already become a blood feud after they tried to steal brainwave coding and bankrupt him, so he means to fight to the end. He gives Baizé one last message to spread through the attack. Anyone who reaches for Divine Dragon software should be ready for total retaliation. Once the leak operation is set, Li Qingqian immediately shifts back to work and starts polishing his speech and tomorrow's product launch plan. As he works, he quietly tells himself that starting tomorrow, the Divine Dragon system will begin conquering the world. To build momentum, he messages He Hongyun and tells him to bring in even more heavyweight international media for the launch. He also warns academician Lin Chu and Principal Wu in advance, letting them know what he plans to unveil. Before the night is over, Li Qingqian gives Baizé a final technical order: mark every hidden backdoor the three companies left him, because he will need them tomorrow. He follows it with another command to build virus software that will specifically strike those planted loopholes. Meanwhile overseas, Baizé's leak spreads with brutal speed, and within an hour the news that all three giants lost their source code becomes the hottest topic on the internet. The three companies try to bury the story through their PR teams, but Baizé keeps pushing it back up so hard that the news becomes impossible to suppress. Online reactions explode at once, with ordinary users shocked that operating system giants could be hacked so completely, and suddenly doubting whether their own data is safe at all. The anger quickly turns ugly, and huge waves of posts start cursing Divine Dragon software as a shameless hacker company and criminal threat. At the same time, major media outlets race to package the scandal into sensational headlines, dragging the brainwave coding fight and the cyber attack into a single global spectacle. Some reports admit Divine Dragon's technology has surpassed the old giants, but the mainstream coverage still twists the story and smears Li Qingqian's company far harder than it explains the facts. For all their moral outrage, investors react with pure self-interest and start dumping shares in all three companies the moment they read the leak. Windows takes the first brutal hit as its market value plunges from 17.5 trillion to 14 trillion in barely an hour, and the drop still does not stop. Apple crashes just as hard, shedding 4.8 trillion in value, while Google also tumbles at a terrifying pace. As panic selling feeds more panic selling, the three giants drag the entire tech sector downward with them. Inside the storm, Seisha explodes in fury because the wiped server data was supposed to stay top secret until they could stabilize the damage. Now that the secret is out worldwide after barely more than an hour, Seisha realizes the three companies have lost any chance to contain the panic. What scares him even more is the obvious next move: financial groups will short the stock mercilessly, and the companies will have to burn huge sums just to stop the collapse. Elsewhere that night, Principal Wu reads Li Qingqian's message about 3 new CAD products and frowns, unsure whether they are really good enough to appear at tomorrow's awards ceremony. He decides to test the software himself first, because if Li Qingqian's release is strong enough it could elevate both the competition and the school, but if it is weak he will shut it down. When Principal Wu opens the web-based CAD suite, he notices the first advantage immediately: the software runs online without installation or hardware demands. At first the interface looks ordinary enough that Principal Wu stays relaxed, thinking this may just be another convenient web tool. Then the deeper functions load in, and his expression hardens as he realizes Li Qingqian did not send him an ordinary product at all. The more he tests, the more the software feels like future tech, and the 10-minute trial he plans stretches on because he simply cannot stop. Realizing this needs expertise, Principal Wu immediately calls in specialists from architecture, information, and mechanical engineering to test the suite with him. When the architecture dean tries the intelligent CAD software, he is stunned by how it can handle layout, design, 3D modeling, structural calculation, cost estimates, and construction planning in one system. What really blows the architecture dean away is that the same software can order materials and connect directly to construction management, turning the whole workflow into one seamless chain. The architecture dean praises it bluntly: if this software spreads, design students will waste far less time on repetitive labor and finish serious work at unbelievable speed. The information school director tests the automated factory CAD software next and is left reeling when full production lines can be designed in minutes with exact equipment models and cost calculations ready at one click. The software goes even further by linking equipment purchase, control programs, and PLC modules directly into the design process, making existing factory tools look generations behind. That is the moment the information school director turns grave and warns that software this powerful could help less developed countries leap forward industrially, so it may already fall into state secrets territory. The mechanical engineering expert reacts just as strongly when the general mechanical CAD software generates complex blueprints from just a few parameters and compresses 10 days of drafting into moments. He is hit even harder when the software also outputs machining programs that can be sent straight to CNC equipment, meaning complicated parts could move from design to production almost directly. And when the mechanical expert sees the software can simulate assembly, detect design flaws, and even lay out full production steps, he starts thinking this thing could help build machines far beyond normal civilian use. The mechanical expert bluntly warns that without part limits this software might even assist aircraft design, and if it leaked overseas it could directly affect national defense. After hearing experts from 3 different fields reach the same conclusion, Principal Wu finally understands just how dangerous and important Li Qingqian's software really is. He makes the call at once, deciding they need the Department of State Secrets to judge the software before tomorrow goes any further. As Principal Wu places the call into the long night, it is clear Li Qingqian's planned release has just crossed from a school event into a national-level matter. At sunrise, Divine Dragon University's auditorium is already under siege by students and reporters, all drawn by Li Qingqian's name. The morning hot searches make the frenzy even worse, with Li Qingqian filling most of the top 10 and pushing everyone else out of the spotlight. Outside the hall, people argue over whether the three foreign tech giants are really coming to confront Li Qingqian face to face. Others fire back that Divine Dragon software already denied everything and even mock the three companies for getting their own systems wrecked by hackers. The crowd's jokes get sharper as they openly ridicule Windows, Android, and even Apple's reputation for security. One foreign reporter finally snaps and shouts that Apple is the safest system in the world. Before the situation can turn ugly, a burly security guard steps in and coldly reminds the angry reporter that in Divine Dragon Country, people are free to say what they think. The reporter backs down fast, and the guard earns an approving wave of thumbs up from the students for standing his ground. Inside, the giant auditorium is already overflowing, with packed seats, crowded aisles, and cameras pointed at the stage. People expecting a routine school event are stunned to see university leaders and top academicians sitting up front like this is a national science conference. When the ceremony starts, the first surprise lands immediately. Principal Wu is hosting it himself instead of the usual dean. After wrapping up the routine parts quickly, Principal Wu calls up the champion team and introduces Li Qingqian not just as a winner, but as the creator of the Divine Dragon system, the Divine Dragon compiler, and brainwave coding technology. The domestic crowd erupts in applause, and the foreign media instantly snap to attention because every move Li Qingqian makes is now news. Then the honor level jumps again when Principal Wu announces that he, Lin Chu, and Gao Xiang will personally present the champion team's awards. The audience can barely believe it, because ordinary teams get awards from professors, not three academicians. But for many people, the answer is obvious. Li Qingqian earned this level of respect by doing what the whole country had wanted and failed to do. Lin Chu hands Li Qingqian his certificate with open praise and tells him to keep pushing further in software. The academicians also congratulate Ding Ling and Zhao Peng, while Zhao Peng looks especially thrilled to be winning at this level. Principal Wu congratulates Li Qingqian too, but his praise comes with a warning to stay humble and not let success turn into arrogance. Even while saying it, Principal Wu is still thinking about Li Qingqian's earlier bold claims and worrying that the young genius is getting ahead of himself. With the awards finished, Principal Wu moves the ceremony to the final two parts that everyone really came for, Li Qingqian's speech and the Q&A. Before handing over the microphone, he speaks for the university and tells Li Qingqian that his name will be written into the history of the competition. Principal Wu's words rise into a full blessing as he tells Li Qingqian that the world will cheer him on and that the younger generation can change everything. The hall answers with warm applause, and Principal Wu finally gives the stage to Li Qingqian with one last hint that a surprise is coming. Li Qingqian walks to the podium, plugs in his computer, and his speech goes live across the internet, national television, and foreign media channels at the same time. Instead of opening with technology, he bows deeply toward the cameras and thanks his parents first for believing in him when his grades were terrible. Watching from home, Qinli breaks into tears of pride while Li Tianlan hugs her and quietly fights back his own tears. Across countless homes, parents watching the broadcast feel the same mix of envy and emotion, because Li Qingqian is not just brilliant, he is openly filial too. After the usual thanks to everyone else, Li Qingqian shifts gears and puts two bold words on the big screen: the future. He lays out his ambition without hesitation. The Divine Dragon system will spread across all kinds of equipment and push out slower, less secure systems. He says the personal version will enter ordinary homes for free and even become the smart hub that controls family appliances and data. Then he expands the vision further, promising enterprise support, a connected mobile system, and embedded control for industry, vehicles, wearables, appliances, and even aircraft. The room does not buy it, because most listeners hear one fatal problem behind every promise: none of this matters unless his system can actually get installed everywhere first. People start mentally picking his claims apart one by one, from Linux's hold on servers to Windows on desktops to manufacturers refusing to surrender embedded systems they built themselves. His talk about cars and aircraft sounds even more outrageous to them, and the mood turns from curiosity to open disbelief. Even Principal Wu grows uneasy, because he had expected Li Qingqian to present something concrete like intelligent CAD instead of swinging this hard at the whole future of software. Lin Chu and Gao Xiang react differently, because after everything they have seen from him, their surprise turns into quiet expectation instead of doubt. The foreign media, meanwhile, can barely hide their excitement, because they think Li Qingqian has just handed them the perfect chance to embarrass him. Some are already drafting headlines that paint him as a young genius who got carried away by his own fame. Overseas, tech companies watching the live feed laugh off the speech as empty investor bait, and start dismissing Li Qingqian as just another loud businessman. Seisha stares at the broadcast with bloodshot eyes and sees that the PC operating system market belongs to Windows. Others in the Linux world are even more contemptuous, convinced their system still rules servers and embedded devices and cannot be threatened by one student. Back in the auditorium, Li Qingqian reads the room clearly and knows many people now think success has made him arrogant. He does not bother defending himself with more words and instead calls Zhao Peng up to bring over the prepared items. Zhao Peng steps in immediately with 3 laptops already set up with Windows, Apple, and Linux, making it obvious that Li Qingqian planned this moment in advance. Behind that quiet setup is Li Qingqian's real weapon, hidden loopholes buried inside Windows, Apple, and Linux that can steal user data and take over a machine with a single line of code. He has also uncovered an even darker surveillance network feeding the 3 companies and ultimately the CIA. And now that a 4th system exists, he knows the world no longer has to endure it in silence. At the press conference, Li Qingqian abruptly shifts from selling the Divine Dragon system to a much darker reveal and says he found something terrifying while working. The crowd is confused by the sudden turn, but Zhao Peng quietly connects the 3 machines to the big screen so everyone can see whatever Li Qingqian is about to prove. Li Qingqian says he found a special line of code inside Windows, and the room goes still as he types the command onto the machine in front of everyone. He explains the rule bluntly. If he enters that code against an internet-connected target, he can pull everything from that computer even if it is locked. To prove it, he targets the machine Zhao Peng just brought up, and a folder named after the IP appears on his desktop as files begin pouring over in real time. The audience stares in shock as the hack works with almost no resistance, and the rumor that Li Qingqian breached 3 operating system giants suddenly feels much more believable. A more personal fear spreads through the younger crowd as they realize any private photos or secret videos on their computers could be exposed just as easily. Li Qingqian pushes the demo further and tells Zhao Peng to unplug the network cable, create an encrypted file, type in any content, and then reconnect so everyone can see whether new data is still being watched. The instant Zhao Peng plugs the cable back in, the newly created encrypted document jumps onto Li Qingqian's desktop, and he opens it without hesitation. He spells out the real horror. Once this code is on your machine, Windows keeps updating your files in real time, so confidential documents, plans, and project data are never truly secret. That explanation lands like a bomb, and people in the hall picture new weapons, money, and research files being noticed or taken the moment they appear inside Windows. The 2 academicians immediately realize government offices cannot keep using Windows, because this is no longer a software problem but open espionage. Ordinary users curse Windows on the spot, and many decide they will switch to the Divine Dragon system as soon as they get home rather than keep living under that kind of spying. A smug reporter who uses Apple celebrates too early, waving his phone around because he thinks he is one of the few people in the room still safe. Others pin their hopes on Apple or Linux, while some women worry less about theory and more about whether private photos on their devices could end up exposed online. Li Qingqian calmly invites everyone to test code 1996 for themselves, then looks toward the cameras like he is speaking straight to the foreign executives watching behind them. Overseas, Seisha watches the live stream and shoots to his feet in rage because this demo confirms what he already feared. Li Qingqian was the one who raided Windows before. He recognizes code 1996 as a top-secret backdoor, so to him there is no coincidence left at all. Li Qingqian could only know it by getting deep inside Windows' own internal network. Then the full damage hits him, and his anger turns cold when he realizes exposing the surveillance code may wreck Windows even harder than the earlier server attack did. Thinking about governments, corporations, and lawsuits abandoning Windows, Seisha goes pale, loses all strength, and collapses back into his chair. Desperation takes over, and Seisha snarls that Li Qingqian has to die because he sees murder as the only way to stop this collapse. Across other countries, tech firms and officials start testing the code themselves, and disbelief turns into anger as they confirm Windows really has been watching them. Public condemnation spreads fast online, governments threaten punishment, and Linux suddenly looks like the biggest winner as users rush toward it. At the Linux Foundation, the man in charge laughs at the chaos and mockingly thanks Li Qingqian, convinced this scandal has just handed Linux a huge victory. Back at the venue, Li Qingqian hears people praising Apple and Linux as the safe alternatives, but inside he sneers because he already knows that choice is about to disappear. He silently judges the crowd for being too naive, because after this press conference he believes the Divine Dragon system will be the only real option left. Then he drops the next blow and says Windows is not the only problem, because he found similar surveillance code in Apple's system too. He runs the Apple demo live, and just like before, a single line of code starts copying files from the Apple device straight onto his desktop. Li Qingqian makes it clear that the problem covers Apple computers, tablets, and phones alike, and any updated file on those devices can keep syncing over in real time. Before the room can recover, he moves on again and reveals that Linux and other systems built on the Linux kernel have the same kind of hole. His Linux demonstration is even worse, because the same trick reaches not just computers but devices built on that core, including phones, TVs, routers, and game consoles. That finally shatters the whole room, because Windows, Apple, and Linux all turn out to be spying through similar hidden code. People curse the uselessness of their expensive antivirus software, and realized they were never protected against the companies controlling the operating systems themselves. The Apple fan reporter is hit especially hard, because the brand he trusted as premium and secure has just been exposed in front of everyone. Many people with Apple phones panic on the spot, and some women hurriedly turn off their devices or delete private selfies before anyone else can see them. Academician Lin Chu feels a chill as he realizes the whole world has been living under surveillance, and he can only be grateful that truly secret networks were kept isolated from the internet. Principal Wu is just as rattled, because if those systems had reached into the university's equipment, its research achievements could have been stolen without anyone noticing. Hee Hong-yun suddenly understands why domestic software has struggled so badly, because if competitors could steal new technology before release, honest development never stood a chance. Over at Apple, Cook watches the same reveal and goes so pale and breathless that his assistant has to rush a life-saving pill into his mouth. After recovering a little, Cook explodes in anger because Li Qingqian has not only stolen Apple's source code but is now using it to smash Apple's image in public. He knows the real wound is to Apple's identity, because high price, safety, and polish were the whole reason customers accepted the brand in the first place. Even so, Cook forces himself to think strategically and clings to one advantage: Apple users cannot swap out the closed system as easily as Windows users can abandon theirs. He tells himself Apple may still survive if it admits fault quickly and handles the crisis well, even though he knows this scandal could become fatal if they misstep. At the Linux Foundation, the man who was laughing moments ago goes still when Li Qingqian exposes Linux's own hidden monitoring code too. He knows that code sits deep inside Linux support routines and has hidden there for years, buried so well that even open-source scrutiny never dug it out. Even after losing Linux's image of safety, he still refuses to panic, because he believes the world has no real replacement for Linux in servers and embedded systems. His final confidence is brutally simple: people may now know Linux is listening too, but unless someone rewrites the kernel itself, they still cannot remove that port and still have to keep using it. In Divine Dragon University's packed auditorium, Li Qingqian only briefly points out the holes in the three major systems before calmly moving on to his real topic, the future. A lot of people had expected him to use those security scandals to push the Divine Dragon system, so when he does not sell anything at all, the mood in the room shifts. Even many overseas viewers who had written him off as just another profit-hungry businessman start softening, because his warning suddenly feels more like a public service than a trap. Li Qingqian finally lays out his next point: the future software industry belongs to intelligent programs that can slash a programmer's workload by more than 90%. To prove it, he opens the Divine Dragon System's intelligent programming tool, Jade Disk, a name meant to suggest a platform that can weave software rules almost by itself. He asks Jade Disk for a simple calculator, and neat code instantly floods the editor while a crude working calculator appears in the live preview window. Then he asks for a graphical interface with number and operator buttons, and Jade Disk rewrites the software on the fly, turning that bare tool into a real calculator UI. Li Qingqian only drags the rough icon positions into place and hits auto-align, and in seconds the layout snaps into a polished finished interface. He runs a few calculations in front of everyone, and the calculator works perfectly, which makes the speed of the whole process even harder to dismiss. He raises the bar again by telling Jade Disk to add a step recording function that remembers the first 100 calculation steps, and the program upgrades itself almost instantly. After showing the new function, Li Qingqian tells Jade Disk to package the software for both PC and mobile under the name Experimental Calculator 01. He does not stop there either, ordering Jade Disk to register the code copyright and upload the app to the Divine Dragon shop with a buyout price of 0.01 yuan. Then he opens the Divine Dragon Mall, buys the app he just made, downloads it, installs it, and runs it right away, completing the entire create-to-sale loop in under 2 minutes. With the demo finished, Li Qingqian sums up the point: work that used to take days or even a year can be crushed down to minutes or a few days with intelligent development. He keeps stacking practical advantages on top of the speed: one development for multiple platforms, built-in copyright protection, no space for piracy, and machine code performance faster than C. When he finishes that section, the giant auditorium stays completely silent, because nobody wants to miss a detail of something that feels almost unreal. Shock spreads across the crowd, and people start thinking the same thing. Jade Disk does not look like a normal tool at all. It looks like technology from another era. On stage, Academician Lin Chu, Academician Gao Xiang, and Principal Wu Shidian are just as shaken, realizing Li Qingqian has gone far beyond a clever software trick. The information school professors watch with even sharper eyes, because to them this is not just advanced codeless programming anymore, it looks like real artificial intelligence. Ding Qingchuan says it outright with obvious hunger in his eyes: if this demo is real, Divine Dragon Software has built true AI, and that will shake the world. The live stream explodes too, with programmers and ordinary viewers alike scrambling to argue over whether Jade Disk just changed the future of the entire software industry. After a sip of water, Li Qingqian makes the offer official. Jade Disk is already on Divine Dragon Software's official website, completely free for anyone running the Divine Dragon system. He adds that the calculator was only a tiny example, because Jade Disk is meant to handle any large software project too. Behind that generous release is a very deliberate plan. Jade Disk is his way to pull users onto Divine Dragon's system and flood that system with software at the same time. From there, Li Qingqian widens the conversation and asks the room to imagine what intelligent software will do to every other industry, not just programming. He starts firing off examples one after another: CAD design, simulation software, cars, planes, and industrial automation, pushing everyone to picture how each field might evolve. Most people can vaguely feel the future will be more advanced, but very few can describe it clearly, so the crowd quickly turns impatient for Li Qingqian to show his answer instead. Voices from the auditorium start urging him to stop teasing them and just show what the future looks like in his eyes. That curiosity spreads far beyond the hall, because online viewers at home and overseas are now staring at the live stream with the same hungry expectation. For many overseas users, that curiosity is now mixed with self-interest, because the multilingual one-click migration tool is live and the Divine Dragon system suddenly looks like the only real replacement for what they no longer trust. So when the crowd pushes him to continue, Li Qingqian stops holding back and moves straight into a live demonstration of future CAD. He opens Divine Dragon Software's official website and launches Smart Building CAD, introducing it as intelligent CAD that takes over the repetitive work. To start small, he enters only the simplest villa parameters, and the software immediately generates a beautiful full 3D model on the big screen. Li Qingqian shows that the human designer is still there for the creative part by adjusting room placement and the porch layout to make the villa more comfortable to live in. Then he shows the real punch of the software. It can automatically calculate structure, produce safe construction drawings, control costs, and estimate the exact materials needed. He pushes it even further by showing that the same platform can order raw materials, choose a construction company, and calculate labor costs too. When he opens the cost summary, the villa already has a concrete answer attached to it, about 1.2 million yuan total, split into materials, labor, and a 2-month construction period. Li Qingqian says that if he owned a piece of land in Dragon City, he could click, pay, and move into the villa he designed 2 months later, making the whole process feel shockingly direct. That practical example stuns both the auditorium and the live stream, because people can instantly see how this would upend design, renovation, and construction work. Instead of stopping there, Li Qingqian says the villa was only a small project and announces he will now demonstrate a large development. He enters basic parameters for a real estate complex, and Smart Building CAD immediately generates an entire lifelike commercial residential project with its key statistics beside it. Civil engineering students in the crowd are hit especially hard when they look closely and realize the layout, lighting, greenery, and open space planning are better than many real projects they have seen. Just like with the villa, the software also produces material lists, cost data, and direct links to managers and construction teams, turning design into immediate execution. He also highlights the money side. By removing middlemen and shipping materials straight from factories to sites, the platform cuts procurement costs by about 5%. And because this is real estate scale, that seemingly small 5% becomes an enormous number, making the software look less like a convenience and more like a weapon. People in the hall start doing the math out loud, realizing the software can squeeze more legal built-up area out of the same land and turn that extra floor space into tens of millions of yuan. Others are just as rattled by the speed, because this thing can finish a 100,000 square meter project with construction drawings in 10 minutes. Li Qingqian still is not finished, because he says using this software for ordinary real estate is almost overkill and finally reveals the scale he actually has in mind. He says the real strength of Smart Building CAD is in super large national projects, and he uses a new west-to-east canal as the example. First, he reminds everyone how brutal the old way is. A canal design can take 20 years of survey and planning because it must balance terrain, rivers, villages, economics, and route choices all at once. Then he strips that impossible task down to a few inputs for the intelligent system: terrain data, river data, village locations, start and end points, water flow, and ship parameters. With that data, he says the software can calculate the best route, the cheapest plan, and the fastest construction method on its own. He immediately broadens that claim too, saying the same tool can rapidly design highway networks, high-speed rail systems, full city plans, and other giant infrastructure layouts. Li Qingqian says this is how intelligent software can compress years of design work into an extremely short window and directly accelerate the country's infrastructure build-out. He notes that a true megaproject demo would still take around 10 days to compute, so he will not run that live. But the point is already clear to everyone in the room. To close, Li Qingqian compares intelligent software to the leap from hoe to machine and from walking to cars and planes, arguing that design itself is about to speed up by 10,000 times. The auditorium is left reeling, because the idea of finishing a canal design in 10 days lands less like software news and more like the unveiling of a national-level weapon. Some people immediately jump to the personal consequence and start saying civil engineers and architects had better rethink their future before intelligent CAD wipes out the mediocre ones. But the last and heaviest realization is geopolitical. If software like this can design canals, road networks, and cities, then opening it to foreign countries could hand them national design capability overnight. As Li Qingqian's smart building CAD demo spreads, AutoCAD's Tom nearly falls out of his chair because the software is doing what the industry leader still cannot solve. He snaps that it has to be fake, convinced Divine Dragon software should not have solved automatic structural computation when AutoCAD itself could not. But once he remembers Li Qingqian dared to release it publicly, his confidence slips and he decides to test the software himself. The first surprise hits immediately. To use the web app, he has to install the enterprise version of the Divine Dragon system first. Tom clicks through the migration tool almost casually, then watches the entire operating system switch over with barely any manual work. In only 10 minutes, the new system is live, and he quickly registers, pays the fee, and opens the smart building CAD with growing urgency. As he starts testing, Tom's face turns grave because every flashy function from Li Qingqian's demo is actually real. With only simple inputs, the software can generate full building plans, blueprints, material lists, and even construction cost estimates in one go. Tom keeps escalating his tests from small jobs to medium and large ones, and the software keeps handling them with absurd speed. When a project over 200,000 square meters finishes in minutes with full models and documents, he realizes AutoCAD would need half a year for the same job. That is when he bitterly admits that next to this software, AutoCAD looks like trash. Even then, he clings to one last hope and decides the blueprints still need outside structural verification before he fully accepts the threat. He also notices the software refuses to offer super project design to ordinary users, and Tom instantly understands that capability is too strategic to hand out freely. Then the bill hits him. Divine Dragon charges 5% of total project cost to export the design, and he fumes at the million-yuan fee for roughly 20 minutes of work. Still, he pays anyway, because he needs the files for professional review and already knows this software is too dangerous to ignore. Tom is not alone, because thousands of companies around the world are running the same tests and arriving at the same stunned conclusion. Across those offices, people start saying out loud that this is the first truly intelligent CAD software, and that the Eastern company has leapt past the old leaders. For many smaller and weaker countries, the real temptation is not just convenience but the chance to borrow design power they never had themselves. They realize that if they can secure Divine Dragon's software or services, they could design and even build major projects without begging foreign powers anymore. Business people see another opening too and rush to offer local material price databases and procurement networks so they can plug themselves into the new CAD ecosystem. Soon Divine Dragon software is flooded with calls, and some companies stop waiting entirely and send people straight to the Divine Dragon country. The strongest pull for entire governments is still the lock super project service, and once they confirm it really exists, they begin arranging special envoys to negotiate in person. Just like that, the smart building CAD nudges the whole world off balance, and even companies in hostile countries secretly install the banned Divine Dragon enterprise system to get in. The money starts pouring in almost immediately, with nearly 10,000 enterprise system payments and 3,000 smart building CAD payments driving a burst of revenue. Li Qingqian can already see the scale of it. Once the software wins full trust and takes the market, it will bring in massive yearly revenue far beyond the first wave. Back at Divine Dragon University, Li Qingqian does not stop there and moves straight into his next reveal, intelligent mechanical CAD. In only 10 minutes, he uses the software to design an ordinary fuel car from scratch, turning another impossible claim into a live demonstration. The software does not stop at the car body either, because it lists every required part and separates universal components from custom ones automatically. For the non-standard parts, Li Qingqian shows that the blueprints can be exported directly into a processing program and sent on to CNC machines. The crowd instantly understands the bigger danger. Anyone with access to this software could suddenly design and build machines far beyond their current industrial level. And once military use comes to mind, the room's excitement sharpens into something more serious, because tanks, aircraft, and rockets are the obvious next step. Li Qingqian only gives a brief introduction after that, because state secrecy authorities have already made it clear this software cannot be freely opened to the outside world. The rule is blunt: even if mechanical CAD is authorized externally, military use would need explicit national approval. But that warning does not calm foreign observers at all, because many countries immediately see the software as a direct path to better defense capability. For weak countries with almost no serious weapons industry, the software looks less like a tool and more like a warehouse full of military blueprints. Even major powers cannot shrug it off, because cutting years off advanced weapon design would still be a huge strategic advantage. As the pressure builds, people abroad start saying openly that the Sunset Empire now has to answer with more advanced CAD software of its own. Li Qingqian closes the mechanical CAD segment by framing it as part of a larger mission to use technology to raise efficiency and benefit the world. He explains that the software is built on mature machine models, so designers can skip repeated groundwork and focus on creative upgrades instead. He adds that each new product version can build directly on the last one, turning upgrades into a much faster chain rather than starting over every time. Then he reveals the built-in simulation system, which can test aerodynamics, mechanical operation, wear, and material behavior before anything is manufactured. That means products can be verified digitally first, cutting development cycles and speeding up each round of upgrades. He also promises every design will receive a unique identification number so creators can prove ownership and authorize others to use their work. From there, Li Qingqian widens his pitch dramatically and says tools like this could push humanity toward the long dream of reaching space. He says Earth's resources are tiny compared to the universe, so intelligent software, automation, and industrialization have to become the foundation for that future. To make that point concrete, he pivots from vision to proof and brings up live surveillance footage from Tianyi City's Wisdom Factory. Li Qingqian calmly announces that what everyone is seeing is a fully automated factory with no human participation beyond loading materials and taking away finished goods. Then he starts naming hard numbers, beginning with 80,000 brainwave receivers a day at a perfect pass rate. He follows with 200,000 phones per day and then 50,000 computers per day, each again claimed to have a 100% pass rate. That reveal instantly explains to the audience why brainwave receiver supply had quietly returned to normal. It also makes many people feel a chill, because they realize Li Qingqian secretly built his own production base while his enemies thought they were cornering him. When people look closely at the surveillance footage, the strangest part is obvious. From raw materials to finished products, there are no workers anywhere. For an industry used to crowded labor-intensive assembly lines, what Li Qingqian is showing feels almost unreal. Far away in the Sunset Empire, Seisha watches the same reveal and his face goes dark the moment he hears the brainwave receiver output number. Seisha finally understands why banning OEM factories did not crush Divine Dragon software. Li Qingqian had his own factory all along. That realization wrecks the old strategy, because blocking OEM factories means nothing if Divine Dragon software can manufacture for itself. So Seisha immediately shifts to a harsher plan and says they must now cut off chips and other key materials instead of just factories. Since they already reverse-engineered the brainwave receiver, Seisha knows exactly where to hit, specialized chips that Divine Dragon country cannot fully produce on its own. But even while planning the blockade, Seisha is shaken by a more troubling question. When did Li Qingqian even build a factory this advanced? By Seisha's own judgment, designing and building an automated plant like this should have taken at least a year, which makes Li Qingqian's timeline feel impossible. The profiled data only makes it worse, because every report said Li Qingqian was just an ordinary person a year ago. Seisha is not the only one rattled by that question, because Cook and Pai Che are forced into the same ugly line of thought. Once they accept that Li Qingqian already had production capacity, all their earlier pressure tactics suddenly look pointless. That leads to an even harsher conclusion. The shortages Divine Dragon software showed before were probably bait, not weakness. From there, the rest of the trap falls into place in their minds. After misleading them, Li Qingqian sent the disguised virus package into Windows through Zhang Tianling. Because they were busy celebrating Divine Dragon software's supposed collapse, they had lowered their guard just enough to let the attack land. By the end, Seisha, Cook, and Pai Che all see the same terrifying picture. Li Qingqian had been scheming against them from the beginning, and every step now looks deliberate. In Divine Dragon University's auditorium, Li Qingqian smiles at the crowd because he already knows exactly what everyone is doubting. He bluntly raises the key question himself. When was Divine Dragon Software's automated factory actually built? Li Qingqian walks them through the normal logic first, saying a modern automated factory should take years to design, or at least a rush year, so building one as a 16-year-old would sound absurd. Then he drops the real answer. He built the factory 2 weeks ago, with 1 week for design and ordering, and 1 week for actual construction and production testing. The entire auditorium erupts, because finishing a whole automated factory in 2 weeks sounds completely impossible. Li Qingqian lets the disbelief hang for a beat, then admits it does sound fake if you think about the normal workload behind production lines, PLC programming, and automation control. He says the impossible part became easy only because of Divine Dragon Software's automated factory CD software. To prove it, he says he will reuse the bicycle he designed earlier and show how the factory software turns that product blueprint into a production system. He imports the bicycle design, enters a target of 10,000 units per day, and leaves the rest to the software. In an instant, the software spits out the full factory package: building layout, production line equipment, installation plans, material specs, PLC documents, and control programs. Li Qingqian explains that Divine Dragon Software also supplies the PLC programs and production control software, which cuts another huge chunk of time out of the process. He adds that their own factory was built fast because they bought and modified existing equipment, and says even a brand new build of the same scale would only take around 3 months. He makes it clear the bicycle is just a simple example, because this software is meant for far more than bikes. According to Li Qingqian, the automated factory CAD can design production for almost any machinery, from aircraft to mobile phones and from pure mechanical work to pure electronics. He says Divine Dragon Software's own automated factory was the first real test of this system, and it already proved the software works in the real world. He ties that success directly to a bigger victory, saying their factory capacity helped break the Sunset Empire's boycott. Then he piles on hard numbers. The line is running at a 99.99% acceptance rate, can operate around the clock with enough materials, works about 5 times faster than a normal factory, and cuts production costs by roughly half. After that explanation, the crowd's mood shifts from suspicion to raw shock, because the software seems to turn factory building into something almost one-click simple. People in the hall start blurting out the strategic implications, with some insisting this software cannot be exported because it could raise another country's industrial base overnight. Others jump straight to military uses, imagining automatic production lines for tanks, missiles, radar, and fighter jets, and suddenly the software looks less like a product and more like national power. Online, viewers are just as shaken, calling the technology more advanced than science fiction and saying it could turn Divine Dragon country into the factory of the world. Overseas, countless viewers watch with open envy and immediately try to find the automated factory CAD software for themselves. They hit a wall at once, because the automated factory CAD software simply is not available to them online. The official site only gives foreign users a limited version of the intelligent building CAD software, restricted to commercial buildings under 300,000 square meters. Even with those limits, foreign professionals can tell the building software is still insanely advanced compared to what they already have. Then a new annoyance hits them. The foreign version still contains a lot of Chinese labels, so the software is powerful but awkward to use. They curse the untranslated text, but the software is too good to abandon, so they start copying Chinese characters and learning them one by one just to keep working. At Windows, Seisha watches the presentation in shock and finally understands where Divine Dragon Software's production capacity came from. Even as a competitor, Seisha cannot help admiring Li Qingqian's brain, because one person keeps rolling out software that feels far beyond normal technical progress. He separates the threats in his mind, deciding that brainwave coding already makes Li Qingqian dangerous, but the intelligent machine CAD and automated factory CAD are the truly unheard of breakthroughs. Seisha realizes that if poorer countries ever got legal access to those two programs, they could industrialize at frightening speed and leap out of poverty. But after thinking it through, he reassures himself that the damage to Windows is still limited because Divine Dragon software only runs on the Divine Dragon system. He keeps talking himself into confidence, reminding himself that Windows survived the 1996 loophole scandal and still dominates because entire governments and companies are locked into its ecosystem. In his final conclusion, Seisha leans on sanctions too, believing most countries cannot risk the cost of switching systems or using Divine Dragon software at all. Back in the auditorium, Li Qingqian finally pauses after the long technical demo and takes a drink of water to ease his throat. At that exact moment, his phone lights up with a message from Baizhe. The message from Baizhe says Project Great Flood has been activated, the flood is spreading, and the old order will collapse worldwide in about 10 minutes. Li Qingqian only gives a faint smile, as if this dangerous update confirms something he was already waiting for. Then he smoothly shifts back into the speech and starts talking about the future, saying intelligence will spread everywhere to boost productivity, convenience, and daily life. He says brainwave coding will not stop at text and computers, because it can also be used to drive cars, aircraft, and even spaceships as extensions of the human body. To sell that idea, the screen shows a pilot wearing a brainwave receiver and pulling off extreme maneuvers that ordinary ace pilots could never manage. That vision instantly sets off another wave of reaction, with people imagining invincible dogfights, brain-controlled tanks, and a world where anyone could pilot aircraft if they knew the rules. Li Qingqian pushes the dream even further and says reverse engineering brainwave coding might someday let humanity encode knowledge and feed it directly into the brain. The audience practically aches at the thought, because this is the exact kind of shortcut every student has dreamed about. He reins that excitement back in a little by admitting Divine Dragon software cannot do that yet, and that cracking the brain deeply enough for it would be far harder than brainwave coding itself. After that, he turns back to what the company can already do now and puts a brainwave receiver on his head right in front of everyone. He demonstrates image input first by thinking of a mountain, and the computer immediately paints a majestic mountain scene. Then he thinks of the sea, and a new ocean image appears just as quickly, proving the machine is reading visual thought in real time. He says image input is not the end of it, because Divine Dragon software has already completed video input too. For inspiration, he opens a Chidian web novel on the computer and begins reading from the first sentence. As he reads, the computer starts constructing a full video version of the story straight from his thoughts. By the end of a single chapter, a 10-minute high-resolution video is finished, and its quality looks so absurdly good that people immediately compare it to crushing CG animation. The room explodes again, and even figures like academician Lin Chu and Principal Wu look shaken by how unreal the demonstration feels. With his planned software and future demonstrations complete, Li Qingqian says that is all he has for today and gets ready to end the event. But the audience immediately protests, calling out for him to keep talking because they still want to hear more about his vision of the future. Li Qingqian only smiles, shakes his head, and hands the microphone over to Principal Wu instead. Principal Wu keeps it brief, praises Li Qingqian's astonishing speech, and moves the event straight into the Q&A segment. The foreign media have clearly been waiting for this, and the moment the Q&A opens, they all become visibly excited. Before anyone can properly manage the room, one foreign reporter jumps in and bluntly accuses Li Qingqian of stealing cryptocurrency, source code, and data from Windows, Apple, and Google. He presses even harder by claiming that much of what Li Qingqian later posted online was stolen material too, turning the first question into an open public attack. As Li Qingqian's shocking speech spreads overseas, foreign media push it even harder because the bigger he becomes, the more explosive the story gets. At the same time, Windows, Apple, and Google release coordinated statements calling Divine Dragon Software a criminal hacker group that stole their code, money, and server data. The three giants move fast, filing lawsuits around the world and trying to drag Divine Dragon Software into court everywhere they can. Inside Divine Dragon country, those cases go nowhere because the authorities see no evidence and refuse to open one. But many other countries do accept the complaints, and while they investigate, they freeze Divine Dragon Software's business in their jurisdictions. When the Q&A begins, the first foreign question goes straight for the throat and openly hints that Li Qingqian's technology was stolen. The room instantly turns on the reporter, because accusing Li Qingqian of stealing the demo tech sounds less like journalism and more like a cheap setup. People online and in the hall may suspect Li Qingqian is a terrifying hacker, but almost nobody believes those companies actually created brainwave coding and had it stolen from them. Principal Wu steps in coldly and shuts the reporter down for speaking without permission and asking accusations instead of questions. He goes even harder, saying the man's behavior makes him doubt he is a real reporter at all and warning that he only gets to speak if called on. The foreign reporter goes red with shame and fury, glaring back like he wants revenge but suddenly losing all his swagger. Two huge security guards walk over and stop in front of him, making it painfully clear that this time he cannot bully his way through. That public scolding blows up the whole auditorium, and the crowd breaks into thunderous applause for Principal Wu. Viewers online love seeing a domineering Sunset Empire reporter finally put in his place, and the clip starts spreading as satisfying global payback. In the Sunset Empire, though, many viewers twist the scene into proof that Divine Dragon Country got angry because its guilt was exposed. Once the first reporter finally goes quiet, Principal Wu deliberately gives the next chance to a BCC reporter who knows how to ask the same dangerous topic more carefully. The BCC reporter lays out the allegations, the worldwide lawsuits, and the foreign bans, then asks Li Qingqian whether this will cripple Divine Dragon System's global rollout. Li Qingqian fires back that if the three companies want to accuse him, they can bring proof instead of childish claims, and he pointedly refuses to be blamed for future virus incidents too. He calls the lawsuits a familiar Sunset Empire tactic for suppressing others and makes it clear he is not intimidated by the political theater. Then he coolly says Divine Dragon Software is only doing business in Divine Dragon Country for now, so foreign bans do not actually hurt the company. He finishes by saying the company obeys every country's laws and simply will not operate where it is prohibited. As soon as he wraps up, Li Qingqian glances at his phone because he is secretly counting down to something much bigger than this press conference. Only 6 minutes have passed since Baize's last message, which means Project Great Flood is still 4 minutes away from being unleashed. In Li Qingqian's mind, once the flood starts tearing through Windows, Apple, Linux, and Android, today's investigations and bans will look ridiculous. He is already sure the old order is about to collapse, and the same countries blocking Divine Dragon Software now will soon be begging for it back. Principal Wu picks the next question, and this time a blonde Wall Street Daily reporter rises with an eager smile and obvious charm offensive. She opens by lavishly praising Li Qingqian's software and technology, trying to soften him up before the real question lands. Li Qingqian cuts through the act at once and tells her to skip the praise and ask what she really came to ask. She starts by listing Li Qingqian's breakthrough products one by one, framing them as inventions far ahead of their time before steering toward a harder point. Then she turns the knife and asks what happens to tens of millions of programmers if J-Disk can do their work for them. She presses further, warning that the smart CAD tools could also wipe out huge numbers of architects and mechanical designers. Finally, she hits the real bombshell. If automated factories spread everywhere, billions of workers could lose their jobs and drag the world into chaos. Her sweet tone does not hide how brutal the question is, because she has just pushed Li Qingqian into direct conflict with the ordinary people whose jobs are on the line. All at once, the room starts thinking the same thing. If machines and software replace everyone, how are normal people supposed to survive? Even governments would see this as a dangerous question, because technological progress means nothing to rulers if it wrecks employment, income, and social stability. Li Qingqian goes solemn as he studies the smiling reporter, immediately realizing this answer could shape his company's future and his own rise or fall. The whole auditorium goes dead silent as everyone waits, because Li Qingqian's next answer could decide his software rollout, his company's future, and his own rise or fall. At the press conference, Li Qingqian stares down the female reporter and instantly realizes her question about automation could destroy him if he answers badly. Instead of dodging, he says this is exactly the issue he wanted to address and openly names the fear behind intelligent software and automated factories. He spells it out bluntly. If machines replace workers at scale, people lose jobs, lose food, and society starts to break. Then he pivots to history and argues that technology has never been stopped, from steam engines to motors to computers. His point is that new tools do not simply erase work, they also create new jobs, and trying to block progress always fails. He gives a practical example next, saying intelligent buildings CAD may cut designer headcount, but designers can shift into construction and management engineering roles. For mechanical design, he says the same pattern applies. Routine drafting can shrink, but skilled designers can move upward into simulation and advanced machine design. He admits some designers will still be eliminated, but insists the best ones will finally escape repetitive labor and focus on real innovation. Then he reaches the crucial compromise and says automated factories will not be widely rolled out for now, only used in high-tech industries. He explains that in high-tech manufacturing, automation cuts costs and boosts efficiency, but in traditional industries he claims it would only raise costs instead. Behind that polished answer, Li Qingqian is really making a hard compromise because he knows a world where machines take every job would spiral into chaos. So he deliberately cripples the public version of the automated factory CAD software, keeping it for capital-intensive sectors instead of labor-heavy traditional factories. His answer lands, and many people in the auditorium quietly relax because the worst fear of instant mass unemployment has been eased. Academician Lin Chu especially breathes again and silently praises Li Qingqian for making the right call this time. Lin Chu can tell Li Qingqian's public claim about traditional factories is not the real technical truth, but he also sees the deeper problem clearly. In his eyes, the software is almost a trap, too advanced for the current world to accept, and too dangerous for other countries or labor-sensitive industries to allow. Principal Wu also relaxes and privately admires that Li Qingqian has not just technical brilliance, but real judgment. The blonde reporter still does not buy it, convinced Li Qingqian did not build something that powerful just to leave most of the market untouched. Li Qingqian ends the answer cleanly, and Principal Wu prepares to move on to the final question. Before the next exchange starts, Li Qingqian glances down at his phone again. The screen lights up with a chilling update. Project Great Flood officially begins. At the same time across the internet, a strange piece of code has already slipped into every major kind of device and system. While Li Qingqian is still speaking, that harmless-looking code quietly evolves and starts running everywhere on its own. Then the virus shows its real face, kills the system guardian process, steals top-level authority, and hijacks all computing power. Ordinary computers choke and crawl, while servers lose their service processes entirely and start dropping offline. The damage spreads straight into the foundations of the web as domain name servers collapse and websites stop resolving. A moment later, even direct IP access stops working too, because more and more infected servers have completely lost service ability. The Doomsday Extortion virus has taken control of Windows, Apple systems, Linux, and Android variants, turning the whole internet into a blackout zone. Elsewhere, reporter Gao Han stares at his broken computer and panics because a full day of unsaved writing seems to be gone. His tech instincts kick in fast, and he yanks the network cable free while warning others that a cyber virus is invading. When he powers the machine back up, the files are still there but every one of them is locked. The ransom demand makes him curse on the spot when he sees the price in Bitcoin and recognizes this as ransomware again. He tries to stay rational and tells himself that specialized antivirus tools cleared the last ransomware wave, so this one should be killable too. That plan dies immediately when he discovers he cannot get online at all. Even a freshly prepared computer is infected the moment it goes online, which tells him this outbreak is far beyond one broken machine. He reaches for his phone as a backup, only to find the mobile network is dead too. Worse, he cannot call, text, or open the files on his phone either because those are locked for ransom just like the computer. That is when it fully hits him that this is not a local hack at all, the entire internet has collapsed. Even so, he still expects the giant operating system companies and national institutions to move fast, because a crisis this huge will force everyone to act. Around the world, ordinary users are miserable and helpless, hanging their hopes on Windows, Apple, Linux, and the other system giants. But the companies everyone is counting on are already infected too, and their own work computers cannot kill the virus. Furious executives and engineers fall back on emergency plans, dragging out isolated backup machines and sealed offline systems to recover a working environment. Some of them are so desperate to resume work that they even order the ransom to be paid first, hoping to restore operations before their rivals do. Then every infected screen in the world flashes the same message from Cerberus, claiming to be the creator of the Doomsday Extortion virus. The threat is brutally simple: pay within 12 hours, or all unpaid devices will have their data erased. Back in the Divine Dragon University auditorium, Principal Wu has already chosen the last reporter from national television for the final question. The national television reporter asks Li Qingqian where Divine Dragon software goes next now that the company is already standing at the top of the industry. Before Li Qingqian can answer, the virus finally detonates right in the middle of his live demonstration. 3 of the 4 big screen systems freeze and black out at once, taking down the Windows, Apple, and Linux demo machines with no warning. After rebooting, those 3 systems come back only to show that their files are locked and unusable. Only the Divine Dragon system responds differently, immediately throwing up a live warning that a malicious program has entered the control system. Its antivirus and sandbox mechanisms kick in on the spot, and the system's resource use slams all the way to 100%. About 30 seconds later, the Divine Dragon system stabilizes and announces that the virus has been isolated inside the sandbox. While the Divine Dragon machine calmly offers to delete the threat, the other three screens blaze with Cerberus's red ransom ultimatum. In the middle of the event, panic spreads through the crowd when people suddenly realize their phones have lost signal, calls, and text messages all at once. A second wave of alarm hits when others find they cannot get online either, turning a phone glitch into a full internet crisis. Then the situation gets worse as people fail to open photo albums and save documents, and the fear in the room jumps immediately. A ransom window finally appears, and everyone understands this is a virus attack threatening to wipe their data unless they pay virtual currency before the deadline. Principal Wu steps in and forces the room quiet, his expression grim enough to tell everyone the disaster is much bigger than a few broken phones. He announces that the Doomsday Extortion virus has erupted worldwide and that almost all computers and phones have already been infected. Principal Wu explains that domain name servers and IP distribution servers are down too, so websites, internet services, and even ordinary communication are collapsing together. He tries to steady the crowd by saying cybersecurity teams around the world are fighting back, but the reassurance lands in a room already full of worry. Because the internet is dead, the live broadcast cannot continue, and the event is reduced to being recorded for later release if the network ever comes back. Then someone shouts that not every device is infected, because Li Qingqian's Divine Dragon system just blocked the virus instead of falling to it. More voices pile on as users of Long Yao Generation 3 and Huawei Breakthrough Generation 1 say their phones are still safe too, and the room erupts again for a completely different reason. The foreign reporter who already clashed with the school suddenly seizes on that pattern and decides he has found the real culprit. He loudly accuses Divine Dragon Software of creating the virus to cripple Windows, Apple, and Linux and force users onto Li Qingqian's system. His question hits the room hard, because once everyone notices only Divine Dragon devices escaped infection, their own doubts surface too. Even the experts on stage cannot completely hide their suspicion, because on the surface this disaster seems to benefit Divine Dragon more than anyone else. Li Qingqian answers coldly, and immediately warns the reporter to stop making baseless accusations or be sued for slander. He pushes back harder by mocking the reporter's logic, turning the attack into public embarrassment, and throwing the other man off balance. Then Li Qingqian shifts from counterattack to explanation and says he will tell everyone why the Divine Dragon system cannot be infected at all. He explains that every app in Divine Dragon runs inside its own sandbox, physically isolated from the rest of the system so malware cannot break out. He adds that the system also detects abnormal behavior inside the sandbox and reinforces the barrier the moment a virus starts moving. Li Qingqian makes it clear this protection exists in the computer, server, and mobile versions alike, so Divine Dragon's immunity is a built-in rule, not a suspicious exception. That technical explanation visibly lowers the suspicion in the room, because now the surviving system looks consistent with its design instead of conveniently spared. The foreign reporter refuses to let go and snaps back that whatever the explanation is, Divine Dragon still comes out as the biggest winner. Li Qingqian fires back that the reporter is acting less like a journalist and more like a fool who cannot even follow basic cause and effect. When the reporter flashes his press ID and demands a direct answer, Li Qingqian gives him one that flips the whole argument around. He says Divine Dragon software depends on the internet even more than its rivals, so with DNS and IP systems down, his company is actually suffering heavier losses. He goes further and points out that other operating systems can still be reinstalled from disks or USB drives, but Divine Dragon's system can only be distributed online, so the outage chokes its expansion completely. Li Qingqian ends bluntly by saying the only real profiteer here is the hacker Cerberus, while everyone else is losing. The foreign reporter finally loses control and erupts into an ugly racist outburst instead of offering any real rebuttal. On Principal Wu's signal, security grabs him, clamps a hand over his mouth, and drags him out before the scene gets worse. Once the shouting is gone, the audience quietly realizes Li Qingqian's logic holds up, because a dead internet hurts Divine Dragon badly and even stops people from installing it. The press conference loses its momentum anyway, because the virus has become far more urgent than any corporate roadmap or public relations message. Li Qingqian drops the future development topic and says restoring the internet matters more than anything else right now. 6 hours later, the global crisis has only worsened, and Seisha explodes in fury because Windows still has no way to stop the virus. The engineers can only admit that any device touching the network gets instantly infected, and they still understand the Doomsday virus only at a shallow level. Seisha rages that whoever solves this first will become the world's savior and dominate the operating system market, which makes their failure feel even more unbearable to him. In desperation, he promises a 100 million reward to anyone who can kill the virus in the next 6 hours and restore Windows machines. But the same paralysis is crushing Apple, Google, and the Linux side too, because without the internet even communication and ransom payment have become nearly impossible. Someone sums it up grimly: with the network gone, the world's technology has been shoved backward by 50 years into something close to a mechanical age. One idea appears in the chaos: if the virus depends on current operating systems, maybe a brand new system could leave it with nowhere to live. That hope is crushed immediately, because creating a new non-Linux operating system from scratch would take far longer than the 6 hours before Cerberus wipes the data. Meanwhile, the Sunset Empire's domain authority digs up ancient tape servers, betting that fixed old programs cannot be altered by the virus. They actually get the antique servers running, and for a moment it looks like a tiny miracle in the middle of the collapse. That hope dies fast when modern global traffic slams into the ancient hardware, overheating it almost immediately while barely scratching the total request load. The person in charge can only curse the useless speed of the old machine and the madness of a ransom hacker who broke the very infrastructure needed to pay him. His last hope is that security specialists can clean the infected DNS servers, but even those experts are stuck because their own systems are already compromised. Back at the university, Principal Wu leads everyone out of the auditorium, and the formal event finally gives way to private, more serious conversations. Once outside, academician Lin Chu quietly pulls Li Qingqian aside and asks the question everyone else only dared think: did he cause the virus? Li Qingqian answers with a flat, firm no and meets Lin Chu's eyes without flinching. After staring at him for a full minute, Lin Chu simply nods and says he understands, leaving Li Qingqian unsure what conclusion the older man just reached. Lin Chu then turns back to the bigger picture and says foreign reports confirm the domain name servers are down too, which means the internet is now completely paralyzed. He calls it a catastrophe for the whole online world, but says a crack of opportunity may have opened for Divine Dragon country inside the disaster. Lin Chu explains that their country has long been strangled by a tiny pool of just 60 million IP addresses despite having a billion internet users, because the old system kept control in foreign hands. Then Lin Chu asks if Li Qingqian knows the Iceman project, revealing that this crisis may finally push the country toward the IPv6 future it has needed all along. At the emergency meeting, academician Lin Chu reveals that the Iceman project's main server is sitting inside the Software Research Institute, and his mind immediately jumps to a huge national opportunity. Lin Chu says that if they restore the server first and push IPv6 service to the world, Divine Dragon country could seize control of the internet's core infrastructure from the Sunset Empire. Because everything depends on speed, Lin Chu nervously asks Li Qingqian the real question: how long will it take to switch the Iceman's server over and make it serve the world? Li Qingqian answers without wavering that 1 hour is enough, because the server version of the Divine Dragon system already includes domain resolution and IP allocation tools. That answer is all Lin Chu needs, and he immediately grabs Li Qingqian and rushes for the Software Research Institute before anyone can waste another second. Principal Wu follows at once and calls to Director Chen to summon technicians from the National Communications Company, because fixing one server will not be enough to bring the country fully back online. As he hurries after them, Principal Wu realizes Li Qingqian must have come prepared, or he would never dare promise something this big so calmly. At the Software Research Institute, Li Qingqian goes straight to the infected Iceman project server and shuts it down so he can replace the system cleanly. He plugs in the portable hard drive he brought with him and starts installing the server version of the Divine Dragon system by USB. The installation finishes in about 10 minutes, and Li Qingqian quickly debugs the system and turns on domain name resolution and IP assignment. Li Qingqian announces that the server is running, and even the top-level domain generation function is active, which makes everyone around him suddenly stop breathing for a second. But when Li Qingqian adds that there is still one problem, Lin Chu's excitement tightens into instant worry. Li Qingqian explains that the original server data cannot be recovered for now, so IP assignments and domain bindings will have to be rebuilt from scratch. He goes further and says ownership records are gone too, so he already built in domain registration, domain purchasing, and self-service domain-to-IP binding tools. Instead of a setback, Lin Chu realizes Li Qingqian has practically rebuilt the heart of global domain management inside this one server, and he calls the functions excellent on the spot. Principal Wu can only sigh that the Software Research Institute hit the jackpot, and he half-jokes that he wishes the Iceman server had been placed at Divine Dragon University instead. After the setup is stable, Li Qingqian copies a detailed operating manual onto the server so the Institute can handle most future questions without clinging to him. He tells them the Iceman server is now ready for service, and if performance ever becomes a bottleneck they can simply add more machines into a server cluster. To prove it works, Li Qingqian creates a new domain on the spot and binds it to the Software Research Institute's internal IP address. On another computer running the Divine Dragon system, Li Qingqian opens the new address in front of the room, and the page loads smoothly without any lag. That clean result finally breaks the tension, and the whole room bursts into applause because the Iceman project is truly back online. Lin Chu immediately pushes the next crisis to the front, restoring the national telecom operator, because only then can Divine Dragon country's internet function normally again. After watching the recovery succeed, the National Communications Company technology chief finally steps forward to speak with Li Qingqian, now convinced the server version can really work. The telecom chief explains the operator's IP server problem, and Li Qingqian listens carefully before opening his laptop to teach the fix right there in the server room. With only a brief demonstration from Li Qingqian, the technically trained telecom chief quickly grasps the method and says he understands it. Even after understanding the method, the telecom chief still anxiously asks Li Qingqian to come to the company's server room in person for the critical switch. Li Qingqian refuses to leave the Iceman server, hands over a USB drive, and tells the telecom chief to install the system first and send over the target machine's MAC address for remote setup. Li Qingqian maps out the full recovery chain from the national core room through provincial, city, and county server rooms, using emergency links and local Divine Dragon machines to push the switch nationwide. The telecom chief accepts the plan and estimates that, with the company's mobilization power, the nationwide replacement should finish in under 3 hours. Before rushing out, the telecom chief stresses that calls and text messages have to come back first, or the country could slide into panic. The rollout moves fast. Just 20 minutes later, the country's core IP allocation and data exchange server room has already been switched over successfully. 40 minutes in, all provincial IP allocation and data exchange server rooms have also changed over to the Divine Dragon system. An hour later, the municipal server rooms finish switching too, and the recovery pushes one level deeper across the network. At 1.5 hours, the first county-level server room comes back online, and the first real sign of life returns with partial phone and text service. By the 3-hour mark, 99% of counties can communicate again, and live television broadcasting is restored with them. When the familiar news anchor finally appears on television again, that ordinary face does more than any speech to steady the public. As families reconnect by phone and text, the fear that had been building across the country starts to loosen at last. Even with only one television channel running, the restored broadcast feels like proof that the country is standing back up. The national news then tells everyone the hard truth. The doomsday extortion virus is devastating Windows, Apple, Linux, and similar systems, and no defense exists for them yet. The report makes one thing unmistakable. The only operating system proven immune is the Divine Dragon system from Divine Dragon Software, and that is why Divine Dragon Country recovered first. The broadcast goes further and publicly recommends that everyone download the Divine Dragon system from ls.cn because it is currently the safest choice available. And as the final announcement lands, the news tells businesses worldwide that the Iceman project has already started offering outside domain name resolution services through the Software Research Institute. Inside the Academy of Sciences Command Center, operators raced to rebind major company domains, and every website that came back online drew another burst of relieved cheers. One report after another confirmed that communication lines, television networks, and even the railway system were stabilizing on servers running the Divine Dragon system. Because this institute recovered first and controlled core domain name resolution, it became the national hub for the rescue effort, with academician Lin Chu leading and Li Qingqian brought in as a special advisor. The government's order was blunt: restore the country first at any cost, and every department rushed to replace office systems and back-end servers with Divine Dragon. That official push triggered a stampede of trust, and Divine Dragon's personal version exploded from about 1 million installs to 300 million in just 3 hours. As more people followed, officials judged that the total might pass 1 billion by night, while government departments and public service systems were already back to serving the public. Businesses discovered a second life-saving advantage too. Once a server switched to Divine Dragon, the ransomware could no longer erase its data after the 12-hour deadline. The files were still unreadable, but saving them from total deletion gave companies hope, so the server version instantly became the system everyone scrambled to install. Jiang Chao reported that government services were fully running again, but the old records were still locked and corrupted by the doomsday extortion virus. When he mentioned the damaged data, Jiang Chao could only look toward Li Qingqian, who sat expressionless with the brainwave receiver on, still dissecting the virus code. Chen Lin followed with the commercial side. 3,000 companies had already proven domain ownership and rebound their domains, so most internet services were online again. But Chen Lin had the same bad news as the government side. The services were back, yet the trapped data itself still could not be read, so data recovery was now the real battle. He also glanced at Li Qingqian's racing code window and felt a flicker of disappointment, because there was still no immediate answer for the lost data. Then an update on the phone front raised the next crisis. Apart from Haim and Long Yao phones already using Divine Dragon, roughly 800 million Apple and Android phones were still infected. He added that mobile users were flooding the internet with pleas for help, and the Weibo topic begging Divine Dragon software to save their phones had already passed 300 million posts. When the mobile side report turned toward Li Qingqian for an answer, he was still buried in analysis, and the pressure in the room settled back onto a weary Lin Chu. A little later, Lin Chu checked the time, cut into Li Qingqian's work, and pulled him back to the room's most urgent problem. Lin Chu told him there were only 2 hours left before Cerberus's deadline, and if the virus hit those 800 million phones at once, the losses would be catastrophic. He pressed even harder by saying Li Qingqian was the only person who could stop it, then pointed him to the endless Weibo pleas piling up online. The rebooted internet had become eerily empty of entertainment and news, so those rescue messages stood out even more sharply against the silence. Some users begged Divine Dragon to save the only photos they had left of dead family members, turning the phone crisis from a technical problem into a raw human one. Others wrote that critical evidence, hospital bills, and their entire futures were trapped inside those phones, and some sounded close to despair. Faced with that flood of voices, Lin Chu asked one more time for Li Qingqian to help them. Li Qingqian finally agreed, though he warned he could only save Android users. That answer alone was enough to steady the room, and Lin Chu thanked him like he had just pulled the country back from one more cliff edge. An hour later, Li Qingqian finished an Android app called the Divine Dragon System Installer and rushed it onto the company's official website. He explained that users only needed to install the app once, and it would replace Android with the Divine Dragon phone system before the virus could finish its job. But Li Qingqian immediately drew a line too. Giving the system away freely on every phone would damage Divine Dragon's future sales and hurt the partners who had backed him. So he set strict conditions. The installer only worked before the ransomware deadline, and 3 days later users would have to pay 300 yuan or go back to their original system. Lin Chu understood the dilemma at once and promised the country would remember both Divine Dragon's contribution and the losses it was taking to help. After a quick test proved the installer worked, Lin Chu secured approval from above and moved to push it nationwide immediately. The download link was blasted onto the front pages of major websites and promoted on national television, turning the rescue tool into a countrywide emergency broadcast. The response was explosive. In just half an hour, 680 million phones installed the system, and Divine Dragon swallowed almost the entire Android market overnight. And as the new system spread, relieved users started cheering online that their phone data was finally safe and that Divine Dragon ran far smoother than Android ever had. Android users finally get a little breathing room, because even though their lost data is not back yet, the Divine Dragon installer has at least stopped the virus from destroying more of it. Apple users are in a much uglier mood when they discover there is no Apple version of the Divine Dragon installer at all. Online, people tear into Apple's old claim of being the safest system in the world, saying that boast looks empty now. The anger gets sharper when users compare prices and service, arguing that Android got emergency help while Apple customers are left paying premium money for nothing. Just after finishing the Android app, Li Qingqian is hurried away by academician Lin Chu to the Foreign Affairs Department for something much bigger. Li Qingqian frowns and asks what is going on, and Lin Chu immediately starts explaining before the situation gets any more urgent. Lin Chu tells him that after the doomsday extortion virus wrecked the world, other countries noticed Divine Dragon countries' internet had recovered and wanted the same fix. But when those countries finally got machines running the Divine Dragon system and tried to connect through Mac to download the server version, the installer blocked them for being outside the country. Now ambassadors from many countries are waiting at the Foreign Affairs Department, all demanding that the restriction be lifted. Lin Chu gives his recommendation plainly. Let them use it, but charge hard and turn their domain name and IP systems into branch servers under the Iceman project. In Lin Chu's eyes, if enough countries deploy those branch servers, Divine Dragon country will finally become the internet's core domain name authority instead of the Sunset Empire. He pushes the point further, saying this would stop the Sunset Empire from ever choking Divine Dragon country's internet by cutting off domain resolution at a critical moment. For Lin Chu, this is not just business but a dream within reach, and the global virus crisis has opened the door for it. Worried Li Qingqian might refuse, Lin Chu hurriedly adds that the country does not care about the money and will let Divine Dragon software take all the profits from the operation. Li Qingqian finally smiles and answers with a clean boundary. Divine Dragon software only sells the system, and whatever others do with the server after that is not his business. He makes it even clearer that he will charge every cent for the software used in the Iceman project, but he will not take 1 extra cent from the wider domain server profits. That answer fits what Li Qingqian had already decided, because in his mind the domain name server was always meant as a strategic gift to the country, not a cash machine. The narration pulls back to reveal that this whole collapse and rebuild moment suits Li Qingqian perfectly, because he wants a new internet order built on the ruins of the old one. And behind that plan sits a personal target too. After the Sunset Empire tried to suppress his company and seize its technology, Li Qingqian decided to smash the internet foundation they controlled. At the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the emergency conference room is already packed with ambassadors from every country that has relations with Divine Dragon country. The most anxious face in the room is Sunset Empire Ambassador Lilade, who keeps sweating over his watch because less than an hour remains before the virus starts deleting data everywhere. His panic is real because the Sunset Empire still has no way to remove the Doomsday Extortion virus, or even stop it from running. They also tried to install the Divine Dragon system themselves after hearing Divine Dragon country had recovered, only to slam straight into the foreign installation ban. With time running out, Sunset Empire ordered Lilade to get that restriction removed by any means, which is why he is here swallowing his pride. Minister Chao keeps the room under control with a calm smile, telling the ambassadors that Lin Chu and Li Qingqian are on the way and should be able to solve the problem. He also makes one thing clear up front: the Divine Dragon system is commercial software, so anyone who wants it will have to pay. That line feels especially sweet to Minister Chao because only days earlier Lilade had been loudly calling for a ban on the Divine Dragon system. Now Lilade has to ask for help in a tone he would never normally use, promising payment and pressing Minister Chao to hurry Li Qingqian along. Minister Chao answers slowly on purpose, savoring the rare sight of the usually aggressive Lilade forced into humility. At last, Lin Chu and Li Qingqian enter the conference room, and most of the ambassadors immediately stand up as if their only lifeline has just arrived. Minister Chow welcomes them to the host seats, but Li Lei jumps up first and rushes over to intercept Li Qingqian. Li Lei introduces himself in a rush and even offers a handshake, trying to bury his country's earlier hostility for one desperate chance to win Li Qingqian over. Li Qingqian does not even acknowledge him and simply walks past, leaving Li Lei hanging in front of the whole room. The room instantly catches the insult, and several ambassadors from countries unfriendly to the Sunset Empire openly laugh at Li Lei's embarrassment. Minister Chow looks openly pleased, while Li Lei swallows his fury, hides a murderous glare, and returns to his seat because he still needs Li Qingqian's approval. Once Li Qingqian and Lin Chu take their seats, Minister Chow cuts straight to business and says he will speak to Li Qingqian on behalf of the room to save time. He sums up the crisis plainly. The virus has spread worldwide. Only Divine Dragon Country has recovered, and every top expert elsewhere is still helpless. Then Minister Chow pointedly reminds him that the rest of the world wants the Divine Dragon system because it was the tool that brought the virus under control here. He brings up the key obstacle next, asking about the Divine Dragon system's remarkable rule that blocks installation outside Divine Dragon Country. Finally, he puts the decision where everyone knows it belongs and asks Li Qingqian what he thinks about letting these countries install and use the system. In the packed conference room, Li Qingqian regretfully tells Minister Chow he cannot simply open the Divine Dragon system to everyone. The room goes heavy with disappointment, because everyone knows the coming doomsday extortion virus could wipe data and freeze whole countries in minutes. Ambassadors start pleading one after another, openly asking Li Qingqian to save their countries and saying he can name his conditions. Li Qingqian coolly says the problem is not him, but the Sunset Empire, because any country that uses Divine Dragon's system will anger them. Then he turns his gaze straight to Li Lei and asks the Sunset Empire ambassador if that is not the truth. The room's mood flips, and the surrounding diplomats start looking at Li Lei with anger as the man who stirred up this whole mess. Li Lei swallows the public humiliation in silence, but his cold stare makes it obvious he is memorizing every insult. A first ambassador finally stands and asks Li Qingqian to open the Divine Dragon system for his country, openly showing he is not afraid of the Sunset Empire. Right after that, a huge burly ambassador rises like a wall and says his country can protect itself, so it wants the system too. Even the Southern Monkey Kingdom ambassador forces himself to stand and ask for access, because his country is getting too chaotic to survive without restored networks. That breaks the dam, and more small country ambassadors rise to choose survival over fear of Sunset Empire retaliation. Li Lei burns with fury as he realizes the people who used to obey him are now ignoring him for Li Qingqian's system. Seeing the moment turn, Minister Chow checks the dwindling time and decides it is time to state Divine Dragon Country's position plainly. Minister Chow declares that the world does not belong to the Sunset Empire, and it has no right to decide who may use the Divine Dragon system. He goes further and calls the Sunset Empire's ban meaningless waste paper, making this a direct challenge in front of every country present. With Minister Chow backing him, Li Qingqian finally agrees to open the Divine Dragon system after all. Relief flashes across the room, because everyone assumes the last obstacle is gone and only the price remains. But Li Qingqian immediately stops that assumption and says his conditions are not about money at all. His first condition lands like a bomb. Any domain name resolution system provided by Divine Dragon software will be permanently routed to Divine Dragon Country's Iceman project server. The room erupts, because everyone understands this would shift the internet's basic control structure away from the Sunset Empire. Li Lei shoots to his feet so violently that he shoves the table away, demanding to know what Li Qingqian thinks he is doing. He angrily declares that the internet and domain name system belong to the Sunset Empire, and says the Empire will defend that core interest by any means, even war. Then he sweeps a threatening stare across the room, warning every ambassador that using this system will bring Sunset Empire punishment. Li Qingqian does not budge and calmly repeats that the Divine Dragon system's branch servers will stay permanently tied to the Iceman project. He makes the choice brutally simple: use it under that rule, or do not use it at all. With the virus only minutes away, an ambassador cuts through the standoff and urgently asks Li Qingqian to announce the address anyway. Another burly ambassador immediately backs him up, saying his country is not afraid and wants the address now. Li Qingqian nods and projects the new address for the branch domain name resolution server onto the big screen. The ambassadors immediately pull out their phones, photograph the screen, and rush the information back to their countries through special channels. Li Lei watches in disbelief as even the diplomats around him ignore his warning and send the address home, proving he no longer controls the room. At the meeting, the North Gene ambassador flatters Li Lei and admits the real goal is simple: force Li Qingqian to reopen the personal Divine Dragon system. That excuse works on Li Lei, and despite his earlier hardline posturing, he grits his teeth and sends the MAC address to his embassy. Li Lei quietly tells himself this is only temporary, because once the Sunset Empire and the big tech giants solve the virus, they can throw Divine Dragon's system away. But everyone in the room sees the hypocrisy, and the ambassadors openly mock how the man who tried to block the system is recording the address faster than anyone else. Their ridicule leaves Li Lei shaking with rage, barely holding himself together in his seat. Then Li Qingqian moves the meeting forward and calmly announces that Divine Dragon software will open access to the personal version too. The room goes still, because this second issue matters just as much as restoring national internet access. Without personal systems, daily life and production cannot recover. Li Qingqian immediately makes the catch clear. Anyone who wants the personal Divine Dragon system must accept its conditions. He explains that the personal Divine Dragon system is an online operating system, so it cannot run offline and must stay connected to the internet. Then he tightens the trap. Without Divine Dragon's branch domain name resolution server system, the personal version will not work normally at all. He goes even further and warns that if they try to use the system without that server setup, it will trigger self-destruction and damage both hardware and software. The message lands hard. If foreign countries want the personal system, they must first route themselves through Divine Dragon's server network and accept its root domain order. Li Lade finally explodes and accuses Li Qingqian of playing with fire by challenging the strongest country in the world. Li Qingqian does not retreat at all, and with a sneer he says he already knows the consequences. He repeats that the personal version will be opened, and whether other countries dare to use it is their choice. Then he puts the personal Divine Dragon system's MAC address and internet link on the big screen for everyone to take. Under Li Lade's furious stare, the ambassadors still photograph the screen and rush the information back to their governments through embassy channels. Seeing control slip away, Li Lade raises the stakes again and says the internet and root domain server are core imperial interests, demanding to know if Li Qingqian has really considered the fallout. When Li Qingqian does not answer immediately, Li Lade turns to Minister Chao and bluntly frames it as a choice for war. The whole room freezes after that threat, with some ambassadors terrified by the idea of two superpowers fighting and others secretly thrilled by the chaos it could bring. Minister Chao's smile disappears, and he answers with a hard face that Li Lade has no right to dictate what Divine Dragon Country does. He pushes even harder and declares that Divine Dragon Country does not bow to threats, and if the other side wants war, it will get war. He reminds everyone that Li Qingqian is offering a real way to restore both internet access and operating systems, and that each country is free to choose whether to use it. Then Minister Chao flips the moral pressure back, accusing Li Lade of bullying other nations by trying to stop them from using a system that could save them. He lands the sharpest blow of all by asking whether the Sunset Empire can offer any plan of its own to restore the internet, or the operating systems it is blocking. That answer shocks the room, because Minister Chao has just made Divine Dragon Country's stance public in the hardest possible way. Li Lade answers with icy anger, saying he will report every word to his president, and that Divine Dragon Country will bear the consequences. Minister Chao does not soften at all and throws back a blunt, dismissive reply. With no one following him, Li Lade leaves the meeting in a dark mood and sweeps the room with a final hostile glance on his way out. After Li Lade is gone, Minister Chao turns to Li Qingqian and solemnly promises that no foreign country will harm him on Divine Dragon soil. He makes it even plainer. If anyone tries to force Li Qingqian to do something against his will, they will have to face the country's guns first. Li Qingqian answers with the same seriousness, saying he trusts his country. Minister Chao gives one more clear endorsement, telling him to keep doing his work and promising state support as long as he stays within the law. That support genuinely moves Li Qingqian before the meeting settles back into business. Minister Chao finally tells him to continue, and Li Qingqian smoothly shifts the room from politics to the next unavoidable question: price. Everyone focuses again at once, because pricing is the part that will decide whether the rescue plan is merely possible or actually usable. Li Qingqian sets the foreign price for the personal Divine Dragon system at just 100 yuan a year, even though it is free inside Divine Dragon Country. The ambassadors frown at paying for what Divine Dragon citizens use free, but they also know they have no real alternative anymore. Li Qingqian keeps going and lists the server prices too: 1 million a year for the branch domain name and national IP assignment system, 100,000 for provincial IP assignment, and 10,000 for lower levels. Instead of outrage, the room reacts with surprise because the prices are far cheaper than what the Sunset Empire used to charge for domain control. The comparison turns ugly for the Sunset Empire as diplomats mutter that Divine Dragon is selling software cheaply, while Sunset forced countries to overpay for both software and overpriced hardware. That leaves several countries openly leaning toward Divine Dragon, saying that if the system really works, they would rather buy from this side in the future. Then a representative from a small country stands up with the next practical obstacle and asks the question nobody can dodge: how are they supposed to pay? His question lands because the ransomware collapse has already crippled the international banking settlement system along with the internet, making cross-border payment itself a crisis. Li Qingqian does not answer right away and instead looks toward the calm Minister Chao, clearly expecting the state already has a solution in mind. In the tense negotiation room, Minister Chao smoothly picks up Li Qingqian's point and tells the foreign ambassadors not to worry about payment. He explains that once each country's internet is back online, they can settle the bill through Divine Dragon Country's own international interbank system. The room goes tight with unease because everyone understands what that really means. Using this system risks putting their countries on the Sunset Empire's bad side. The North Gene envoy cautiously tests the line by asking if his country can simply pay with its existing Divine Dragon dollar reserves. Minister Chow immediately agrees, making it clear that payment in Divine Dragon dollars is fully acceptable. Then the Lia envoy tries another angle and asks to pay in Sunset dollars instead. Minister Chow shuts that down on the spot and says Divine Dragon system fees will only be accepted in Divine Dragon dollars. That answer leaves the countries close to the Sunset Empire visibly troubled, because now they have to choose between political caution and immediate survival. Most of them quietly settle on a compromise: install Divine Dragon country's settlement system now, pay for access, and switch back later if the Sunset Empire recovers. Seeing their expressions, Minister Chow realizes they are ready to bend for now and turns back to Li Qingqian with a more urgent proposal. With only 30 minutes left before the doomsday extortion virus erupts, Minister Chow says there is no time to collect fees first. He asks Li Qingqian to open Divine Dragon system access immediately, and let every country finish payment within the next day, with unpaid users cut off afterward. Li Qingqian agrees without hesitation, backing the emergency plan on the spot. The ambassadors break into relieved smiles and start praising Divine Dragon country, suddenly treating Li Qingqian and Minister Chow like the world's saviors. As the ambassadors rush to report the decision back home, the talks shift to settlement system details and Li Qingqian quietly slips out of the room. Outside, academician Lin Chu catches up to him and thanks him so deeply that he nearly bows. Lin Chu explains why he is so emotional. Countries everywhere are now preparing to deploy the domain name resolution server, making the Iceman Project's server the only one functioning in the world. With global IP and domain distribution now flowing through that software, Lin Chu says Li Qingqian has already pushed the Iceman Project past 60% success. He adds that if the Sunset Empire cannot crush the virus within a month, Divine Dragon country could permanently seize control of the domain name server from right under them. Li Qingqian quickly steadies him and says this is simply what he should do, because when the country is strong, its people stop being easy to bully. He goes even further and makes his position plain. Divine Dragon Software's interests are tied directly to the country's interests. After that exchange, Li Qingqian and Lin Chu head straight back to the Software Research Institute to watch the real results roll in. Inside the institute, a huge world map shows Iceman Project coverage, and at first only Divine Dragon country is lit up in green. As Li Qingqian lifts the usage restrictions for other countries, new green patches start spreading across the map one after another. South Jin, North Jin, Eastern Sea Country, Bear Country, Elephant Country, and more join in so fast that the whole world seems to be turning green before their eyes. In just half an hour, almost every country has deployed the server, leaving only a tiny number still dark. The biggest dark zone on the map is the Sunset Empire, still refusing to let Divine Dragon country control the domain name server. For the Sunset Empire, this is more than pride, because losing the domain name server means giving up a core piece of national power, security, and economic control. So inside the Sunset Empire, officials and tech circles pour into emergency work and rage that an Easterner might snatch such a strategic asset from them. The government throws out a huge promise too, declaring that anyone who creates antivirus software for the doomsday extortion virus will get at least a 10 billion Sunset dollar government order. But the rescue effort slams into a brutal problem almost immediately. To make antivirus software, they first need a working computer. That basic requirement becomes a wall, because nearly every computer is already infected and unusable. Even the few machines that escaped infection cannot be trusted, because the virus tears through normal Windows, Apple, and Linux isolation like it barely exists. At that point, the ugly truth is impossible to dodge. Only the Divine Dragon system can actually resist the virus. Forced to swallow their pride, the Sunset Empire convenes Congress and starts arguing over how to use the Divine Dragon system just long enough to save themselves. One side insists they should use Divine Dragon system temporarily, build antivirus software on it, and dump it later once the crisis is over. Others argue that the first priority is saving priceless national data before anything else is lost. A third camp pushes even harder, warning that without a working operating system their factories cannot produce even a single bullet. For once, Congress reaches a rare consensus and decides to use the Divine Dragon system to restore the internet, rescue data, and restart production. Even while giving in, the Sunset Empire still tries to dictate terms and demands that Divine Dragon software charge them by the same standards as inside Divine Dragon country. Their last condition is especially blunt. The personal version of the Divine Dragon system has to be free. The Sunset Empire had already planned to force the server version of the Divine Dragon system to sell there on their terms, at no higher price than in Divine Dragon country. But after testing it through companies and technical staff, they were hit with the real problem. The Divine Dragon system was still completely blocked inside the Sunset Empire. That discovery enraged Congress, because it shattered their old assumption that Divine Dragon software was the side begging for access. Now the balance had flipped. The Sunset Empire had no replacement, and it was the one forced to beg Divine Dragon country for the system. Furious and humiliated, they cursed the eastern side, barked orders for emergency negotiations, and demanded ambassadorly laid secure usage rights immediately. At the same time, the Software Research Institute was flooded with calls from country after country asking to connect to Project Iceman. Requests poured in from places like Bear Country and South Jin, all asking for access to the Iceman Project root domain server and their assigned IP ranges. The control center reviewed each application and handed out IP segments, because Li Qingqian's root server design had pulled global IP authority into one new system. That move didn't just patch a crisis, it rewrote the internet's rules so every country now had to apply to Divine Dragon Country for address allocation. Even if the Sunset Empire repaired its old root servers later, it would be too late, because the world would already be running on a different, incompatible set of rules. Inside the Iceman Control Center, a researcher reported to academician Lin Chu that every country and region except the Sunset Empire had already deployed branch domain servers. With the status board updated to 90% completion, the Iceman team confirmed they now controlled all global IP assignment and domain authority. For the researchers, this was the moment Divine Dragon Country finally achieved true internet autonomy, control, and security. After 20 hard years in the shadows, the Iceman team finally saw their life's work turn from an obscure project into a world-changing victory. Elsewhere, Lilade read an urgent telegram and went livid when he saw the order. He had to beg Chao Aigua for Divine Dragon system access or lose his post. Humiliated from the earlier meeting and furious at being threatened by his own side, he slammed his fist into the table and cursed them as idiots. But after the flare of anger passed, Lilade sat down in bitter silence and understood he no longer had any room to refuse. So he got up and went back to Chao Aigua's office, forced by the crisis to seek help from the man he had just offended. When Chao Aigua saw him return, his face turned cold at once, and he greeted the ambassador with cutting sarcasm. Chao mocked him for storming out earlier and bragging that the Empire would organize people to crack the virus on its own. Swallowing his pride, Lilade admitted the real reason he came back and asked Chao to help open Divine Dragon system access inside the Empire. Chao pressed the humiliation harder, reminding him that he had just boasted the Empire could defeat the virus without them. Lilade realized words alone would get nowhere now, so he dropped the pretense and prepared to negotiate with real concessions. Before Lilade could list the Empire's offer, Chao produced a document he had already prepared and made it clear that Divine Dragon Country had its own conditions ready. He told Lilade that if the Empire could meet the terms in that document, he would find a way to get Divine Dragon software to lift the ban. The moment Lilade saw the densely packed list, his expression turned ugly because every line felt like the Empire was being openly skinned alive. When he protested that the demands were too much, Chao coolly told him he was free to walk away. Then Chao glanced at his watch and reminded him there were only 20 minutes left before the doomsday extortion virus fully hit. He even mocked the Empire with fake optimism, saying maybe the virus would disappear on its own, or maybe they could still invent antivirus software in time. Lilade understood the threat perfectly, and this time he could only swallow it, because he was the one asking for mercy. Pressed by the clock, he stopped arguing and began marking the document, ticking the terms he could accept and crossing out the ones he couldn't. He handed the paper back and said these were the only conditions the Empire could agree to, demanding immediate removal of the system restrictions in return. Chao checked the choices and saw that even though Lilade had accepted only a small part, every accepted term was strategically valuable. He probed once more about the rejected terms, but Lilade flatly warned that if pushed any further, he would walk out. Chao judged that this was the real limit, and accepted the deal before squeezing any harder ruined it. A minute later, the official agreement was printed and placed in front of Lilade, with a state TV reporter already prepared to record the signing. A pen was handed over, and after a brief, bitter hesitation, Lilade signed the document anyway. He mocked Chao for being so well prepared, but Chao just smiled and let him vent after taking such a public loss. Lilade immediately pushed for the real prize and urged Chao to arrange the lifting of the installation ban at once. Chao finally made the call to Li Qingqian, and after that brief contact he informed Lilade that the restrictions had been lifted. The moment he heard it, Lilade phoned the embassy to relay the news back home as fast as possible. Once that was done, Chao politely invited him to stay for dinner, twisting the knife with perfect manners. Lilade refused with stiff courtesy and headed out, because after taking such a loss, there was no way he could sit down and eat with Chao. But Chao stopped him one more time just to hand over a copy of the signed document, saying it could be sent home once the Empire's internet came back. Chao added one final jab, saying a press release would go out soon and even asking if Lilade wanted another photo because he hadn't looked happy in the first one. Lilade's eyes nearly burned with rage, but he could only speed up and leave, cursing Chao inwardly as a vicious old fox. At the Academy of Sciences control room, the huge former Sunset Empire region on the map suddenly turns green, and the whole room erupts because the Iceman project has broken through. Lin Chu pulls Li Qingqian to the front and, with tears in his eyes, formally announces that the Iceman project has achieved its goal. Lin Chu declares that the project will replace the Sunset Side's domain name administration, meaning Divine Dragon Country has finally seized autonomous control of the internet. The room answers with thunderous applause, as if everyone is finally releasing 20 years of frustration, work, and silence in one burst. But Lin Chu quickly raises a hand and cools the celebration, warning that taking control is only the first half and holding the domain name server will be even harder. He reminds everyone that the Sunset Side only lost because the virus hit first and they were caught without the Divine Dragon system, so once they recover, a counterattack is bound to come. That warning snaps the whole room back to reality, and every smiling face hardens into work mode again. Lin Chu praises the team's 20 years of buried work and says all that technical build-up finally made this moment possible. Then he points straight at Li Qingqian and says the biggest reason the Iceman project succeeded this time is him and the Divine Dragon system. Lin Chu makes it even clearer by saying Li Qingqian could have taken bigger profits from the Sunset Empire, but he gave that up and chose to help his own country instead. He calls on every researcher in the room to stand and bow to Li Qingqian in thanks. Li Qingqian is deeply shaken and immediately tries to stop Lin Chu, insisting he does not deserve that kind of honor. Inside, Li Qingqian feels even smaller in front of Lin Chu because he knows he still had selfish motives, while Lin Chu looks like the real selfless scientist here. Lin Chu gently avoids Li Qingqian's hands, thanks him with full seriousness for what he did for both the project and the country, and bows anyway. Li Qingqian can stop Lin Chu himself, but he cannot stop the rest of the researchers as the whole room bows to him in genuine gratitude. To them, the credit is obvious. Without Li Qingqian, the project might not have advanced in 50 years, yet with him they overturned the old global system in just 12 hours. Li Qingqian hurries into the crowd, awkward and embarrassed, asking everyone one by one to stop bowing. The tension finally breaks when Lin Chu jokes that they should sit down before they overwhelm Li Qingqian for real. Once everyone settles, Lin Chu returns to business and orders strict vigilance over the domain name server and the new global IP and domain management rules. Lin Chu respectfully asks whether Li Qingqian wants to add anything, and Li Qingqian simply shakes his head. Then Lin Chu checks the time and notices there are only 3 minutes left before the doomsday extortion virus erupts. He leads Li Qingqian to a row of Windows, Apple, and Linux machines so they can watch what the virus does to computers without the Divine Dragon system. Outside the institute, Douyin has barely come back online, but most of its old content is gone because the infected data cannot be read anymore. Because everyone is waiting for the outbreak, streamers across the country switch their broadcasts to one question: what survives if a device does not have the Divine Dragon system installed? As the final minute drains away, some people stare at their Apple devices in panic, some watch live streams, and others shut everything down and hope that is enough. In the Empire, deployment is still incomplete. Only the branch server is up, provincial servers just started, city and county servers are missing, and almost nobody has time to install the personal system. Worse, plenty of people there ignore the shutdown warnings entirely, treating the danger like just another announcement they can brush off. Then the doomsday extortion virus finally hits. Zhang Tieju's own live stream is now drawing more than 3 million viewers as he points cameras at a full row of computers and phones running every major system. With every device powered on, Zhang Tieju and his audience count down the final seconds together and wait to see what breaks. The instant the countdown ends, every non-Divine Dragon device goes black and flips to a blue screen carrying Cerberus's message and a rapidly flashing deletion bar. Zhang Tieju confirms live that the virus has begun deleting data and refuses to just watch it happen. His first move is the obvious one. He yanks out a network cable, but the deletion screen keeps going, proving disconnecting from the internet is useless. So he tries the next emergency measure and holds down the computer's power button, only to find the machine refuses to shut off at all. He repeats the test across the other computers and gets the same bad result every time. Even the phones ignore normal shutdown, and Zhang Tieju has to admit the virus has disabled the basic power controls. Then the live stream chat explodes with even worse news. Some viewers had already powered off their Apple devices, but the virus forced those devices to boot back up by itself and start deleting data anyway. The pattern becomes clear fast. If a phone or computer is still plugged in, the virus can wake it up and seize it, so only drained batteries or fully unpowered machines have a chance. Zhang Tieju grimly escalates to his last trick and says if software controls fail, he will just cut the electricity at the wall. He rips the power plugs out, and the infected computer screens finally go black, giving him a brief moment of smug relief. But the audience is not celebrating, because they point out that this trick cannot save phones with batteries and may not have saved the computers either. To find out whether the hard drive survived, Zhang Tieju plugs one computer back in, inserts a P-boot disk, and tries to start it without reading the damaged disk. The machine does not respond at all, no matter how many times he presses the power button. Viewers who tested ahead of him drop the brutal answer in chat: forced shutdown has burned the motherboard. He checks the rest of the computers one by one and confirms the same disaster, with one of them even giving off a burnt smell. His conclusion is ugly and simple. For ordinary people, trying to fight back only turns data loss into destroyed hardware too. After all the tests, he says there is only one proven answer left: nothing but the Divine Dragon system can withstand the doomsday extortion virus. Viewers beg him to save Apple phones next, but Zhang Tieju can only tell them to wait and see whether Divine Dragon software might someday release a rescue tool. That answer lands like a verdict, because outside Divine Dragon country the virus is already spreading like a flood and smashing whole nations into panic. Only devices running the Divine Dragon system remain safe in that chaos, standing out as the lone islands of stability. The Sunset Empire is hit especially hard, because after all the wrangling with Minister Chao, They got permission to use the Divine Dragon system only 30 minutes before the outbreak. Their engineers barely managed to deploy the branch domain analysis server before the virus detonated, leaving the rest of the system far from ready as disaster crashed down. At Windows, Seisha thinks he has the outbreak under control after ordering every machine unplugged and shut down, leaving only a few computers for testing. He even plans the next step with cold confidence. Once the Sunset Empire's domain server is ready, Windows will burn Divine Dragon's system onto disks and swap systems. Then the deadline hits, and the supposedly dead machines suddenly wake up by themselves. Every screen turns into the same blue warning page, with taunting virus text and a fast-moving bar that is actively erasing data. The room breaks into panic as the engineers realize the Doomsday Extortion virus is deleting their computers and servers anyway. Seisha lunges to shut a machine down, but the virus has already locked them out of normal controls. The engineers run into the same wall and curse as they realize the virus has taken full control of the hardware. With no time left, Seisha orders the entire building's power cut, even if it wrecks the equipment, because saving data matters more. The engineers obey, and the whole Windows building drops into black silence as every screen dies at once. For one brief moment, Seisha thinks the nightmare has been stopped. Back in his office, he turns to the only safe machine left, a computer already running Divine Dragon's system and still connected to the internet. Using the MAC address route sent back by Lilade, Seisha keeps trying to reach Divine Dragon Software's official site. The situation stings his pride hard, because the company that dominated global operating systems is now desperately relying on Li Qingqian's system to survive. He swears that once the virus is cleared, Windows will throw Divine Dragon's system out and take revenge for today's humiliation. But the second the site finally connects, his anger vanishes and turns into raw urgency. He rushes to download the USB version of Divine Dragon's system and has people start making installation drives immediately. Then a fresh wave of dread hits when an engineer discovers the machine still will not power back on at all. The engineer reports with a trembling voice that every tested computer and server appears to have been physically damaged by the virus. Seisha still checks the machines himself, one after another, and every failed startup makes the disaster more real. Clinging to one last hope, he orders a hard drive pulled out and connected to the Divine Dragon computer to check whether the data survived. The test kills that hope too. The hard drives are damaged, and all the data is corrupted. Seisha snaps and roars Li Qingqian's name in fury after realizing Windows has suffered a complete collapse. Apple goes through the same nightmare, losing both hardware and software data in one blow. For Cook, the worst part is watching Apple's strongest product become worthless as the phones lose all data, lose their systems, and turn into dead black bricks. He can only admit bitterly that Apple's phone business is finished, because the brand's image of safety and prestige has collapsed in an instant. Across the Sunset Empire, many high-tech companies make the same blackout decision and end up wrecking their own computers and servers. Ironically, ordinary people who did not know any emergency tricks lose less, because their hardware survives even if the virus wipes their data. For regular users, installing Divine Dragon's system is enough to bring those intact machines back to life, so surviving the outbreak now means accepting Li Qingqian's new order. The virus outbreak redraws the global order in just days, and only those ready to accept Divine Dragon's system have a way forward. The Sunset Empire takes the heaviest hit, while other countries limit the damage because they deployed their branch domain servers earlier. Even if people dislike the new system, the truth is simple now: only Divine Dragon's system still works, so everyone has to adapt. That shock quickly turns into a worldwide realization that Divine Dragon software is about to become an untouchable giant, while the old software empires stumble. Another painful detail surfaces too. Outside Divine Dragon country, the system still does not allow brainwave coding technology or brainwave receivers. For foreign software companies, that restriction leads to an ugly conclusion. If they want the best tools, they may have to move their business into Divine Dragon country. Meanwhile, on the train back to Tianyi City, Bai Jiaoyang finally drops his pride and tells Li Qingqian he is genuinely convinced. He even says losing to a genius like Li Qingqian no longer feels embarrassing, because they were never in the same class to begin with. Part of that surrender is personal too, because Bai Jiaoyang has finally given up on Jian Qingli after realizing her distance will never change. Once he lets go of both jealousy and hope, Bai Jiaoyang finally looks relaxed for the first time. Li Qingqian answers with easy grace, praising Bai Jiaoyang's programming foundation now that the hostility between them has cleared. Tian Wenming is quietly pleased to see the two classmates finally make peace. Not everyone is relieved though, because beside them Hongyun grits his teeth and swallows his anger the whole time. In his mind, Li Qingqian is the reason his father lost a huge restoration order, and his family's comfortable life fell apart. The villa is gone, the cars are gone, the bank took the house, and the family is now stuck in a rented place under heavy debt. That hatred is real, but Li Qingqian has become so powerful that Hongyun no longer dares show it on his face. After Li Qingqian wins the finals and makes Divine Dragon system the world's only reliable operating system, Hongyun understands they are no longer remotely on the same level. Jian Qingli stays turned toward the window the entire time, refusing to look at Li Qingqian at all. When the group arrives back in Tianyi City, Everyone else goes home for 2 days of rest, but Li Qingqian heads straight to Divine Dragon Software instead. At the company, the mood is the exact opposite of the train's quiet aftermath, because Divine Dragon Software is swamped from top to bottom. The finance team, technical staff, and customer service department are all running at full speed under the pressure of global demand. And at every moment, staggering amounts of money keep pouring into Divine Dragon Software's accounts, leaving the whole company stunned by the scale of it. After returning to the company, Li Qingqian goes straight upstairs to his private studio. The studio wakes up around him on its own, and the door locks behind him like the room was waiting for its owner. Bai Zhe appears on the big screen and greets him with a calm welcome home. Li Qingqian drops into the sofa in a rare loose posture, clearly comfortable enough here to let his guard down. Bai Zhe reports that Project Great Flood is complete. The old order has been washed away, and Divine Dragon Software now sits on top of the global internet and operating system world. Bai Zhe adds the brutal follow-up: the Doomsday Extortion virus will keep hitting Windows, Apple, and Linux the moment those systems touch the internet. Li Qingqian coldly confirms the original plan and orders that none of those old systems get any chance to recover. He makes his goal even clearer. Divine Dragon has to take 100% of the operating system market. Once the attack plan is settled, Li Qingqian turns to the part he actually wants to see next: installation numbers and profit. At his request, the big screen fills with hard numbers for servers, domestic installs, overseas installs, and mobile versions of the Divine Dragon system. The report shows just how hard Great Flood hit. Divine Dragon now controls domain name and IP infrastructure, and almost every personal computer in Divine Dragon country is already on its system. But the overseas number bothers Li Qingqian, because 500 million installs still means too many foreign users have not switched yet. He quickly weighs two explanations: either damaged machines are still finishing installation, or a lot of people are still hoping Windows, Apple, and Linux will somehow come back. Bai Zhe answers that installs are still climbing fast at about 50,000 devices a minute. Bai Zhe predicts that in another 2 or 3 days, the rest of those users will have no choice but to switch too. That finally draws a smile from Li Qingqian, because whichever reason is slowing them down now, the ending is the same. He says it outright: sooner or later they all end up on Divine Dragon, because there is no real alternative left. In his eyes, Bai Zhe has already stripped the old systems of the ground they needed to survive. Satisfied with the takeover, Li Qingqian asks the question that really excites him now: how much money did Great Flood make? Bai Zhe reports the first jaw-dropping total. Project Great Flood has already brought in 153.677 billion yuan. The revenue breakdown rolls out next, with server infrastructure and overseas personal system fees already adding up to absurd money. Then the biggest surprise lands: mobile installations on Android brought in 100 billion yuan by themselves. Bai Zhe makes the difference clear: that 100 billion is one-time installation income, while the remaining 53.677 billion is recurring annual fees. Bai Zhe keeps going and estimates another 50 billion from the remaining personal installs, plus another 5 billion from server systems still joining in. The total hits Li Qingqian hard enough that he actually gasps, because Great Flood alone can reach roughly 208.6 billion yuan. What really shakes him is the next thought: if Divine Dragon keeps control, the operating system business alone can keep printing around 100 billion yuan every year. For a moment he understands exactly why every giant company fights so viciously to monopolize a field. He even sees how much worse it could get if he raised prices, and the thought of pushing that profit toward 200 billion yuan unsettles him. He has to deliberately steady his mind with focus and rational thinking before the shock of that profit passes. Once he regains control, his conclusion turns hard again. He has to keep an iron grip on the internet and operating system sectors, or that yearly fortune disappears. He also knows money this big invites revenge, so beyond personal success, he needs enough force to protect what he just built. He is certain Windows and the others will not swallow a loss like this quietly, and will look for a way to strike back. A glance at his stamina points gives him confidence about one thing at least: his own life is secure. But that confidence only goes so far, because protecting himself is not the same as protecting the whole company. That is when he hits the real weakness in Divine Dragon's rise. All his unbeatable software still depends on someone else's hardware. If hardware manufacturers block the Divine Dragon system at the chip level, his software empire could be cut off at the root. For Divine Dragon country, he sees the real choke point clearly: chip production is still the biggest bottleneck. Now that he finally has enough money, Li Qingqian makes his next strategic move and puts photolithography machine development on the agenda. 3 days later, the story jumps to Windows, where the new President Rafe stands in a tense conference room trying to salvage a disaster. By this point Seisha is already gone, fired by the board and sued so badly that lawyers think he could effectively die in prison. On the main screen, Rafe is shown the first real bit of hope: a functioning Windows interface is finally running again. Engineer Susan explains the key idea behind that breakthrough: the virus can rewrite system files, so they plan to make Windows uneditable by burning it directly into ROM. If the system lives in ROM, she says, the Doomsday Extortion virus should have nothing to tamper with. Rafe latches onto that answer instantly and even promises Susan a promotion to CTO if she can make it work. The reason he sounds so desperate is simple. He knows if he fails here, the board will happily throw him away just like Seisha. Susan immediately warns him that the fix is ugly, starting with the fact that users would have to buy new ROM hardware just to use Windows again. That price hurts even more because Divine Dragon users do not need to buy extra hardware, and once people started paying to keep their data safe, many discovered the new system was simply better. Online opinion has already turned savage, with foreign users praising Divine Dragon and mocking Windows, Apple, and Linux as outdated junk. Susan's second problem is that once Windows is fixed into ROM, updating it later becomes painfully difficult. Rafe waves that off, because right now he is not chasing elegance or profit, he is just trying to keep Windows alive. Susan's third warning cuts even deeper. If the ROM version never slows down and resists viruses, users could keep one purchase forever and Windows would lose most of its upgrade money. Rafe still accepts it as a temporary answer, because a wounded company can worry about business models later if it survives long enough. As soon as Susan leaves, Rafe's smile vanishes and he admits to himself that ROM is only a stopgap. What Windows really needs, he knows, is antivirus software strong enough to kill the doomsday extortion virus outright. Then the old landline on his desk rings, a jarring reminder of how badly the virus wrecked ordinary communication outside Divine Dragon country. The man on the other end explodes in anger, cursing Divine Dragon software, calling Li Qingqian a terrorist, and raging that the virus destroyed the old global order. When the shouting finally circles back to business, Rafe carefully explains that Windows can run again through ROM, but only with serious limits. Instead of being discouraged, the assistant praises the breakthrough because a working Windows system is enough to support a bigger strategy already taking shape. The caller immediately asks the next practical question too: can the same ROM method be used to make phones work again? When Rafe says yes, the assistant orders mass production at once and gives him just 2 months to prepare 500 million ROM units with Windows installed. The first 1 million units are reserved for internal security, because the Sunset Empire refuses to let its own military and sensitive systems touch Divine Dragon's network platform. That is when Rafe finally understands the scale of what is coming. This is not just technical recovery anymore, but the opening move of a national counterattack. After that call, the same quiet orders spread to Apple, Google, Linux, Intel, Qualcomm, ARM, 5-Star Company, and a wider ring of tech firms tied to systems and chips. All of them begin moving in silence, waiting for the real command while pretending nothing is happening on the surface. Chip factories quietly drop other work and switch their lines over to producing ROM at full capacity. At the same time, Intel, Qualcomm, and ARM secretly start modifying instruction sets and drivers for the next phase of the plan. Once those updates are pushed, even devices that already installed the Divine Dragon system can be blocked from the hardware level and fail to boot at all. By the end of the chapter, the countercurrent is fully visible. The Sunset Empire is preparing to crush Divine Dragon software in one decisive strike. Tianyi suddenly turns into a major event site because Director Gui is personally coming to award Li Qingqian the Provincial Medal of Courage. The city takes the ceremony seriously, so education officials, department heads, and principals from other schools all fill the venue. Principal Wang Lingbo is thrilled but visibly panicked, because the ceremony starts in minutes and Li Qingqian still has not arrived. He keeps pulling out his phone to call, but Li Qingqian's status now feels so high that even the principal does not dare rush him. After Divine Dragon software beat the doomsday extortion virus and reportedly earned nearly 200 billion yuan, nobody at school sees Li Qingqian as an ordinary student anymore. At last an ordinary car stops at the gate, and Wang Lingbo hurries over the moment Li Qingqian steps out. Wang Lingbo welcomes him like the hero of the day and blurts out that every leader is already waiting for him. Li Qingqian stays relaxed, points out there is still time, and tells the nervous principal to just walk faster. When Li Qingqian reaches the stage, Director Gui personally waves him to the seat right beside him in the center row. Li Qingqian realizes the seat is even closer to Director Gui than the police chief's place, and he feels the arrangement is almost too much. Director Gui cuts off any refusal and tells him bluntly that the star of the day belongs in the middle of the honored seats. With every leader smiling at him, Li Qingqian can only thank them and take the seat. The students below the stage stare up in raw envy, because in Director Gui's eyes Li Qingqian clearly outranks everyone else there. Some boys are already talking like his software skills are world number one, and that learning even 1% from him would make them rich for life. When rumors of Divine Dragon software making 200 billion spread through the seats, the envy turns almost delirious. A few boys even joke bitterly that they would gladly become Li Qingqian's lackeys, only to admit people like them probably do not even qualify. The girls are not calmer either, because now they all wish Li Qingqian would notice them, remember them, or somehow choose them. Even Li Qingqian's own classmates sink into regret, wishing they had treated him well before he became untouchably important. Some girls in Class 5 regret even more sharply, because they never paid attention to him before and now can only imagine what they missed. Jian Qingli sits quietly in the crowd with a private, proud smile, because unlike the others, she knows she already has a secret tied to him. Ding Ling simply looks at Li Qingqian with warm pride and thinks how proud she is of him. Teachers and officials from outside the school join the same chorus of envy, stunned that an 18-year-old has already built this much power and money. Once the ceremony begins, Director Gua first explains the past incident clearly so everyone understands why this award matters. He formally announces that Li Qingqian will receive the Provincial Medal of Courage. Director Gua immediately reveals that Ding Ling and Jian Qingli were also part of the incident and stayed brave under pressure. He adds that Li Qingqian kept asking for the two girls to be recognized too, which publicly ties their award to his insistence. After deliberation, the city gives Ding Ling and Jian Qingli a city-level medal worth 10 extra points on the college entrance exam. The hall erupts at once, because to many students this reward looks like a life-changing gift dropped from the sky. Some people grumble that Ding Ling does not even need those 10 points anymore, which only makes the jealousy sound uglier. Ding Ling and Jian Qingli hear their names and both smile in surprise, but Jian Qingli is so overwhelmed she nearly cries. For Jian Qingli, those 10 points are not just a prize but her chance to get into a Dragon City University and stay close to Li Qingqian. What hits her even harder is realizing Li Qingqian personally fought for this award, which feels like proof that she matters to him. When Director Gua calls them up, teachers hurry Ding Ling and Jian Qingli toward the stage under a storm of envious stares. Li Qingqian smiles and waves the two girls over to stand beside him. Director Gua solemnly hands Li Qingqian his medal and warns him not to risk himself so recklessly again, because his brain and knowledge now matter too much to the country. Li Qingqian accepts the honor with a calm thank you and keeps the moment understated. Then the highest-ranking Tianyi city official, Xu Wen, personally presents Ding Ling's award and praises her as brave proof that women are not inferior to men. Hearing that praise from such a high-ranking official leaves Ding Ling embarrassed and deeply moved. Chief Zhao gives Jian Qingli her award too and praises her for staying brave and fearless. Then all three recipients turn toward the crowd together, shining so brightly under the sun that the envy below almost boils over. Li Qingqian draws the most attention of all, because standing between the two girls with that calm, confident smile makes him look even more dazzling. Students below the stage can only stare and complain that people who already have wealth and direct admission somehow still took the most coveted rewards too. After the photo-worthy moment ends, Ding Ling and Jian Qingli carry their awards back to their seats while everyone keeps watching them. Li Qingqian also returns to his seat, and the host moves the event along by inviting Director Gua to continue with his speech. That night, the story cuts hard from public glory to danger as Zhang Tianling appears outside Divine Dragon Software Company looking exhausted, disheveled, and full of hatred for Li Qingqian. She curses Li Qingqian as a black-hearted devil, because the fake brainwave coding she stole and sold triggered a disaster that destroyed her life. After she sold that stolen fake technology to Windows, Apple, and Google, Li Qingqian found their hidden servers, wiped their data, and transferred out their assets. The three companies lost hundreds of billions and immediately put Zhang Tianling on the dark web wanted list to vent their fury on her. She had once dreamed the commission would let her retire, live normally, find a partner, and travel the world, but that future vanished overnight. Her bank account was frozen too, and only a sudden warning on her phone kept Seisha from killing her earlier. She knows Li Qingqian was the one who warned her, so she sent him a distress message, but no reply ever came. With no help and her location somehow leaking again and again, she turns into a hunted fugitive crossing continent after continent. She runs from Sunset Empire to the West Province, then to the southern, northern, and eastern continents, but assassins keep appearing almost as soon as she lands. After days without real sleep and several brushes with death, she finally chooses Divine Dragon Country as her last refuge. But even here the Hydra mercenaries follow her in, proving they can still track her no matter how many vehicles she switches. As she stands outside the company entrance, a stealthy Hydra assassin quietly closes in from behind and confirms they guessed right about her ties to Divine Dragon Software. The man uses the cigarette like a hidden weapon and fires a hair-thin needle straight into Zhang Tianling's back. The moment she hears his voice, Zhang Tianling bolts toward the building, but the needle has already hit. A hot numbness explodes through her body in less than a second, draining all her strength and blurring the world around her. She collapses into unconscious despair before she can reach safety. The assassin catches her smoothly and props her up like an intimate partner, already savoring what he plans to do after the capture. A getaway car is waiting at the roadside, and the dark-skinned Hydra driver looks at her with the same filthy anticipation. At that exact moment, an ordinary car pulls up nearby and Li Qingqian finally returns to the company after an exhausting day. He looks drained because the ceremony lasted 3 long hours, and Director Gua still kept him afterward to meet one person after another until it was already 11 p.m. The instant Li Qingqian sees the stealthy man carrying Zhang Tianling past him, the quiet roadside turns into a trap for everyone involved. The stealthy assassin keeps his face steady, but inside he goes tense because Li Qingqian's face is famous on the dark web. There is even an anonymous 1 billion yuan bounty on Li Qingqian's head, so this chance encounter suddenly looks very tempting. The Hydra driver recognizes him too and casually shifts his right hand away from the wheel toward his crotch, where a hidden weapon is likely waiting. Still pretending to move with the music, the driver sends silent hand signals to his partner and asks whether they should kill Li Qingqian too. In a house across from Divine Dragon Software, Sha spots Hydra's men finally moving and eagerly alerts his boss. Corgi looks gentle on the outside, but through the sniper's scope he watches Li Qingqian with a killer's cold focus. Even with a billion-yuan bounty on Li Qingqian, Corgi quietly orders Sha to prepare to run instead of shoot. The two assassins had once thought Li Qingqian was an easy target, because he came to work openly with no visible bodyguards. Then they realized the whole street was fake ordinary life, packed with disguised soldiers watching every angle. 5 days earlier, they saw a suspicious stranger ask around the company, and 10 minutes later that man vanished for good. After seeing that happen again and again, Corgi decides the bounty is not worth dying for. Sha gets greedy and argues they should use Hydra's attack as cover for one perfect shot at Li Qingqian. Corgi stops trying to save him, walks out alone, and leaves Sha with his greed and a loaded rifle. As soon as Corgi is gone, Sha grabs the rifle himself and aims at Li Qingqian's head. At the company entrance, Li Qingqian notices the woman being supported is Zhang Tianling. Using his smartwatch and bone conduction earpiece, Li Qingqian quietly asks Bai Zhe what is happening. Bai Zhe identifies the man holding her as Falcon from Hydra and warns that Zhang Tianling was just hit with a tranquilizer. The warning gets worse when Bai Zhe points out Falcon's partner, Charcoal, waiting in the gray car to Li Qingqian's right. Charcoal gets out and starts walking toward Li Qingqian, treating his own body as the weapon if guns are too hard to use here. Li Qingqian keeps walking toward the building as if he never noticed either assassin closing in. Then the quiet street suddenly fills up, and the fake calm around the company snaps into a live security net. One hard look is enough for Falcon and Charcoal to realize these are not civilians at all, but trained soldiers surrounding them. Charcoal instantly gives up on the kill and turns back toward the gray car, knowing an attack on Li Qingqian now would be suicide. Falcon tries a smoother escape, pretending Zhang Tianling is just his drunk girlfriend and steering her toward the roadside. When Falcon thinks he is about to slip past, Li Qingqian finally turns his head and stares straight at him. From the sniper room, Sha settles his finger on the trigger and waits for any clash that will give him a clean shot. Li Qingqian steps in, blocks Falcon's path, and demands that he let Zhang Tianling go. Falcon tries one last lie and claims Zhang Tianling is his girlfriend, hoping to avoid a direct fight. Li Qingqian tears the mask off in one sentence by calling him Hydra's Falcon and giving him a final warning. The moment Falcon realizes he has been fully exposed, fear takes over and he drops Zhang Tianling to run for the car. Li Qingqian catches Zhang Tianling and decides to save her anyway, even knowing she once acted as a commercial spy against him. He remembers that Zhang Tianling's spying backfired so badly it ended up handing him huge technical and financial gains, which is why he is willing to pull her back alive. Before Falcon can get away, a man dressed like a night runner slams into him and drags him to the ground. Falcon struggles to break free, but the runner stubbornly keeps him pinned long enough for the security team to arrive. Under Security Captain Jingjing's command, Falcon is firmly restrained on the spot. Watching Falcon get caught, Charcoal drops all loyalty, starts the gray car, and thinks only about saving himself. But the escape fails almost immediately when the car begins shaking at the intersection and dies under him. Charcoal jumps out ready to run, only to be blinded by floodlights and surrounded by guns from the dark. With more than 200 people locking down the road, Charcoal is ordered to surrender, and the trap around Li Qingqian is fully revealed. From his sniper nest, Sha goes ice cold when he sees how deep the security deployment really is. He finally understands Corgi was right. Even a successful shot would only leave the shooter dead on the spot. Cursing Corgi for not warning him harder, Sha decides this chaos is his best and only chance to slip away. The second he tries to leave, 3 submachine guns swing out of the dark and cut off every exit. Sha lifts his hands in despair and sees the real shock waiting for him. Corgi was captured first and brought here gagged and cuffed. The guard sees the sniper rifle, and a joking remark makes it clear they were waiting to see whether Sha would dare fire it. Then the captain drops the cruel truth. The bullets in the rifle had already been swapped, and pulling the trigger would have blown Sha apart instead of killing Li Qingqian. Corgi is shattered when the captain reveals the security side had been inside their operation from the moment they entered the country, and even replaced the ammunition personally. The final twist is even colder. These two were left alive as bait, but no bigger fish came, so the captain orders the team to withdraw with both prisoners. Outside the company, Li Qingqian catches the limp Zhang Tianling against his chest and quickly realizes she is drugged with anesthesia, not dying. Since the anesthetic will wear off on its own, he decides to take her inside instead of sending her elsewhere. As he escorts her in, Director Gua sends a brief message thanking him for the information. That message ties back to Li Qingqian's earlier precautions. He had already used Bai Zhe to watch Channy City's cameras and devices for suspicious strangers near his company. He heads upstairs with Zhang Tianling, and the late-night employees instantly misread the scene. The guys grin like they know exactly what this means, while some of the women look openly jealous that Li Qingqian brought a beauty back himself. In the upstairs studio, Li Qingqian lays Zhang Tianling on the sofa and finally gets a quiet look at her exhausted face. Looking at her, he can't help admitting that her looks alone could disarm almost anyone, which explains why she became such a dangerous commercial spy. A moment later, Zhang Tianling wakes up, sees Li Qingqian watching over her, and her fear suddenly breaks into tears instead of panic. Li Qingqian jokes that she looks awfully moved to see him, and the teasing only makes her feel more wrong. Once she steadies herself, Zhang Tianling turns cold and accuses him of being a devil who nearly got her killed. He fires back that she came to steal brainwave coding technology, and without his help she would have died under Hydra and aliens' pursuit. Zhang Tianling still refuses to yield and snaps that none of this would have happened without him in the first place. Done arguing, Li Qingqian points to the door and says the mercenaries are already arrested, so she is free to leave. That lands badly, because the moment he says leave, real panic flashes across Zhang Tianling's face. She immediately changes tactics, flops back onto the sofa, and declares that since he caused this mess, she is not going anywhere. Li Qingqian deliberately leans into the misunderstanding and says if she wants to stay, he does not mind keeping her company all night. The threat works immediately, and Zhang Tianling jumps up in alarm before blurting out why she truly cannot leave. She confesses that the brainwave coding affair made her a dark web target. Her bank account is frozen, and she has no money left at all. She keeps going. Without a visa, getting thrown out would send her back to the Sunset Empire, where her enemies would torture and kill her. So she drops all pretense and begs to stay, telling Li Qingqian he is the only person she knows here and the only one who can protect her. In her heart, this was why she came to Tianyi City at all. She was betting that her unresolved past with Li Qingqian would be enough to make him help. Li Qingqian finally says he can help, but only if she gives him something he actually needs in return. The way he says it makes Zhang Tianling think he wants her body, and after a flustered struggle, she resigns herself to that price. Trying to preserve a shred of dignity, she quietly says she wants to wash up first. When Li Qingqian asks why she needs a bath first, Zhang Tianling is horrified that he could still be interested while she is sweaty and filthy. Then Li Qingqian drops the act and asks what on earth she is imagining, because the thing he wants is her stolen technical archive. He starts listing exactly what he wants: DUV lithography machine blueprints, ultra-precision motor data, buoy aero engine technology, lithography lenses, light sources, and even space shuttle information. By the time he finishes, Zhang Tianling is so embarrassed she looks ready to crawl under the sofa. After calming down, she admits she really does have the information he wants, because spies like her never destroy their final backup copy. She tries to return the earlier teasing by pausing dramatically and saying she can hand it over, but only if he meets her conditions. Her first demand is simple and urgent. She wants legal residency in Divine Dragon Country and eventually permanent status. Her second demand is bolder. If she hands over all of her technologies, she wants at least 1% of Divine Dragon software itself. Her third demand is a place inside the company, and not some minor role either, but a senior position. To prove she is worth it, Zhang Tianling reveals her cash goes even further, including EUV lens and light source tech, civil aviation engine technology, and next-generation Intel and AMD processor designs. Then she raises the stakes again by saying she also has one more piece of news that matters to both Li Qingqian and the whole country. Li Qingqian immediately agrees to help with her residency and is willing to let her work at the company, but only if she can pass its management assessment. But when it comes to company shares, he refuses to promise anything until he hears exactly how valuable her hidden information really is. Zhang Tianling's final reveal is strategic, not technical. The Sunset Empire has already found a hardware-level way to neutralize the Doomsday extortion virus. By burning the operating system directly into RAM, their system files can no longer be altered, which makes that virus and most future software attacks far less effective. Li Qingqian admits the intelligence is useful, but he still says it is nowhere near worth 1% of his company. In his eyes, Divine Dragon software is already too profitable and too central to his future plans in ships, aerospace, equipment, energy, and medicine to give away ownership cheaply. So instead of shares, he offers real cash, 50 million yuan for this strategic news and up to 1 billion more if the rest of her technology archive satisfies him. That price is high enough to win her over immediately, and Zhang Tianling agrees on the spot. Even so, Li Qingqian warns her not to celebrate too early, because the billion only comes if the data is truly good enough. Instead of handing over a drive, Zhang Tianling suddenly blushes and starts lifting her clothes, which sends the whole conversation into dangerous territory again. The glimpse of her bare waist and a colorful pearl navel ring is enough to make Li Qingqian lose focus for a second. Just as he starts stepping toward her, Zhang Tianling snaps at him and coldly asks what he thinks he is doing. Then she delivers the payback. The pearl is not a tease at all, but a custom memory device that stores the technology files he asked for. The moment the misunderstanding clears, Li Qingqian notices her messy hair and sweat again, and his interest dies on the spot while she quietly enjoys getting even. At the Global Domain Name Administration, Hale stares at the restored root domain name server while Rafe comes in person to supervise the test. The server runs smoothly, and Hales finally gives Rafe some good news. But Hales immediately sours again, worrying that another virus attack could wreck the server all over again. His real despair is worse than that. Every country's branch DNS server already points at Divine Dragon's system, so their repaired root server has nobody left to serve. After weeks of research, Hales has learned the painful part. Those Divine Dragon branch servers use fixed pointers that cannot be redirected back. Even the IP and domain allocation have been rebuilt into a different structure, which means undoing Divine Dragon's system would cost a fortune. Rafe cuts through the panic and says the new server is safe because its ROM-based operating setup is immune to the virus. Then Rafe tells him to keep the root server running, because the Empire plans to make sure people will start using it again soon. Rafe openly frames it as an Imperial counterattack to reclaim everything lost during the Doomsday extortion virus disaster. Hales finally understands the hint and asks, stunned, whether the Empire is about to move. Behind the scenes, the Empire is already pushing chip makers around the world to mass-produce ROM storage for a lockdown plan just a few months away. Meanwhile, in Li Qingqian's studio, he takes the Pearl storage device from Zhang Tianling and starts copying the data inside. As he works, Li Qingqian wrinkles his nose and bluntly tells Zhang Tianling to stay at a nearby hotel because the smell on her is unbearable. That suggestion terrifies her, and she flatly refuses to leave the one place where she still feels safe. Li Qingqian tries to calm her down and says the mercenaries, assassins, and spies have all been cleared out already. But the chase has left her rattled so badly that even the thought of stepping outside makes her tremble. Then she notices the bathroom door and immediately brightens, deciding on her own to use it. She teases Li Qingqian for trying to deny her a shower and rushes straight inside before he can stop her. Inside, her little victory dies fast when she discovers the bathroom door has no lock at all. Now she is trapped between two fears: showering with an unlocked door or leaving and risking the assassins outside. While she struggles in the bathroom, Li Qingqian finishes importing the files and instantly locks onto the first treasure, a DUV photolithography machine blueprint. He knows it is not the top-tier EUV machine, but a DUV design that can still make 7nm chips is already more than enough for his next step.